My skin is black. My body is burned. I survived Babylon. I am a daughter of Zion. Daughters of Zion like diamonds.
Praise AHAYAH. Children of Israel are here. Mount Hor. We're going inside the tomb to pray for our brother Ammon. Holy land, Qadash. We are in Qadash. And as you know, Mount Hor is at the border of the children of Israel heritage. So we're still within the borders, but this is one of the borders.
Qadash, AHAYAH, sham, AHAYAH, Malak with Ka, Sabah, Vatazawanka, Hayasha, Maharataza, Kawahaya, Bashamaya, Nathan Lanawa, Lakan Kalyawan, Wasalat Nawa, Khawaf Nawa, Kasalat Nawa, Kawaf Nawa, Thabayan Nawa, Minasaya Wapamba, Hawashin Nawa, Mayarai, Kayalaka, Hamlakwa, Wahala, Wahasapara, Wa'awalam,
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Praise the Messiah.
All glory and praise to AHAYAH, Yashaya, Qadash, Rawach.
This generation shall rule the nations through AHAYAH, Yashaya. Bible almost every day. Get on my knees and me gun don't pray. To me Abba, to me Abba. Dum da di 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 dum dum day. Me read me Bible almost every day. Get on my knees and me gun don't pray. To me Abba, to me Abba. This generation shall rule the nations. To AHAYAH. Lord our God is one. The Lord our God is one. The Lord our God is one. His name AHAYAH. Yes, AHAYAH. The Lord our God is one. The Lord our God is one. The Lord our God is one. His name AHAYAH. Yes, AHAYAH. The Lord our God is one. The Lord our God is one. The Lord our God is one. His name AHAYAH. Yes, AHAYAH. The Lord our God is one. The Lord our God is one.
Praise AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya. Praise AHAYAH. We give all glory and praise and honor to AHAYAH, Asher AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya, Wa Qadash, Rawach. Shalom, Israel. This is Sister Kana. And I'm so glad to be before you. Thank you for joining me. I pray you all are having a blessed week. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Nappy here Chronicles. I made it, guys. I didn't know. Because, guys, I'm doing that 30 for 30, and it is really kicking my butt. I have to be honest. I'm at the last, like, this. I don't know what even happens next week. I'm so out of it. But we're doing the liquid fasting, and oh my goodness, this has been, excruciating. So I have my little bone broth and my, some coffee. You could drink coffee, water, and tea, and you just on liquids. So bone broth, and it's rough for me anyway. I can do fasting, no food, no water. I can do that, but when it comes to doing liquids fasting, it's hard for me. I don't know why, but this has been better because I've been doing different things every week. First, we had the low net carbs diet for a whole week, and you just ate salad with meats. And then I did the carnivore last week, and it was really good. I can do carnivore. It's like a ketogenic type diet, and I really like that. I don't know if I lost 2 inches off my waist. Woo, 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 woo. Go Kana, it's your birthday. Go Kana. So I'm trying to get it down even more. And so this week was kind of rough. I kind of like messed up a little bit. So I'm going to really be, trying hard. I don't know what happens next week, and I'm even afraid to ask because I can't see doing nothing else but go to a stone, no food, no water fast. After a water fast, where else can you go? Unless it's over, but it's supposed to be 30 days, 30 pounds in 30 days. And now I Googled losing 2 inches of my weight, and that is like 16 to 20 something pounds in order to lose 2. So I've already done really well, but my stomach is my heart, my problem area. And so that's like the last thing. But guys, it's really like kicking my butt, getting down to this. I told you I want to get like 10% body fat now. Hold on, that's going to be rough. So this is just stuff that helps me kick started. And I hope you guys are joining me. I hope you're getting ready, wilderness ready, guys. This is all about conditioning yourself, preparing for the wilderness, getting, discipline. I'm learning so much. This month I've learned so much because I've been listening to a lot of people who've lost weight and do things about hormones and cortisone hormones and blood sugar levels and insulin levels. I learned so much, and I'll be sharing it with you guys. So I just wanted to quickly tell you because I really didn't even post any videos, and because I have a lot of stuff to do, but the diet is really like, oof, it's a lot, and I have a lot of stuff to focus on, so I wasn't eating that much at all. I did really well, but this last week with the water thing was a little troublesome for me. Okay, so there's a lot going on, guys, and I wanted to talk about, one, getting wilderness ready. I know you guys see what's going on. I pray that y'all are preparing to get up, be able to jump and move, stick and move, and get up out of there because, it's like anything could happen at any moment. Surprises, they like pulling these surprises out the hat. Baruch ain't never lied. The book of Baruch with the 12 woes and it's all mingled together. I mean, baby, they coming out with it. So now I want to just talk about a lot of news, but I wanted to touch on, guys, our holy day, this September is a very high holy month for us. It's like as if the Passover is the holy month, in March. But second is the 7th month, which is coming up in September. Starting the first Sunday in September is the Feast of Trumpets. It's a feast, double Sabbath, the regular Saturday Sabbath, and it will always be on a Sunday. So I pray that you guys are paying attention and know your calendar by now. And I've been playing the marathon holy days, the infiltration, and I think I should do another marathon for the holy days. If you don't know the calendar, if you haven't looked into it yet, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, stay tuned and watch this video. I'm going to run the marathon for the calendar after the Nappy Chronicles, and it's going to go all night, and it teach you how to find the first day of the year. It teaches you how to make your own calendars, brothers and sisters. Don't depend on other people. We got a lot going on. There's a lot of infiltration. Y'all know we are being lied to. People are just straight up lying. They're not changing the calendar. They're not repenting for giving us the wrong holy days. They're trying to act like they don't know. And people can call in to GOCC and ask questions, but nobody will dare ask about that calendar. And I don't blame you either, because I got death threats. I got all kind of stuff happen to me when I started asking. So I understand, but I'm saying since people really want to act like they don't know what's going on, I mean, you might as well ask and see what happens. Just throw your hat in the race. I mean, it's going down, brothers and sisters, and it is going down. And I'm excited because to see the prophecies of unfolding, Trump is acting a stark, raving fool. I mean, not fool, but like a maniac. And, he got to keep all these things going on so that people won't be looking at them Epstein files. Baby, it is a lot going on. And so I wanted to talk about that, the troops, supposedly bringing more troops out. I mean, they're in Washington, D.C., and I just saw that brother WTV, he did a video about at the Madrid fort line, they put some troops there. So, guys, they sneaking the troops in. Jerusalem is compassed with armies, just like Luke 21 said, no, the desolation is nigh. They are trying it, guys. They are bringing the troops in. So, and we're going, getting ready to go into the winter. Now that all these hurricanes and all this stuff, people going to be displaced, going into FEMA facilities, and you ain't going to know nothing about it. You're just going to hear about these hurricanes. You're going to hear about these natural disasters, and people are going to be losing their homes and stuff like that. And boom, they're filling up the FEMA camp. They're doing all this stuff. It's happening in real time, right in our faces. And people are acting like they don't know what's going on. And it's so much stuff happens, you can't even keep up. Just like in Baruch. There's so much going on that you really can't even keep up and know from one day to the next. But that's why your girl is here, because I'm going to bring some stuff out. So I just got, some news. I wanted to talk about the holy days, the calendar. Watch your calendar. Line up according to sevens. You can't put the one on the Shabbat. You can't do that because you're going to throw the calendar off one day. And so I'm going to talk about the calendar. And let me just do that really quickly. And then I'm going to show you guys some news. And just show you what's going on. Prepare your households for our holy month of September. We got like at least 10, 12 holy days because we got the double Sabbaths, right? Sundays. We got three double Sabbaths in September. Then you got the Feast, the Gathering, and the Feast of Tabernacles running concurrently. Two, it's very high holy days on the when you have the tabernacle on the 15th of the 7th month. It's also the ingathering feast. There's two feasts running concurrent from Leviticus 23. So we have a very high holy month, guys. Prepare your households, get your bowls, and it's joyous. It's praise of how you're going to go intense in remembrance of Christ leading the children of Israel with Moses through the wilderness and preparing you for the wilderness again. So, if you're not coming out to Jordan and, getting into the tents and seeing what the it's really all about living in tents. Some people go to parks and things like that, but ain't nothing like being out in that wilderness and you can't run to the store. You can't go and do nothing. You got to, really be in a tent. And you got to be there for some days and stuff like that. But so I hope y'all preparing, guys. I hope you're preparing. You need to get out of Babylon. Babylon the Great is fallen, just like the scriptures have said. Jordan is the safe place. This is where we will be in the wilderness. And I'm going to go into Ezekiel 38, just to talk about that. I've been putting up, and I should put on my runner, guys, because about collecting money to get some land so the children of Israel could dwell in tents. If you want to donate, if you want to help with, preparation, getting land, please join the GoFundMe. Go to the GoFundMe. I got it on the screen. Please, I'll put the link in the description box so that you can help. Guys, it's going to get real serious real quick. And people ain't going to know what to do. And people going to be running out. So, oh my gosh. And, it's just, it's going to be rough. It's Jacob's trouble. This is what AHAYAH said it was going to be. And I pray that you guys are getting prepared. I pray that you guys understand the severity of this matter once it hits. Even, Esau is talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. So, they could feel something coming with it. It's coming. They like to strike and do stuff. Especially our Passover is in March. And our calendar lines up again in March. Guys, this is the last time it's lining up. I think that's a very big sign for us, the children of Israel. And I pray, brothers and sisters, that you don't take this stuff. Get out, get out, get out. Don't play yourself, So I'm going to put the link in the description box. It's just, what I wanted to say. It amazes me how our people, a lot of people, like I'm talking about, let's raise money. Let's buy tents and land. And like people don't know. There's so much, people asking for money, scamming people, this and that. But you got to have the spirit of discernment. And if you don't know that, what I'm talking about is real, if you don't, and most people don't, you don't really understand the severity of us getting land and being out here. People are going to be in for a rude awakening when they finally realize, when they finally figure this out, the whole gist of this matter. So I really, our people are just really, it's just amazing to me, how spiritually unspiritual people are. It's like, it's amazing. So I'm just preparing for that stuff. Okay, so let me first do this. First things first, let's just look at the calendar so that let me see. I should have them already set up. I just don't know which is which. Okay. And then I'm also gonna do my marathon at the end. Anybody who don't know how to find the first day of the year, if you don't know how to put the calendar together, brothers and sisters, let me see. I don't know which calendar this is. I have so many. This is 2023. Okay. That's definitely on there. Let me try now. I just want to show you the holy days is coming. Prepare your household. Let's get busy praising AHAYAH on the correct holy days. Don't be deceived and don't let nobody, give you the wrong holy days. Y'all heard about this calendar enough. Y'all know. Let me see if this is I can't tell. 2024. Okay, 2025. That's now. Shabbat. Shabbat. Yes, that's it. Okay, so this is September. You might have to make your screen big. I'm gonna make mine big so that you can see the months. Um, that's going to be August 31st. August 31st is the first day of the Feast of Trumpets. Okay, our first day of the seventh month is the Feast of Trumpets. It falls on the 31st of August for the Gregorian calendar. Because here it is, the calendar is just teeter-totter and one day off. It's a high holy day. It's a double Sabbath because we're gonna have the regular Sabbath, and then the Sunday is the Feast of Trumpets. It's always on the Feast of Trumpets. We have a fixed calendar, brothers and sisters. Now that we know the calendars, you can see the on the other end, the 7/14/21/28 on the Sabbath. If you can see along here, if you can see my pointer, that is the lining up after the eclerary months. Okay, so we just had August 31st will be an eclerary month. The last day will be on the Sabbath, and then the first day of the month will be starting a new month on Sunday. Just like the first day of the week is on one, so the first day of the month will be on one, and 7 days is the Sabbath. 7 days later is the Sabbath, and the calendar will line up according to sevens. 7, then the next Saturday is 14, and that's the 14th day. Okay, then the next day is the 15th day, starts the Feast of Tabernacles. It's always going to be on a Sunday. 7 days later, we got 21. And then that last day is an 8-day feast, will be on a Sunday. It's double Sabbaths all throughout the 7-day calendar. We got very high holy days. We got 8-day feasts, and so that makes double Sabbaths. Because if it was just a 7th-day feast, it will end on the Shabbat. But it won't end on the Shabbat. It says 8-day feast. When you go into Leviticus 23, it says for 8 days. Okay, so make sure you know that. Don't let nobody lie to you, because they make sure that the Passover ends on the Sabbath, and that's a 7th-day feast. Our Feast of Tabernacle, is an 8-day feast. It ends on a Sunday. The last day is a holy day, and it's a Sunday. So don't let nobody lie to you guys. Make sure you get your calendar correct. Make sure you understand your holy days so that no one will lie, because they are trying to play games. And the fact that I'm calling it out, they even try to act like, oh, don't pay her no mind, don't. stuff like that. But it's undeniable, brothers and sisters, that they're lying. So praise AHAYAH. I pray that you are waking up and getting yourself together, planning to come out of Babylon, and getting tense. I put the GoFundMe on the screen. I pray, brothers and sisters, that you are preparing. I pray you prepare them to come out, because they are setting up. They are setting up. And they're putting them troops all around, and they're going to spring it like they've been springing stuff at the last minute. So don't get caught. And we just got to keep trying. I'm going to keep talking to you guys and keep talking to you and try to tell you. But I'm also trying to get myself together. I'm getting my body, mind, and spirit together. I want to be wilderness ready, mentally prepared, mentally focused. I want my weight to be down. I told you I want to be 15% body fat. And I got a ways to go, guys. And I've been at this for a while. But I kind of wanted to ease into it, when it comes to, my diet. And so at first, I was still eating what I wanted to eat. But eventually I knew I had to hunker down and get serious. So I'm at my getting serious stage right now. And I don't want to have to go back up in weight. I don't want to fluctuate. I don't want to go through none of that. I just want my body to be, where I want this to be. So praise the Yashaya. So the calendar, please, I'm going to put the link in. I finally updated it. Please go to the calendar, and if you don't have yours made by now, you can look at mine for now, and I think you guys should make your own calendars, not dependent on anybody. And that's why I will run the marathon on the calendar after we get through this, so that people can know the calendar. It's very, very important that you know the first day of the year according to the Enoch and the Book of Jubilees, not just the Enoch, because people will try to play games and try to act like, oh, they go by the Enoch, but yet they still keeping the holy days with the Qadash Jews, with the slither of the moon, and doing all that nonsense. And it's really like a lunar Sabbath, and that's where they get the phrase lunatic from, governed by the moon. The werewolf and all that stuff is moon, satanic moon rituals. And so that's who the Qadash, that's their God, and what they the holy days they keep. But the children of Israel should not be governing their Sabbaths by the moon. Okay. I'm also going to put in here the blog spot, so you can look at the calendar, and and you can see how it lines up according to sevens. In this month, you can see it in September, so you can go to the link right there. So I got a lot of information for you. GoFundMe, please support the work, brothers and sisters. Please, when you come out here, it'd be nice if you got a place to go, to put your tents up, so that you can, just worry about storing food, and getting blankets and sheets and things for your bed, things like that. You don't want to have to worry about where you're going to go, and that's what it's going to be, brothers and sisters. So I'm here, and I'm willing and able to do the work. I've been storming up, but I can't store for other people. I don't have it like that. We're going to have to come together and do it that way. So I give all glory and praise. So, here's the calendar, the 7th month, 2 weeks. I think it's 2 weeks, maybe 1 week. Not this Shabbat. Next Shabbat. The following Shabbat is a double Sabbath. Prepare your households. Understand that our holy days are very important. The Most High said that we must worship Him. We must worship Him. So it's important that you know your holy days. It's important that you know the calendar and how the calendar works. We have double Shabbats, Saturday and the Sunday, just like on the Feast of Weeks. The Feast of Weeks is a dead giveaway on how the Most High set up the year-round calendar for us. We have double Sabbaths throughout our year, and you need to know that. And he did a wonderful job with the calendar, lining it up according to sevens. After each eclorary month, you see 31 on the Sabbath, or like we know, the last day of the Hebrew year ends on the Sabbath. It's the 31st. We got 4 times in a year that it lines up just like that. And after the eclereary Sabbath, you'll see 7, 14, 21, 28 on the Sabbath days on the calendar. And that's what you see here, right here on this calendar. On the Sabbath, you see 7. The second number is the Hebrew number. That's our day. The first number is the Gregorian, because we still gotta, deal with the Gregorian because you're working, so we can't just have a Hebrew calendar with our days. We gotta share the calendar until our kingdom comes. Right now, we're still operating in the Gentiles' kingdom, so you need to know the date of their calendar as well. But our Hebrew calendar is the second number, lines up according to 7. 7 is 14, 21, and 28. And this is how you know in Leviticus 23, when you hear, read in Leviticus 23 down at 15, I believe, it says the Feast of Tabernacles on the 15th day of the 7th month. You know the 15th day is a Sunday, because the 14th day is the Sabbath, because the way the calendar lines up according to 7s. 7, 14, 21, 28. So when you hear the 15th day, you know that that's a Sunday, because now you know how the calendar lines up. It's fixed. And every, 4 times a year, the calendar automatically lines itself back up according to 7s. And I hope that makes sense. I hope it's, clear. I'm able to articulate it a little better than I used to, now that I know. And so these are the things that you look for, the secrets of the times. That is what the Most High showed Moses. He showed it to Ezra. And most of the prophets, when they went to Mount Sinai, he gave this information to them. The secrets of the times. That secrets are the fact that the calendar lines up and it will correct itself every 3 months, and it does it 4 times in a year. And that's how you know your calendar is correct, and that's how you know the secrets. We have secrets, holy days. It's not just the Saturday Sabbath. We have double Sabbaths, Saturday Sabbath, and then the following Sunday will be a double Sabbath. Just like how the Feast of Weeks works. You count 14, you count 7 Sabbaths, and then on the 7th Sabbath, the next day, which is a Sunday, will be the Feast of Weeks, Pentecost. It's always on a Sunday. It's always a double Sabbath. So once you start to understand that and see how these things line up, you will then have the secrets of the times. You will then know the Most High's secrets. You will be privy to his information that he gave to our forefathers. Praise AHAYAH. So it's a blessing. Okay, so now I want to talk about that, so that I move that out the way. Now I want to just get into some news. I want to show you a couple of videos about how, when we know about Washington, they snuck the troops in. They got the National Guard in Washington, D.C. But also, what you didn't know is that by the Madrid fault line, because they're looking for some natural disaster, they're trying to act like it's natural. But they have troops down at the Madrid fault line. So not only is, I wanted to mention, there was a shooting in New York, in Brooklyn, yesterday or the day before yesterday. Now, Trump was already trying to decide whether he's going to bring troops to New York, troops to Chicago, and LA. So they're trying to put troops, army, all in major cities. So he's trying to act like, he's trying to decide. All of a sudden, all of a sudden there was a shooting in Brooklyn. These kind of situations are just coming up out of nowhere, giving him an excuse and a reason why he needs to put the army, because of, murder is up, crime is up, trying to clean up the cities. That's his excuse. So just watch out for this, brothers and sisters. You need to get up out of Babylon because this is what they're doing. They're playing games, and they need to do it. Why they need to do it? Because just like I showed you, the calendar is starting to line up. The calendar is lined up. Jacob's rule is coming. Yashaya is coming. He will be breaking this atmosphere soon. And so they have to come up against Judah. They gotta do what they have to do. The time is here, brothers and sisters. Please get out of Babylon. Pack your bags and get out. Jordan is the safe place. Don't be deceived. You don't have to wait for anyone to tell you to get out of harm's way. You don't want to be running around, going from city to city, knowing that it's nothing there in Babylon that's going to help you at all. There's no real reason to even be sitting there. There's no reason. There's no reason, brothers and sisters. And if you haven't gotten your passport and taken care of your information, that's what you should need to be doing. Get your passports and get out of Babylon. Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. Revelation 18, the Most High said, come out of her, my people. Get out, get out, get out. Jordan is the safe place. So I pray that you're preparing and you're getting yourself ready. Don't wait till the troops are surrounding. Don't wait till they don't, call in some, people. Someone says, Shalom, love, faith. Why is everyone going to Africa? Okay, I'll tell you why. Because now the people who used to say the flea doctrine, they used to laugh and talk about the flea doctrine. Now, all of a sudden, they know now they want to flee, but they're fleeing in the wrong direction. See, because first of all, they didn't believe you needed to flee. First, when we were 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when Elder Rawach came out with come out of her, my people, Revelation 18, come out. These same Hebrews who are leaving and fleeing to Africa, they were clowning Elder Rawach, calling him, the flea doctrine, a man fleeth when no one pursueth. They were saying all this stuff, smart stuff. Those same Israelites now, everybody's picking up and going to Africa. Why? Because they doing whatever they think instead of following the Holy Spirit. But a lot of these people are the ones who are calling on the YAH, God. So that God is not telling you where to go. That God is not telling you to even to flee. They seeing things are happening now, so they don't want to believe to come to the Middle East, and they don't want to say that Elder Rawach was right or half right, because he's talking about Saudi Arabia, so he's off on that. But they don't want to say that, so that's why everybody's going to Africa. That's why. They don't want to say that they don't want to agree with Elder Rawach because they was clowning him about flee Babylon. So these same brothers, all of them now, picking up and going to Africa. But a lot of people are coming back from Africa. They don't know what to do. They don't know where they're going. They're running around. But listen, Jordan is the safe place. And those people are probably, if they make it, they will be the ones coming across the Red Sea. They're going to have to walk through Africa, come to Egypt, and then walk across Egypt, dry shod, like the scriptures say. They will be the ones that fulfill that prophecy. Okay? But if you don't have to fulfill that prophecy, you can fulfill Isaiah 14, which says they will fly on the wings of the Philistines, which is modern day plains, and come into Jordan. You can do that too. You can do it the easy way, or you can do it the hard way. And most people, because they're hard-headed, they stiff-necked, they don't have the Holy Spirit. A lot of them don't believe in water baptism, so they don't really know where to go. They don't have they haven't been baptized in water, so they don't have the Holy Spirit. So they just fleeing, and that's why they all run into Africa. I mean, if you want to get the real deal, that's the whole premise of why all these people, it's the YH people. I need to leave. I did notice a lot of people don't stay in Africa, because there ain't nothing there. And the Africans ain't for us. They the ones who sold us out. It was a big thing to run you out of money, and that's what I'm saying. Even with Elder Ricard telling people to run city to city, and then you're supposed to be running all here. All people gonna do is run out of money. Who got money to be running here and there and there and there? And then you're gonna end up going back to Babylon when it don't work out. You understand? So, people. A lot of people, our people just don't know what to do. This is Jacob's trouble. So you got people running all over the place. But there's a scripture that says they'll come out. He's gonna bring them out, but they're not gonna make it into his holy land when it's time. Because a lot of them are calling on the wrong God. He's a jealous God. He's not playing none of that. And people don't really know the severity of the matter, with the Most High. He's still dealing with Israel. Israel is still being chastised. And so that's why a lot of us, may not make it in. Because, it's Jacob's trouble. It's our problem. And it's because of what our forefathers did. And there's really no real repentance amongst Israel. They're not even taking the time to find out the name of the Most High. They refuse to put down that YAH name. They refuse. Like you be arguing with people. I'm not, I refuse. I'm not going to argue with anybody anymore about that stuff. You do what you want to do, but just do it over there. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they're not staying in Africa because that's not the place, and, but you try to tell people like what to do and how to navigate to make this road a little easier for them. But the majority of the time, they don't want to listen. They got their own mind. They want to do it how they feel they need to do it. And, that's why we all over the place. And this thing just has to play out. It just has to play out. So, lately I've been trying to wake up even to those who are not awake yet. I mean, and those people who are not awake, they just think you crazy, talking about leaving America, because everybody is not waking up. But everybody do see that there is a problem. Something is going down. Them putting troops throughout the cities. The stores are closing. Their foods are not on the shelves. I mean, you got to be spiritually dead not to think, or your antennas should be, flaring at this point. Something ain't right. And it's supposed to be the greatest country of the world. Look how it's operating. Something is not right, and this is our problem. Jacob's trouble. They said like 300,000 black women have been laid off of work, fired. People are getting let go on their jobs. And the Most High, the scripture said, when they put you out your house, then you're going to know. He's going to know who is his. Because a lot of people are going to be running, taking that mark of the beast. When they implement that chip, a lot of people are going to be running to take that chip. And the Most High said, do not take it. And he said, come out of her, my people. I don't know what people are thinking. I don't know why people are still sitting in Babylon trying to act like, oh, it's okay. But these are the people who's going to be at the end acting like they have no other recourse but to take the chip. This is going to be their excuse. They're sitting in Babylon. They're not leaving. They think they're going to be running from city to city somewhere within Babylon. Like the National Guards and the troops ain't they're like they're there for nothing. And they think they're going to be running from city to city. It's madness. That's the strong delusion that the Most High spoke about in the scriptures. He said, every evil thing possible is happening in Babylon. Yes. Everyone is desensitized to evil. Yes. I'm here and my health has gone down being here. So, yeah. So why haven't you left is what I want to know. I mean, I know you worried and, but that's how you're getting sick, because you're worrying there. You see it falling is falling and you're worrying just because you can see. So you're going to worry, at least worry, be obedient to the Most High. And, he'll have to kick in because that's what he said. We got to figure it out, brothers and sisters. I've been putting up lately about, buying a land so we can have land to put the tents on People act like, oh, they don't hear it, they don't see me over here. Like, hey, over here, Jordan. People running to Africa. I mean, they just people are desensitized. They don't have the Holy Spirit ain't working in them because it's like no way you could be that like dull, like your senses can't be that dull. You can't, the Holy Spirit is a revealer. She reveals things, she leads you, she guides you. It's no way all these years I've been sitting here telling people, Jordan, 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 over here, and put up blogs, explaining to you with the scriptures, you know, the calendar, I done gave so much information about the land, and people still like playing dumb. It's just unbelievable. But I know they are desensitized because Babylon is every foul spirit and unclean and hateful bird is trapped in Babylon. So it's a lot of high level witchcraft and sorcery. People are under spells. It's a strong delusion. But at some point it has to kick in. The survival has to kick in. You know, I'm packing my stuff. There's so many people prophesying here that is going to get better. No, yeah, because you got agents working. You got agents working. You got infiltration going on. They have been waiting for this awakening to happen for this time. They are doing everything. The witchcraft they're using is heavy on our people. But there's no in the way in the world you could sit there and know that there's something's wrong. How can you? I don't care what somebody says about it's going to get better. And then you read in the scriptures. How they're lying because Babylon the Great is going to fall. That's what the scriptures say. It's Jeremiah 50, Jeremiah 51. The book of Daniel talks about it. The Revelation talks about it. I mean, there's a lot of scriptures talking about how Babylon is going to fall, how destruction is coming to America, how the kingdoms, So who could convince you that it's going to get better? Like, it's just we can't blame other people. We have to take responsibility. You know what I'm saying? Save thyself. Yes, that's what the scriptures say. It says every man must save his own soul. People are lying. You got people who are working for the other side, just like in 70 AD. Our books tell. Our books tell the story. There's nothing new under the sun. It already happened, y'all. And we are in the time of our salvation. You cannot sit in Babylon, in the land of our captivity, talking about, salvation. Like, it don't even make sense. So that's why he said it's a strong delusion. People are under delusion. They don't want to get up and leave. And so they'll come up with any kind of idea in their mind and they'll believe it. So that's what you got. And you got other people who scared to leave and they'll hear somebody say, oh, but not yet. Don't go yet. And they'll sit there just because they don't really want to leave. But there's a scripture about it. The Most High said, they love me with much talking. Everybody's talking about, oh, how they love the Most High. But you can see who loves the Most High and who don't. Because if you're sitting in Babylon, there's no way. And I don't mean to offend. I'm not here to offend anybody. But I have to be honest. Like, it shows. You're telling on yourself. If you are still sitting in Babylon with all this stuff going on, and you still sitting there, what are you waiting for? Who are you serving? It shows. So he said, they love me with much talking. Let me get that scripture, okay? So that people can see what the Most High prophesied about it. He said they love me with much talking. It's all talk. But ain't nobody doing what the Most High said do. He said, come out of my people. He said, but their hearts are far from me. Ain't nobody seeking the Most High. Right? Ain't nobody seeking him. Because there's no way. I don't care who. Hold on. Let me find it. I don't care what people say. He said they love me with much talking. That's the Most High said it. Um, he said, but their hearts are far from me. That means they're not with the Most High. They're not with Him. If you're sitting in Babylon giving excuses of why you're still there, okay. Talking about hearts are far from. Talking about running from city to city, and you got the National Guard, you know, setting up. Let me see, yeah. Matthew 15:8. It says, this people draw near to me with their mouths and honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. Because there's no way you can say that you with the Most High, you're doing the will of the Most High, and you're doing everything against Him right now. Because He said, come out of my people. He said that. You know, and people don't want to hear when you calling them to the carpet like that. Like it's clear. Now you see what these scriptures mean. People talking Most High, yeah, they know the Most High, yeah, the Most High got me, yeah, the Most High this, the Most High that. But they still sitting in Babylon. The wickedest place in earth. That place is wicked. Ain't no place more wicked than Babylon. So how can you be of the Most High and saying how you are righteous, chosen, daughter of Zion, brother of the Most High, and you sitting in the wickedest place on earth and have not left? It's almost 20 years for me. Almost 20 years. But I've been doing the same thing, and the same people sending me messages saying this and that, doing it. Ain't nobody moving. Talking about buying land now. No one will send donation. No one. They know they got to leave Babylon. Or maybe they just not leaving. I don't know what people want to do, He said they love me with much talking. Blah, 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 blah. But their hearts is not with Him. So that's why I could be on here year after year talking about the calendar, how the calendar lines up. There's a secret to this. According to sevens on the Sabbath, people still won't go into that lesson and get the right holy days and look at the patterns and figure out how to keep the holy days at the right day. They ain't doing it. Still acting like they don't have a clue. Unbelievable. Okay, so I don't bet you y'all in the head enough about that. Let me go to this video. Hold on. I got a few videos I want to show because it's getting real, y'all, and I don't know what y'all need to see, but I'm here. Hold on. If you want to talk about it, I'm here. Let me see which one. There's a few. I like this guy. He's talking about Trump deploying more troops. Hold on.
Guys, D7 checking in with you, and we got some developments here in terms of what's popping off at the southern border. We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting to see what they're going to do on day.
Oh, here. Okay, here. This is a couple of days, but he knows. Okay.
What's up, guys? D7 checking in with you, and we got some developments here in terms of what's popping off at the southern border. We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting to see what they're going to do. On day one, Trump said, we're under a national emergency. Everybody said, why? He cited the cartels and everything going on with the southern border as the reason. Since they've been mobilizing quietly and they've militarized 2/3 of our border. There's camps down there as well, camps that most of these illegals aren't even seeing because...
Let me stop right there. Let me just say this, because that's another thing. Now, he didn't said it. He said they're doing it quietly. They're moving. Hold on. They already had the troops at the southern border. They already had them. But now it's who needed to probably use that border. If you have any problems with your passport and this and that, that was the border, the go-to border that our brothers to get out now, which is now they locked it down. He's saying that they did it secretly at the Mexican. He's saying the southern, but it's Mexico. The borders, what I've been talking about for years as well. Get out before they lock them borders down. Now Trump back in office and it's locked down. And he's saying, so that's also in Mexico, there's troops already. He's saying they snuck them in there. There's a big, like 4,000 troops at the Mexican border. We got now, I don't know how many he put in Washington, D.C. Now we're going to play another video at the Madrid Fort line. So that's 3 places. Then he's talking about New York, California, and Chicago. Possibly. He's going to come up with some excuse of why he got to bring these troops. Now, there was a big shooting in New York. I'm just reiterating what I just talked about. Big shooting in New York at a club or something like that. So now, the violence, all of a sudden, violence is going to be, crazy. He's going to have his excuse of why he needs to bring the troops in. Brothers and sisters, get out, get out, get out. Don't wait till the last minute. It's happening right before your eyes. It's happening. You'll be trying to run from city to city with troops on your behind. Get out. Why go through that? Why? Why go through that? When you can just get on the plane right now and get to your destination. You ain't got to be running to Africa, coming across no desert, dry shod. That's the prophecy. The highway is people walking by foot. Why, brothers and sisters? Why put yourself through that? Okay, I'm going to play it again. Listen to what he's saying. He's giving you key words. They're secretly bringing the troops into the southern border. He's not even saying Mexico. He's saying southern. He won't even say Mexico. It's Mexico, brothers and sisters. They got the troops down in Mexico already. 4,000 new troops. Okay? And they just put some in Washington, D.C. So let's go. Let's try it again. Here we go.
What's up, guys? D7 checking in with you. And we got some developments here in terms of what's popping off at the southern border. We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting to see what they're going to do. On day one, Trump said, we're under a national emergency. Everybody said, why? He cited the cartels and everything going on with the southern border as the reason. Since they've been mobilizing quietly and they've militarized 2/3 of our border. There's camps down there as well. Camps that most of these illegals aren't even seeing because the illegals are getting shipped out straight to a destination. We have basically Jade Helm unfolding right in front of us right now with troops all over the place. All of pandemic, real lockdowns, and the biggest nightmare of your life will begin. All these guys going around rounding up illegals, they've been rounding up anyone that doesn't comply. Right? So now it looks like the next phase begins. They are saying that they're flying the Poseidons, that they're moving military, Marines, thousands down into the theater. They're calling this a theater now of the Caribbean and Latin America. So whenever they start using these terms, calling it not for war, they have sent ships, they have sent destroyers to position. It's about to go down. Get ready. this is going to change things. We will officially be at war. It will begin. And you'd be crazy to think that you're not going to see any blowback. We've already seen action down there at the border. Someone's lost their life in an attack and everything else, but people just are not paying attention. So as soon as they start to strike these cartels, there's going to be blowback. There's going to be hits in different areas. You watch, and it all begins. So to some of the things that they're using, drones are going to start to be used as weapons, just as you see in Ukraine. I'll attach an image of that. I'll leave some links so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Full scale here. But this begins. I would get ready because there's going to be blowback, and this changes everything. This puts America, literally our soil, on the front lines of a war, full scale, with the military everywhere, with drone strikes going down. So, heads up, man. It looks like it's the next level for sure here. I'm going to leave links. Join me on the live stream where I talk about this in greater detail. Going live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here. Hope to see you guys there.
Okay, so and I just wanted to show you. Now he's trying to act like, oh, it's a full scale war. I mean, he doesn't really know. Oh, he probably does know, but a full scale war on our soil. The war is against us, brothers and sisters. That Iran is going to strike America, but the war is for us. The troops is for us, for our people, for Israel. You see Jerusalem compassed with armies. Just like in 70 AD, they did the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun. Nero accused our people of starting fires, and they use that for reason to bring troops. So now Trump is saying, because now the crime level in the crime rate throughout America is at an all-time low, but he's still talking about, oh, cleaning up America. Now I know it's bad, and I'm not saying it doesn't need it, but this is the premise, and he doesn't have no real excuse to bring troops in. So I told you now, Madrid Fort Line. He's talking about the southern border, which is Mexico. 4,000 troops there, right? He just did it in Washington, D.C., and he's threatened for California, New York, and Chicago. And he has no real reason. So recently there was a shootout. People got killed at a club 2-3 days ago. So that's him using these kind of incidences that, to bring in troops, saying that the crime rate and, all these things. It don't take much, brothers and sisters. Esau is all set up. Get out, get out, get out. Get out, brothers and sisters. Don't wait to the last. I know I've been saying this for years, y'all, but Noah prophesied for, and as in the days of Noah, so will the coming of the Son of Man be. Same thing. People not listening, people don't believe, So let me go to the next show. Hold on. Praise AHAYAH, Yashaya. Thank you, Father, for the information. Thank you, Father. Praise AHAYAH. This guy, I'm just pay a little of him because he's kind of all over the place, but I just want y'all to hear him because this is Esau, y'all. They know what time it is. Hold on.
Your skies, for your home. It's on for your food. It's on for every part of your life. Your money. We'll talk about all that today. I have some quotes that you need to listen to from some global leaders that have an American impact. And now with Larry Fink over the World Economic Forum, those things are actually being instilled already here. We're going to discuss that. Also, we're going to talk about what Trump just did. Trump deployed troops. It wasn't just to Washington, D.C. It wasn't just to put them in the seas. There was a specific place he just deployed troops to. Actually, very much like this, and we're going to discuss what he just did. It actually made most of Americans' Democratic leaders, along with Latino countries, very upset. But to be honest with you, if you are a law-abiding American and have a family member that's had struggles, this is probably one of the most impactful things that we voted for. We'll talk about what Trump just did. And then we're going to talk about the grid again. These data centers are pulling so much energy. Texas did do something. They said that they would cut off certain parts of that grid if it became vulnerable. What we're seeing is the talks of all this grid vulnerability and the fact that no one's really doing anything about it. We keep talking about it, but not really doing anything about it. Because all of a sudden now there's a shortage of transformers. Well, we have the data centers. We have the weather putting more pressure on the grid. Now we have the transformers that actually help run the grid are in shortage. What does this mean for us and what should we be doing? Let's dive into all these stories and a few more today. Hey guys, welcome to our channel. Thank you so very much for being here today. We are humbled by you coming alongside, and hopefully something in our videos will help you say, you know what, I may need to do that. That is a common sense approach. Maybe we need to do that, be more wiser, have more sustainability. That's what we hope more than anything when it comes to these videos. So thank you so much for being here. Now let's jump into the stories of the day. First, let's talk about what Trump just did with the deployment of troops. Trump deployed 4,000 troops. And we're like, why? We don't want to get rid of our troops. We don't want them all over the world. This actually is a good thing. Listen to this. U.S. South Command deploying 4,000 troops to Latin America waters to counter narco-terror operations as they loom. I want you to listen to this. The U.S. MQ Reaper drones are also flying over the mission places in Mexico. Another headline, Mexico President draws red line, says U.S. kinetic war cannot happen and operations to hurt the drug cartels. Remember, they've been bought out by the drug cartels, but I digress. Let's keep on going. Hemispheric defense. This is what I like. Trump directs military for kinetic ops against the foreign drug cartels. He's actually doing exactly what we wanted. Another story says the Trump administration has deployed 3 U.S. naval-guided missile destroyers and attack submarines off the coast of Venezuela to combat the cartels. The U.S. military is serious, and these are the ones on our homeland. This is so much more important to me than the Middle Eastern junk that we're going through, than the European junk that we're going through, because this all deals with us. I bet everyone watching this video has been affected or knows someone that's been affected by some kind of trafficking or some kind of drugs. It's so sad to see what's happening in our cities. This is how we solve the problem. You stop. The fact that the president of Mexico and the fact that Democratic leaders are against this should make you question everything that
It's trying to spin it like as if it's about the drugs, it's about, the crime. Because they needed their, all of a sudden, and he's trying to like evade from the Epstein files. He's trying to get around that whole thing. But basically, it's all about Jacob's trouble. It's going to be our problem. Our problem. They're talking about it's military. They down to us in our cities. The Mexican border for brothers who don't have passports, who can't get a passport, who've been in prison, all these issues. That border, they would have been able to move down towards the border and get out. But that's why they have those troops lined up down there. And it's going to get real hectic, guys. So I pray that you guys are making moves. Get out, get out, get out. And because, we had a little time and we didn't want, but you have no time to prepare, no time to make sure things is right. You end up having to run out, with your shirts on your backs, Okay, so let me get another one. So now he's also talking about these people caught on really quick because they was trying to focus us on Washington. They done moved troops down to the southern border. 4,000. That's nothing what he put in Washington. He put only like 800 in Washington. He put 4,000 down. I'm talking about it's the drug cartel in Mexico all of a sudden. They want to secure that border so Judah can't get up out of here. I pray y'all making your way out. Okay, let me see. The next one is, let me remove this one. So all I wanted to just briefly let him speak on it because that's another one. Him and both of those brothers, both of those men are talking about the southern border, right? Let me see if I got another video. Here we go.
Just show that they escalated movements with the New Madrid fault zone. A lot of people not paying attention to this, but we told you a couple of days ago they had did on August.
So that's around Mississippi, y'all, and the fault line, like from southern Illinois, not northern though. It's at the southern, all the way down Mississippi, Arkansas. That's where the fault line is. Okay. And now he's talking about that, putting troops there. So now this is the third location of troops within this week. Last week. A spike.
August 6, 2025, their new test, but now they've came out with this. Kentucky Air Guard on the 13th of 2025 of August. They're talking about their response into this major earthquake system, which is the New Madrid fault. And they're telling us stuff that they've done, but just releasing this information right now. And we're finding new things about the New Madrid fault. But more interestingly, what they say here is very interesting. They go into saying that the go-to-war posture of the Department of Defense is now totally dependent on integration between active reserve components. He noted after they talk about a 7.7 earthquake, and this could affect or displace up to 700,000 people. Why are we talking about go-to-war postures in the middle of a New Madrid seismic zone situation here? I've also got maps for you so we can look at danger zones, and we found out something new happening to the crust in the Earth Advancing Sciences. They've come out, and this was a little bit earlier, but this still ties into what's happening right now. This the New Madrid seismic zone. And this map right here showing what's going on, the most vulnerable cities for earthquakes in 2025 is bigger than that because a associate professor of geology at University of California, Riverside, talked about the New Madrid fault. He specifically states this: Shelby County scores quite high due to the danger posed by the New Madrid seismic zone at the population of Memphis and probably lack of earthquake engineer infrastructure with other nearby areas making this list for same fault risk zone. I'm going to show you the simulation of what they have simulated on this. But first, I want to let you hear what the National Guard in Alabama said about the situation they're looking at.
We hope that the skills that we practice constantly never need to be utilized, but we are there and that as part of that contingency plan. We constantly exercise a variety of natural and man-made disasters. As I mentioned before, this is an earthquake. We've done floods, we've done hurricanes, and we practice those things as real as possible so that when the bell rings, we are able to respond and take care of the citizens of this country.
Training locations spanned across Georgia, including Savannah, Fort Stewart, and the Guardian Center in Perry.
All right, so that's what they're talking about in Alabama. Now, what we've been listening to and hearing now, it's not just this hot spot that scorched the Midwest, and there's these rare rocks and stuff like that going all across the zone you see right here. But we want to talk specifically about the Earth Scope data, which confirms the magma risk zones are states like Tennessee, Missouri, Kentucky, Arkansas, northern Mississippi, and southern Illinois. Now, the Real Foot Rift is right there next to this situation at the New Madrid Fault. Why is this important? Because they've mentioned this in the new data that's come out. And we can look right here. The I-55 is where Real Foot Lake will be transversing. Basically, that area would be stopped and blocked because there would be no way for you to get across that in the emergency situations that we're speaking of here. So the Real Foot Rift is also where the hot magma is at as well. We're going to show you that on map here in just a second. The zone that the shake goes into, we're about to show you right now. And we're going to give you all the information, what the military is talking about and everything else. So this is the epicenter, and this is how far the magnitude 7.7 in the New Madrid was spanned from. In the Real Foot Rift, actually where the magma is at, the 1811 or whenever it happened, 1800s situation caused a lake to actually even come to be. Now, there's been some unreported activity that we want to get to here in just a second, and it's happening in Miami. It's just recently happening. We're going to get back to all of this, but first, look at this clip in Miami. Unreported shaking happening. No USGS data for this.
Is this an earthquake in Miami? What's going on? Look at this.
So you can see people there in the comment section. They were all talking about they felt shaking too, and this is not being reported on USGS monitors and stuff like that. So we want to hear from people in the comment section as well. Just as all this is happening, and approximately about 143 people, which this zone now we have new updates about, which we're going to give you those new updates here in just a second. We want to talk about what the military is actually saying here. So we're going to play this clip in the background. This is when they were actually going there. And all the stuff they're releasing now, you got to understand that they've done most of this year already, but they're not giving us all the details 100% right out the gate, which tells me that maybe there's more we need to be watching for in these situations here. Now, what's being said here, I want to pull you into this. Let's read what the military is saying. Before flying to the employees received briefings, the Kentucky Air National Guard base in Louisville, and they got briefed about these situations, about contingency, disaster response, pararescue, ordnance, critical care, air transport, security forces, civil engineering. The employers boarded the flight to Western Kentucky, where they saw airmen from the 123rd Contingency Response Group respond to a simulated magnitude 8 earthquake in the New Madrid seismic zone, the most active seismic area in eastern United States. The zone covers parts of 5 states. The scenario called Grindstone tested the airman's ability to deploy a C-130 aircraft. And so The C-130 aircraft is what they're going to be using in the disaster situations. Now, the interesting thing, like I said, their posture was said to be a go to war posture. And let's read all this because people tune in on what I'm talking about. So this magnitude 7.7 here would displace more than 700,000 people from their homes and cause over 400 billion in property damage. Richie said the boss lift flight to Pakduka, however you say that, people will correct me, providing an outstanding opportunity to help educate the public on the guard and reserve due. The go-to-war posture of our Department of Defense is now totally dependent on the integration between the active reserve components, he noted. Again, very interesting that you want to talk about go-to-war postures in the middle of a earthquake drill. That sounds quite strange to me. What do you think here in the comment section? Here's another thing that's very strange. We're getting this shaking happening in Miami, apparently. People are saying it could be sinkholes, could be a lot of things. We haven't confirmed what it is. But in the same location, Elon Musk wants to build an underground tunnel project. And right where Tennessee is at, he wants this to happen. So the dangers of building this, though, during the New Madrid seismic zone, having all the situations going on, it just seems like, why would you want to build that there? And you want to have it there by 2026. So currently in Tennessee, they believe this is a good place to set this up. So what are they actually planning for here? Underground. And you can see actually they're going to show a car like going down a little bit. This is the governor here. He's talking about it. So they're showing the car. You're going to see here in just a few. It's like entering down the tunnel. So the question is, could there be escape routes that they're planning? And how much time would you have with these escape routes from these underground tunnels? And you can see right there that Elon Musk is planning to have in Tennessee. It just doesn't seem like a scenario that could play out very well if that's what they're thinking to do.
Let me stop for a second there. Now he's saying that the Madrid fault line, they're probably fracking and trying to create some kind of emergency. Because at the meeting with Donald Trump and Russia, on their meeting agenda was depopulation. So you can imagine that they're setting up for something. So now we got troops at the Madrid fault line, thousands of troops. We got thousands at the border in Mexico, 4,000 new troops there, and then he did Washington, D.C. So he's looking for a reason to do Chicago. He's looking for a reason to do L.A. and New York. And I just mentioned earlier that there was a big shooting in New York and Brooklyn, and crime is all of a sudden bubbling. So he needs an excuse of why he needs to call in the National Guard. But he's quietly already put troops at the Madrid fault line, thousands of troops, and at Mexico. So brothers and sisters, I pray y'all, they're doing this stuff quietly. They're not making a big to-do. He made a big stink about Washington, D.C., but he also moved 4,000 troops to He only did 800 in Washington, D.C., but he did 4,000 at the border in Mexico. So if the brothers need to get out, that will be really the only place to get out. So, but he ain't make no big stink about that. And now at the Madrid fault line, he got a whole bunch of, army activity going down there, prepping for some type of disaster. And that there's a hurricane going. There's a lot going on, brothers and sisters. I pray that you are getting prepared. This winter is going to be something, because I told you our calendar lines up for the last time on Passover in March. Middle of March, we have the Passover. On the 15th day, the Feast of Unleavened Bread. The Passover is on the 14th at even. On the Shabbat, the 15th day is on a Sunday. It's lined up, the Gregorian and the Hebrew calendar, for the last time. So it's bubbling, y'all. It's bubbling. Get out, get out, get out. Jordan is the safe place. Get out, brothers and sisters. I beg.
What do you think about that? Now let's move into the magma updates. Let's move into the seismic situation updates that a lot of us missed. And this speaks to the upwelling that EarthScope already confirmed. And we're speaking on these zones that are in the direct magma epicenter areas, which you see right here. It's in between Arkansas, Kentucky, Missouri. And this is where the rock and everything else, the hot mantle is billowing up. So we need to really listen here. Now, if you ain't a big reader where you're like, oh, I'm going now because you're reading, well, you need to listen to this, especially if you're in these zones. Transpressive stress through the New Madrid seismic zone with second order variations, evidence from focal mechanism inversion. So they went out there, they did another survey just this year, not hearing information on this. So it's exactly why we got to read into this ourselves. The new active Madrid seismic zone, I'm going to give you a model of what's going on, poses a hazard to people and infrastructure in the central United States. We use seismic waves produced by the NMSZ, which is New Madrid seismic zone. And while I'm talking about this, I'm going to give you a model of what's going on here basically over the course of time so I can say this in the background while you're actually looking at that. So here's what's going on in the new currents. United States, we use seismic waves produced by the MSZ earthquake to understand how faults of the seismic zone are moving and better understand the forces responsible for generating an earthquake. Our work indicates that reverse faults in which one side of the fault moves up and over the other side are occurring, as well as a strike slip fault. Now, I want to pull this up on screen right now because they're talking about the strike slip faults. They're talking about the reverse faults. And I just want to be able to see this really quick while we're speaking about this. This is what's happening in New Madrid. Let's talk about a little bit more of it. Both reverse motions and strike slip occur on all major fault segments, including that the fault system is more complex than previously thought. The real foot fault, previously interpreted as a major reverse fault, is cut by many strike slip faults. And I'm going to play a little bit more of the military clip when they were out there and they were doing their drill for people tuning in. Now let's read a little bit more. It is split into two planes at the intersection of the axial fault stress. The force applied to the rocks off the crust that drives faulting changes direction along the fault segments and is different than the stress orientation outside the New Madrid seismic zone. Stress direction in the New Madrid seismic zone appears to be affected intrusively rocks in the upper crust that were emplaced in past geologic episodes. So now we're seeing that this new situation in the New Madrid seismic zone is happening right under the real foot rift, where all of the magma flows and everything else is happening at. So if we're getting new activity and you're feeling new activity in these zones, and when you see this right here at the bottom, read this on screen. It says asthenosphere. So this is underneath the real foot rift. And what are we talking about asthenosphere? Subscribe right now for more information. I'm telling you, we're going to be getting a lot of information that's highly important that you want to know, because it's not going to be really talked about in a lot of other places. They're only looking at things that are trending, and I'm looking at stuff that is happening but not talked about. The asthenosphere is semi-molten, highly visible or viscous and ductile region of the Earth's upper mantle located beneath the lithosphere. It plays a crucial role in plate tectonics due to its ability to flow and deform. So yes, this is something under New Madrid. This is totally a little bit different than what they were actually thinking over time. And this tells us that we are going through these current shifts and updates, just like we was talking about. And why would they want to go underground is the big question during this situation in these segments. We're going to be looking into more of that. But here's the big thing that we pulled out of this whole
That's the end of that. We end it. Praise AHAYAH, Yashaya. I pray you hit the like button, brothers and sisters. Like, comment, subscribe. Help move this information so that our people can understand what's going on, because everything, they're not showing this kind of information I pray that you help donate. We want to get land in Jordan. So please, brothers and sisters, go to the GoFundMe, and whatever you have will be helpful, because brothers and sisters, we need a place. We definitely need a place so that when you come, you can put up a tent and get prepared, and you don't have to be worrying about rent and where you're gonna live and da 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 da. Da. If we start now getting things together like this, then we can make moves and be prepared. I don't. Our people are not thinking. The sister earlier said, "Why is everybody going to Africa?" Because this is what Israel does. They just do. They just do the opposite of everything. Everything is the opposite. It's like, if you suggest something, they do the opposite. It's like we cannot. You know, it's just the hardest thing for Israel to like come together. It will definitely be from pure calamity that people got to come together, because just not on the same page. People are fleeing to Africa. Ain't not one scripture telling nobody to flee to Africa. Not one scripture, y'all. But that's where a lot of Israel, and it's mainly the YAH people. And if you didn't hear me earlier, somebody asked me why is somebody going to Africa, and I gave the explanation. So you might want to rewind it back, so I don't keep repeating myself over and over. But that's what our people do. This is Israel. They just always doing the opposite. It's unbelievable. Okay, so I got a couple of more videos. I pray you coming out. I pray you get within the border. Jordan is the safe place. Don't spin your wheels running all over to Africa. Then you got to come back. A lot of them going there, and then they coming back. They go back to Babylon. Now you ain't got no more money. Now you stuck, you know? And that's the same thing. I just said it also about running from city to city. So I'm preparing to run from city to city with all these National Guards. They setting up shop for Israel. You ain't gonna even be able to run that far from city to city with the shirts on your back. It's almost ludicrous to even be talking and thinking like that. But the strong delusion that the Most High talks about, our people are under. People just talking, just saying whatever. Nobody's really using no real common sense. Talking about running from city to city where there's thousands of troops on American soil as they set up to surround the children of Israel in Babylon. And you got an elder who came out with the Josephus 70 AD story. He the one who brought that stuff out. He's not even telling you to get out, get out, get out. He's talking about running from city to city, knowing that they're going to surround America with troops. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay? And people just going for it. Hook, line, and sinker. They so nervous and scared, they willing to believe anything. People are so afraid. Because the scripture said the men will be holding their loins like women in travail. Even the men, they're afraid. And that's why there's so much focus on the women. Because they don't have nobody else to get. It's nervous energy. They just look at the women. Look at the women. The women. It's nervous energy. Focusing on women when there is so much manly stuff that they could be doing right now. I don't know. I don't get that. They just the women, because they nervous and they scared and they ain't got nothing else to do and talk about. That's what the Most High was talking about. They holding their loins like women in travail, talking about women. Look what they doing. Look, the women losing their jobs. Look. Unbelievable. Okay, let me get another one. Hold on. I was saying there's so much manly stuff that they could be doing right now. I don't remember what this video is. I'm scared to pull it up. I don't know what it is. Hold on. So
hello, how are y'all doing? Welcome in. I know it's late. I know I am late, you guys, so much. I was doing today. Welcome in. Hey, Simran, how are you? This hurricane, even though they say it's not hitting, the United States and it's turning back out, y'all, they still evacuate, mandatory evacuations in North Carolina. Y'all know I'm in North Carolina, but I'm in the mountains. I'm in the mountains. So, hey, how are you, Wonder Woman? How are you? Okay, so let's get into it. I got some video and I have the news article. Y'all know I like to give you the news article as well. Hey, Amy. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Sarah. Come on in, y'all. Please hit that like button. Help this video get out the as well. So they're saying that Raleigh, North Carolina, coastal communities are on high alert. Y'all, I saw houses just falling into the ocean. Just falling into the ocean. They're on high alert as Hurricane Erin is expected to impact North Carolina beaches. Mind you, the storm is not hitting North Carolina, but the remnants are. So I hope that people are prepared. I hope they had fuel in their car, because this line that I'm about to show you, it is long from earlier. The storm isn't forecast to directly hit the state, but there are still evacuation orders in place for some beach towns. They say we're going to see a flood inundation from coastal flooding along NC 12 from about Nags Head south for this storm. The forecast now is saying we could see waves 15 to 20 feet. And that's according to emergency management. They say that means crews across the state are hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. And that's what we all should be doing when we are preparing. We're hoping for the best, but just in case, we are prepared for the worst as much as we can. So from Raleigh, emergency management crews are working closely with public safety leaders, Hyde counties, and 2 areas they'll likely be impacted the most. They say what's needed to help them facilitate their evacuations. What are we looking for sheltering needs? The current risk is high, and that began today. So you need to make sure you're heeding those warnings and protecting yourself. This is not Raleigh. This is somewhere else that's playing in here. Eastern North Carolina is no stranger to hurricanes and tropical storms. Just because you've lived through one hurricane, that means you've lived through one hurricane. They're all unique. The hazards are unique. We need to be informed. Like with in any storm, you should be prepared. Have an emergency kit ready with water, any medications for your family, important documents. We'll make sure you have those in waterproof container. They don't say that, but you should have that in there. Non-perishable food and other items you may need. Stay tuned to your local alerts. And although this is North Carolina, this applies to all of us, no matter where you are, because you don't know what is going to happen. So we're going to go. Let's go over to Okay, so mandatory evacuations for parts of North Carolina Outer Banks because of Hurricane Erin for parts of Outer Bank of North Carolina.
For parts of the Outer Banks of North Carolina, mandatory evacuations are underway right now for parts of the Outer Banks of North Carolina because of Hurricane Erin. Expected to stay offshore. However, the major concern for the Outer Banks is flooding and dangerous surf. 15 to 20-foot waves are expected. Extensive beach erosion is likely, and parts of highways and roads like Highway 12 are expected to be impassable.
Where's the other one where the houses were going into the water? So yeah, y'all just get prepared as much as you can, because you don't know if it's going to be you, your neighbors, or whatever.
Shit. One more of those.
Hold on.
shit. Like, one more of those. She's done. She's done. She's going.
That's insane. There's a shore. Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico just beginning.
Northbound traffic.
The drenching rain from over the weekend as Aaron exploded into a monster Category 5 hurricane, lashing the Caribbean islands with heavy rain and wind. Now, right now, Aaron remains a strong Category 4. That latest update from the National Hurricane Center, the intermediate 8 a.m. advisory. It is still just to the east of the Bahamas, with Turks and
And it's been a long weekend for many people. Been tracking Aaron all weekend here on Fox Weather, and what a storm it has been. The first of the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season making its mark, Greta.
Yeah, and Aaron's impact soon to start to slam the Turks and Caicos later today. Tropical storm conditions anticipated, and this is after just wild winds whipped Puerto Rico and the DR this past weekend. So let's take a look at Aaron's current conditions, what we are expecting over the next several hours.
Even though Aaron won't make landfall in America, preps to evacuate our...
Puerto Rico is recovering this morning after Hurricane Aaron brushed by, dumping heavy rain on the island. The storm is bending away from the U.S., but it is likely to cause severe rip currents along the East Coast, so be careful with that.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
Winds in the east.
Within the hour, this house here in Nappy, North Carolina, just fell into the ocean, and you can see not a lot left of that house.
That's the house that fell in.
Right here, definitely prone to getting hit by waves. And this house, within the hour,
I don't know why they build houses out that far.
There ain't
They
a lot
don't
left.
build enough.
Other than that right there. Everything already been taken out to sea.
So, y'all, with that, get ready, stock up, get your goods together. You don't have to have a lot, but you do need to have something, because if the storm does come in, because it's like two more behind Aaron, and right now they don't know where they're going. So have your goods. Just have your goods. I've already gone over everything that you need to be having. If you don't know, check back on those videos. I want you guys to be safe. I want to be safe. I don't want something to hit here. I'm going to be stuck in the house all weekend. I'm supposed to be having my grandkids. I got to find something for us to do, but I think it's supposed to be raining. But anyway, y'all take care. I am so beat. Thank y'all for coming in. I hope that you hit that like button. Definitely share.
Praise AHAYAH, Yashaya. Hit the like button, brothers and sisters, and I thank you all. Shalom, AHAYAH. Ayash is in the building. Praise AHAYAH. So as you can see, we got natural disasters going on. We got troops being placed in different cities, and people will be going into FEMA camps and all kind of stuff that they are preparing. They're knocking this thing down little by little, brothers and sisters. So I pray you are preparing. I pray you are preparing. Get out of Babylon. I pray that you support the work. I pray that you help. We want to get land in Jordan. Whatever you can helps so that we can start being prepared when people come out. Ain't got no place to go, don't have no place to live, ain't got no money. It helps our people. So I pray that you all are thinking proactively and just not waiting to the last minute for stuff to happen, and then in a destitute situation. We need to prepare. We need to prepare. Get out of Babylon. Get out. Get to Jordan. Start to stack up and stock up, and sheep, goats. There's a lot to get. There's a lot that we're gonna need as a people. So I pray, especially the men of the Most High, sisters, we need to be praying for the brothers, that our brothers can get themselves together. You know what I'm saying? And stop waiting for other brothers to move in order to do something. We can see that this thing is, it's not looking good. So don't wait to the last minute. Come out. Let's try our best. Get under the right doctrines. Call on the right name. It's not about you saving your life, brothers and sisters. It's about us coming out to worship AHAYAH. He is the power that's calling us out of Babylon. Get the right holy days. Get the right name. Get under the Lord's statutes, commandments. Do what you need to do. Get the right doctrine so that you can present yourself to the Most High and you can get blessed. Our prayers can be answered. If we're not doing right, I don't care what we do. If we ain't right with Him, it's going to be a problem. So this is a movement all about worshiping the Most High. He wants to be praised. Just like in the time of Moses, they came out to have a feast unto the Most High in the wilderness for 3-day feast. 3-day journey to worship and feast to the Most High. That's why they came out. And the same time now, we are coming out to worship Him, to praise Him. He wants to be worshipped. He said, you must worship me. That's what He said. We must worship AHAYAH, His holy days. He gave us the calendar. He gave us His name. He's telling us what to do. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. And that's why, again, addressing why these people going to Africa. A lot of people don't have ears to hear. It's not for everybody. People are going in the wrong direction. They're doing the wrong things. You know what I'm saying? And some people got to be chastised and corrected. And He chastises and corrects who He loves. So, people got to go through stuff sometimes. It's okay, but hopefully they get on the right track. Okay? So we're going to be here in Jordan. Jordan is the place. We must get some land, brothers and sisters, so that at least at one place, initially, we have a place. Please go to the GoFundMe. Please help towards this. Please like, share, subscribe. I ask that you subscribe to my channels so I can get monetized. itojatravel and entertainment. I want to get monetized so I can really put into just getting the land. If I can do that, you have a few different YouTube channels. Please go and subscribe. Please keep subscribing. itojatravel and entertainment. Please go there and subscribe. Please do watch the videos. I'm putting up marathons so you can watch. I need to get the watch hours up so I can get monetized so that I can generate some money and I will buy the land. That's the plan. But I need your help. Either way, you got it. Please help. So if you have more than 1 or 2 YouTube channels, please go over and subscribe to these channels that I have so that I can get monetized and I can, I don't get a lot of traction, guys. I don't get a lot of views, as you can see. Some of my channels, like 8 views. I mean, like, my goodness. Some of these channels I had for a long time. I mean, I don't know. But I need your help, so please, because brothers and sisters, we need a way to be able to make it through what is coming. what is coming. We are not ready, and nor are we prepared. So please, we need to, start really thinking proactively. How can we make this work? I'm here. I'm able to do it here. I'm able to buy land. I'm able to purchase land. So, I pray that you, go to the GoFundMe and donate and help move towards it, so that we can, if I have extra tents, I can help people. But I can't help a lot of people on just what I make alone and just what I'm doing. We have to come together. We have to come together, brothers and sisters. Okay, so let me show you another video. I have another one that I wanted to show about just survival, preparation. Get out of Babylon.
You wake up to chaos. No power, no cell service, no grocery stores open. The unthinkable just happened, and you've got zero warning. Here's the harsh reality. Most Americans think they're prepared, but FEMA's data reveals a shocking truth. When disaster strikes, 90% of households run out of essentials within 72 hours. That's 3 days before you're in serious trouble. But here's what separates survivors from victims: having the right items in the right quantities, stored the right way. Welcome back. I'm your host, and today we're diving deep into FEMA's official emergency supply checklist. The 15 non-negotiable items that could mean the difference between riding out the storm and becoming another casualty statistic. Some of these will surprise you. Others might save your life tomorrow. We're covering everything from the obvious must-haves to the critical items hiding in plain sight that most people completely overlook. Ready to bulletproof your home? Let's jump in. And hey, if this saves your family someday, hit that subscribe button. Your future self will thank you. Point 15. Fire extinguisher. When a major disaster strikes, fire quickly becomes one of the most dangerous and unpredictable threats in your home. FEMA insists that every household should have fire extinguishers, not as a suggestion, but as a vital survival necessity. The aftermath of severe storms, quakes, or hurricanes can leave your wiring exposed, gas lines leaking, and open flames from candles or stoves ready to ignite anything they touch. Fires in this environment are not rare, and they can spread with shocking speed. According to the National Fire Protection Association, a simple kitchen fire can take over an entire room in just a few minutes, especially if you can't douse it before help arrives. The reality is, if you're waiting on firefighters during or after a major emergency, you might be waiting far too long. Emergency crews in rural areas average around 14 minutes before reaching the scene, far more time than it takes a fire to tear through a home. Even in cities, backup might not make it in 5 minutes if they're stretched thin by widespread destruction. That's why FEMA specifically urges the use of multi-purpose extinguishers with an ABC rating. These are designed to handle 3 main threats: ordinary combustibles like paper and wood, flammable liquids like gasoline, and fires involving electrical equipment. But just owning an extinguisher doesn't help if you don't know where to store it or how to use it. Keep one in high-risk areas, especially on each floor, in the kitchen and the garage. Practice using it. A quick run-through of the pass method: pull the pin, aim low, squeeze the handle, sweep side to side, can make all the difference in a real emergency. Don't skimp on this skill. Those 30 seconds might be all you get to prevent a disaster. Point 14. Extra cash. Having a stash of physical cash might feel outdated in our debit card world, but FEMA's guidelines treat it as an absolute staple for disaster readiness. When the grid goes down, like during Hurricanes Maria or Katrina, powerless ATMs and offline card readers render digital money useless. Reports from recent disasters show that families who kept cash on hand could buy gas, groceries, and medicine, while others were left empty-handed as thousands waited in endless lines at banks, hoping they'd open in time. FEMA recommends keeping enough cash at home to get your family through at least 2 weeks. The amount depends on your household size and living costs, but a few $100s in small bills, $1 to $5 and $10, is far better than a $100 bill the corner store can't break. When credit and debit systems are down, businesses revert to a cash-only policy. No amount of pleading will help if you can't pay on the spot, and even large retail chains have switched to cash-only operations in disaster zones. It's not just about how much cash you store, it's where you keep it. Don't leave your funds all in one spot. Hide small amounts in several secure places throughout your home, in case part of the house becomes inaccessible or compromised. And forget about rushing to the bank once the storm hits. Most branches either close or face overwhelming demand. Cash is the one currency that still works when everything else fails. Point 13. Sleeping bags and warm blankets. Staying warm in a disaster is about much more than comfort. It's about staying alive. Power outages from blizzards, hurricanes, or grid failures can make your home dangerously cold in hours. Hypothermia can happen faster than you think, and not just in Arctic conditions. Even indoor temps in the 50s paired with dampness can spell trouble, especially for children and the elderly. The tragic winter storm in Texas took more lives to cold exposure than to direct storm damage, showing how fragile we can be when the heat goes out. FEMA stresses having multiple layers of protection for every household member. Look for sleeping bags rated well below your area's record low temps. These retain warmth more reliably than standard blankets, especially if you're forced to shelter in a car, basement, or unheated room. For extra insurance, stash a few Mylar emergency blankets. They're super light, cheap, and reflect up to 90% of your body heat, making them perfect for wrapping inside or over your regular blankets. Preparation means you're ready for nights stuck anywhere, not just your bedroom, but your car or a temporary shelter. Make sure everyone in the house knows where to find these supplies. Insulation isn't a luxury in emergencies. It's the line between a cold, scary night and a potentially fatal collapse. When disaster hits and the temperature drops, your ability to stay warm will matter more than anything else in your kit. Point 12. Local maps. When chaos strikes and technology fails, a simple paper map becomes your most valuable navigation tool. FEMA doesn't just recommend local maps, they consider them essential survival equipment because digital navigation systems are far more fragile than people realize. In 2025, we've grown dangerously dependent on GPS and smartphone navigation, but disasters have a nasty habit of exposing the vulnerabilities in our high-tech world. Cell towers collapse under hurricane winds, earthquakes sever fiber optic cables, and widespread power outages can knock satellite communication systems offline for days or weeks. During California's massive wildfire evacuations, countless families found themselves driving blind through smoke-filled valleys because their phones had no signal and their GPS systems displayed nothing but blank screens. Many missed crucial evacuation routes that were literally one street over, simply because they had no backup navigation method. A comprehensive local map collection should include detailed street maps of your city, county-wide maps showing rural roads and alternate routes, and regional maps covering potential evacuation corridors extending at least 100 miles in every direction. FEMA specifically recommends marking critical locations before disaster strikes. Hospitals, emergency shelters, fuel stations, grocery stores, and multiple escape routes leading away from high-risk areas like flood zones or wildfire corridors. The real power of physical maps lies in their independence from external systems and their ability to provide strategic perspective. While GPS tells you one route, a map shows you dozens of possibilities. You can identify backroads that bypass major highways, spot elevation changes that affect flood risks, and plan multiple contingency routes depending on which areas become impassable. Keep waterproof markers and highlighters in your emergency kit so you can update routes in real time as conditions change and roads close. Invest in laminated or waterproof maps when possible, but even basic gas station maps stored in Ziploc bags provide infinitely more value than a dead smartphone. Maps transform you from a passive recipient of evacuation instructions into an active navigator capable of making informed decisions about your family's safety. Point 11. Cell phone with backup power. Your smartphone represents the most powerful survival tool in your pocket, but only if it stays powered when everything else fails. FEMA emphasizes backup power solutions because modern disasters can knock out electrical grids for days or weeks, turning your communication lifeline into an expensive paperweight. Beyond basic communication, your phone provides weather alerts, emergency broadcasts, GPS navigation when cellular towers function, banking access, flashlight capability, and even entertainment to maintain morale during extended isolation. However, the average smartphone battery dies within 12 hours under normal use, and during emergencies, your usage patterns spike dramatically as you check weather updates, coordinate with family members, and seek critical information. Building a comprehensive backup power system requires multiple redundant solutions. High-capacity power banks with at least 20,000 mAh capacity can provide 4 to 6 complete phone charges, but you need to keep them charged and accessible. Solar charging panels with minimum 25-watt output become essential for extended outages, allowing you to harvest energy even from partial sunlight or indirect daylight through windows. Car chargers provide another backup option if your vehicle remains functional and fuel supplies last. Cable management becomes surprisingly critical during chaotic situations. Keep charging cables in every emergency kit, your home kit, vehicle kit, workplace bag, and go bag. Nothing creates more frustration than having backup power, but no way to connect it to your device. Consider purchasing multiple cables because they break, get lost, or become damaged more easily than the power sources themselves. Maximize your phone's survival potential through strategic settings management. Enable low power mode immediately when grid power fails. Disable unnecessary background apps and automatic updates. Reduce screen brightness, and turn off Bluetooth and Wi-Fi when not actively needed. Download offline maps of your region before disasters strike, since cellular data becomes unreliable or impossible during widespread emergencies. Remember that during major disasters like Haiti's earthquake, people with functioning phones could coordinate rescue efforts, receive medical guidance, and maintain family connections that proved psychologically crucial for survival. Those without power found themselves completely isolated from vital information and support networks. Point 10. Manual Can Opener. The manual can opener might seem mundane, but FEMA includes it on their critical items list because it represents the crucial bridge between having emergency food supplies and actually being able to consume them. This simple tool becomes absolutely essential when you realize that most emergency food storage relies heavily on canned goods for their long shelf life and nutritional density. Electric can openers become completely worthless the moment power grids fail, which happens in virtually every major disaster scenario. Attempting to open cans with knives, rocks, or improvised tools creates serious injury risks at the worst possible time. During emergencies when medical facilities may be overwhelmed or inaccessible, even minor cuts can develop into serious infections that compromise your survival chances. Quality matters enormously when selecting manual can openers for emergency use. Flimsy models from discount stores often seize up, break, or leave dangerous jagged edges after minimal use. Invest in sturdy stainless steel models with smooth turning cranks and comfortable grips that can handle continuous use across multiple days. Military-style P-38 can openers offer ultra-compact backup options, though they require more effort and time to operate effectively. Strategic placement and redundancy prevent critical failures when you need this tool most. Keep your primary can opener stored directly with your canned food supplies, not buried in kitchen drawers where it might be forgotten or become inaccessible. Place secondary openers in your vehicle emergency kit and portable go bags, since you might need to access canned food while away from home. Consider the psychological impact of food accessibility during high-stress situations. When you're already dealing with power outages, potential evacuation, and family safety concerns, struggling to access your emergency food supplies adds unnecessary stress and wastes precious energy. Eliminates frustration and ensures that you're carefully manual can opener, your canned emergency food transforms from a survival asset into an inaccessible reminder of poor preparation. This inexpensive tool literally stands between your family and starvation during extended disasters. Point 9. Wrench and pliers. When disaster strikes your home, these two simple tools become your first line of defense against catastrophic secondary damage. FEMA doesn't classify wrenches and pliers as optional workshop equipment. They're essential emergency response tools that could prevent your house from becoming a smoking crater or flooded ruin in the critical minutes after a disaster hits. The most immediate threat following earthquakes, hurricanes, or severe storms involves compromised utility lines running into your home. Natural gas lines fracture under shifting foundations, water mains burst from ground movement, and electrical systems short-circuit from moisture infiltration. Without the ability to quickly shut off these utilities, you're facing exponentially worse destruction than the original disaster caused. FEMA's research shows that post-disaster house fires increase by up to 300% within the first 48 hours, with the from damaged gas that could have been prevented with one simple valve turn. An adjustable wrench handles most residential gas shutoff valves, which typically require a quarter turn counterclockwise to completely stop gas flow. However, corroded or stuck valves demand the superior gripping power that only quality pliers can provide. The combination gives you redundant capability to control your home's most dangerous utility systems under pressure. Strategic placement matters enormously during crisis situations when seconds count. FEMA recommends zip tying your gas shutoff wrench directly to your meter location, eliminating precious time spent hunting for tools while potentially deadly gas accumulates. Similarly, keep pliers near your main water shutoff valve, usually located where the service line enters your home. Beyond utility control, these tools serve critical secondary functions during extended emergencies. Multi-tools with integrated cutting edges help repair generator fuel lines, tighten tarp anchors over damaged windows, and perform dozens of other emergency repairs that keep your shelter functional. When professional repair services become unavailable for days or weeks, your ability to maintain basic home systems directly impacts your family's survival odds. Point 8. Sanitation supplies. The collapse of sanitation systems represents one of the most dangerous yet overlooked aspects of disaster survival. When water treatment plants fail and sewage systems back up, your home environment can transform from safe haven to disease incubator within 72 hours. FEMA's sanitation requirements aren't about comfort, they're about preventing the secondary health disasters that kill more people than the original catastrophe. Historical evidence supports this brutal reality. Following Haiti's devastating earthquake, cholera outbreaks killed thousands more people than the initial structural collapse because sanitation infrastructure disappeared overnight. Hurricane Florence's aftermath saw widespread norovirus infections sweep through evacuation centers where basic hygiene became impossible to maintain. The pattern repeats globally. When sanitation fails, disease spreads exponentially through displaced populations. FEMA's core sanitation supplies focus on waste management and personal hygiene when conventional systems disappear. Heavy-duty garbage bags become essential for improvised toilet systems. The basic setup involves a 5-gallon bucket lined with thick trash bags, sealed and removed after each use. This prevents waste accumulation that attracts disease-carrying insects and creates toxic air quality in confined spaces. Moist toilets serve multiple critical functions beyond basic cleaning. They provide effective hand sanitization when soap and running water become unavailable, enable full-body cleaning that prevents skin infections, and work as surface disinfectants for food preparation areas. Alcohol-based wipes offer superior antimicrobial protection, killing bacteria and viruses that cause gastroenteritis, respiratory infections, and skin diseases. Plastic ties serve crucial containment functions, sealing waste bags securely and creating airtight barriers that prevent odor and contamination spread. During Japan's 2011 tsunami, evacuation centers that maintained strict waste isolation protocols experienced significantly lower illness rates than facilities where sanitation broke down completely. The mathematics of disease transmission in disaster scenarios are sobering. Without proper sanitation, bacterial contamination doubles every few hours in warm, humid conditions. What starts as minor stomach discomfort can escalate to life-threatening dehydration when medical care becomes inaccessible. Point 7. Plastic sheeting and duct tape. These seemingly mundane household items represent your primary defense against invisible atmospheric threats that can prove more lethal than the disaster itself. FEMA's emphasis on plastic sheeting and duct tape stems from harsh lessons learned during chemical emergencies, toxic smoke events, and radiological incidents where the greatest danger comes from simply breathing contaminated air. The shelter-in-place concept requires creating an airtight sealed room within minutes when external air becomes poisonous. This isn't theoretical preparation, it's proven life-saving protocol used during actual emergencies. When a chlorine train derailment occurred in Graniteville, South Carolina, residents who successfully sealed their homes survived while those who attempted evacuation select an interior room with minimal windows and doors, preferably without exterior walls that might have hidden air leaks. Cover every air entry point, windows, doors, vents, electrical outlets, and pipe penetrations, using plastic sheeting cut to overlap significantly beyond the opening dimensions. Duct tape provides the crucial airtight seal, but application technique matters enormously. Industrial-grade plastic sheeting offers superior performance compared to lightweight painter's plastic. Minimum 4 mm thickness resists tearing during emergency installation, while transparent material allows you to monitor outside conditions without compromising your seal. Pre-cut sheets to match your chosen safe room dimensions, because measuring and cutting during a chemical emergency wastes critical time and increases exposure risk. Beyond atmospheric protection, plastic sheeting serves vital secondary functions during extended disasters. Large sheets can patch roof damage, preventing water infiltration that destroys stored supplies and creates mold growth. They provide emergency window covering when glass breaks, maintaining interior temperature control and security. Multiple layers create effective insulation barriers when heating systems fail. Duct tape's versatility extends far beyond sealing applications. Its waterproof adhesive bonds to virtually any surface, making emergency repairs possible on everything from torn tarps to cracked water containers. The strong backing material can reinforce damaged gear, secure loose structural elements, and even provide temporary medical applications like splint reinforcement. During extended emergencies when supply chains collapse, these common materials become irreplaceable resources for maintaining habitability and safety in your home environment. Point 6. Dust masks and N95 respirators. When disaster strikes, the air you breathe can quickly transform from life-sustaining oxygen into a toxic cocktail that threatens your survival. FEMA doesn't just suggest respiratory protection, they classify it as essential equipment because contaminated air kills faster and more silently than most other disaster-related hazards. The aftermath of any major catastrophe creates airborne dangers that most people never consider until they're gasping for clean breath. Wildfire smoke contains microscopic particles that penetrate deep into lung tissue, causing immediate respiratory distress and long-term damage. Building collapses release clouds of concrete dust, asbestos fibers, and chemical residues that can scar lung tissue permanently. Flooding creates perfect conditions for mold spores that multiply exponentially, triggering severe allergic reactions and respiratory infections. Even seemingly clean post-disaster air often carries elevated levels of dust, debris, and potentially dangerous microorganisms. Standard comfort masks and surgical masks provide minimal protection during these scenarios. Comfort masks only capture large particles, allowing dangerous microscopic contaminants to pass through easily. Surgical masks are designed to prevent outward transmission of germs rather than filtering incoming air, and they leak significantly around the edges. 9.5 respirators represent the gold standard for disaster preparedness because they filter at least 95% of airborne particles down to 0.3 microns, small enough to block most smoke particles, dust, and many biological contaminants. The health consequences of breathing contaminated air extend far beyond immediate discomfort. During California's devastating 2020 wildfire season, emergency room visits for respiratory complications more than doubled in affected regions. Many victims developed chronic breathing problems, weakened immune systems, and increased susceptibility to respiratory infections months after initial exposure. Children and elderly family members face even greater risks because their respiratory systems are more vulnerable to airborne toxins. Storage and accessibility matter critically for respiratory protection. Keep multiple N95 masks for each family member, sealed in clean plastic bags to prevent contamination. Replace masks regularly, since rubber straps deteriorate over time and filtration efficiency decreases with age. When disaster strikes and air quality becomes hazardous, having proper respiratory protection means the difference between maintaining your health and requiring emergency medical treatment when hospitals are overwhelmed. Point 5. Emergency whistle. An emergency whistle might appear insignificant compared to high-tech survival gadgets, but FEMA includes it on their critical items list because it represents one of the most reliable and effective rescue tools available. When you're trapped, injured, or separated from help, this simple device can mean the difference between rapid rescue and prolonged suffering and isolation. Human voices have severe limitations during emergency situations. Shouting exhausts your energy quickly, strains your throat, and often fails to carry over background noise like storm winds, heavy rain, or urban chaos. Your voice also weakens with dehydration, stress, and fatigue, exactly the conditions you'll face during disasters. Sound waves from whistles behave differently than vocal calls, producing sharper, more penetrating tones that travel much greater distances and cut through ambient noise more effectively. During Hurricane Katrina, countless survivors found themselves trapped in attics, on rooftops, or in collapsed structures where conventional calling for help proved futile. Those equipped with whistles were consistently rescued faster because the distinct piercing sound could be heard over helicopter rotors, heavy machinery, and storm damage. Search and rescue teams are specifically trained to recognize whistle signals and can often locate victims from over a quarter-mile away in open terrain. FEMA recommends P-less whistle designs because they contain no moving parts that can jam with moisture, debris, or freezing temperatures. Look for models producing at least 100 decibels of sound output, loud enough to penetrate through building materials and compete with disaster-related noise. The universal SOS signal consists of 3 short blasts repeated at regular intervals, a pattern recognized globally by rescue personnel. Strategic placement ensures your whistle remains accessible when you need it most. Attach whistles to your emergency go bag, keychain, and even your belt during active disasters. If you become trapped or injured, conserve energy by signaling once per minute rather than continuously, but maintain consistency so rescuers can triangulate your location. Unlike electronic devices that fail when batteries die or circuits get damaged, a quality whistle will function reliably under the harshest conditions and could literally save your life when all other communication methods fail. Point 4. Comprehensive first aid kit. A well-equipped first aid kit transforms from a helpful household item into an essential survival tool when disasters overwhelm medical infrastructure and professional help becomes unavailable. FEMA emphasizes comprehensive medical supplies because injuries that seem minor under normal circumstances can quickly escalate into life-threatening complications when hospitals are unreachable or operating beyond capacity. Disasters create perfect conditions for medical emergencies through multiple pathways. Debris causes cuts and puncture wounds, structural damage leads to falls and crushing injuries, broken glass creates lacerations, and hazardous materials cause burns and chemical exposure. Even more dangerous, post-disaster environments harbor increased infection risks through contaminated water, unsanitary conditions, and compromised immune systems weakened by stress and inadequate nutrition. Essential first aid supplies must address immediate trauma care and ongoing health maintenance. Stock adhesive bandages in multiple sizes, sterile gauze pads, medical tape, antiseptic wipes, antibiotic ointment, tweezers for splinter removal, scissors, disposable gloves, and both over-the-counter pain relievers and anti-inflammatory medications. However, FEMA recommends expanding beyond basic supplies to include burn gel for fire-related injuries, antihistamines for allergic reactions, anti-diarrheal medications for contaminated water exposure, and digital thermometers for monitoring potential infections. Prescription medication management becomes critically important for family members with chronic health conditions. Maintain at least a 30-day emergency supply of essential medications because pharmacies may remain closed for weeks and prescription refills become impossible. Work with your doctor in advance to obtain emergency supplies and ensure proper storage conditions to maintain medication effectiveness. The most sophisticated first aid kit provides no value without knowledge and training. Even basic first aid certification through organizations like the Red Cross equips you with skills to control bleeding, stabilize fractures, recognize signs of shock, and provide appropriate care until professional medical help arrives. During Hurricane Harvey's aftermath, many survivors suffered serious infections from floodwater-contaminated cuts that could have been prevented with proper wound cleaning and dressing techniques. Point 3. Emergency radio. When disaster severs your connection to news and updates, an emergency radio isn't just a convenience, it's a vital survival tool. FEMA stresses the importance of owning a battery-powered solar or hand-crank emergency radio because major disasters routinely knock out cell towers, internet access, and television signals, isolating you from critical evacuation orders and updates about fast-changing conditions. While your phone might be useless without power or reception, an emergency radio taps into the NOAA Weather Network, which is designed to keep broadcasting National Weather Service alerts and FEMA instructions even as infrastructure collapses elsewhere. These broadcasts often contain evacuation routes, details of nearby aid stations, and changes in local hazard conditions, information you can't afford to miss. The lessons of Hurricane Sandy echo this clearly. Whole neighborhoods went without aid simply because they missed radio broadcasts announcing where to find help. Choosing a model with multiple power sources is key. Look for radios that offer hand crank, solar charging, and USB power, ensuring you're not left in the dark if one method fails. Some models even pull double duty with built-in flashlights, emergency sirens, and USB ports that can briefly charge a dead phone for a last-ditch call or text. The real power of an emergency radio? You're informed, giving you the edge to make smart, timely decisions before, during, and after disaster strikes. Point 2. Non-perishable food. FEMA's guidelines on emergency food are clear. Don't wait until store shelves are empty. Disruptions can transform a full grocery aisle into a bare wasteland overnight, making your own food stockpile a must. The absolute minimum, according to FEMA, is a 3-day supply of ready-to-eat, non-perishable food for every person in your household, though relying solely on that bare minimum is a risky bet. Real crises often last longer than 3 days, with some families stranded for a week or more after hurricanes and winter storms. The right emergency food isn't just about calories, it's about practicality. Canned tuna, beans, ready-to-eat soups, peanut butter, and protein bars are popular for a reason. They're filling, require no refrigeration, and often no cooking. Freeze-dried meals and high-quality MREs, meals ready to eat, are also great options, especially since some can last 20 years or more if stored properly. Don't forget the needs of infants, elderly family members, or anyone with food allergies. Set aside specialty items to keep everyone safe and comfortable. Rotate your stock at least once a year to avoid spoilage, and clearly mark dates with a permanent marker so you're never caught off guard by expired goods. Include disposable utensils and manual can openers in your kit so nothing stands between you and your next meal. The bottom line, a well-planned food supply ensures you can weather any storm, literally and figuratively, without risking your health or sanity. Point 1. Water. No emergency supply is more critical than water, which tops FEMA's survival checklist for good reason. Human beings can go days without food, but only a handful of days without water. The agency recommends storing at least 1 gallon per person per day, for a minimum of 3 days. Though again, more is always better, especially in hot climates or active households. Water shortages arrive fast and hit hard during disasters. Pipes can freeze or burst, contaminants can infiltrate municipal water supplies, and stores may close or sell out in hours. That's why your water should be stored in clean, food-safe containers and kept away from heat and light to prevent algae and bacteria growth. Commercially bottled water lasts about a year. If filling your own containers, swap out the water every 6 months. A robust emergency plan also includes water purification tablets or portable filters, which can make questionable water sources, like rain barrels or streams, safe to drink. Boiling water is the gold standard for purification, but that depends on having both heat and clean cookware, so be prepared with alternatives. Don't forget, water isn't just for drinking. You'll need it for basic sanitation, food prep, and pets. In some cases, your home's hot water heater can be tapped as an emergency source, and knowing how to safely access that water beforehand is a smart move. Ultimately, your water supply is what stands between you and dehydration, illness, or worse, in a crisis. Adequate storage and purification means you'll have one less thing to worry about in the chaos of an emergency, putting you a critical step ahead when everything else is uncertain.
I told you travel. You know we're in the last days, coming to the final phase. AHAYAH's gonna show his face to his people. You know it's time to go. You feel it in your soul. The Holy Spirit tells you so. Get ready. Go east. AHAYAH prepare to play. I told you travel. Go east to plead with you face to face. I told you travel. Go east. There is a safe place. I told you travel. Go east. For those who have an ear, let them hear. Go east. I told you travel. Visit us at itojatravel.com. You know we're in the last days, coming to the final phase. AHAYAH's gonna show his face to his people. You know it's time to go. You feel it in your soul. The Holy Spirit tells you so. Get ready. Go east. AHAYAH prepare to play. I told you travel. Go east to plead with you face to face. I told you travel. Go east. There is a safe place. I told you travel. Go east. For those who have an ear, let them hear. Go east. I told you travel. Visit us at itojatravel.com.
Qadash, Rawach. Praise AHAYAH, brothers and sisters. I pray, this information was, good for you, that, keeps your wheels turning and you're ready to get into preparation mode, giving you things to think about, food for thought. In case of emergency, what will you do? It's best to get up out of Babylon. You don't want to get stuck on that side of the world. When things hit the fan, you want to be as close to the east as possible. Jordan is the safe place. Get within the borders. AHAYAH said that he will protect those found within his borders. So I'm praying you making your way out of Babylon, and that you're preparing. I pray that you help with the GoFundMe, with getting land. If you know that you're coming out of Babylon and you know that you got to leave, then please, please, please help towards getting land so that our people will have a place so that we can get ourselves together and not worry about what we're going to do, how we're going to make it, how we're going to, preparation is the key. And, running around from here to here and here during an emergency or while things are going on, this is not what you want to be doing. You do not want to be putting yourself in a situation where you're running while, in a disastrous situation. So I pray, brothers, and sisters, that you're thinking wisely, got the Holy Spirit enough leading you and guiding you so that make the right decisions and the right choices. I'm praying for you all, and please pray for me as well as we, start to prepare, get more food, more water, and more importantly, the land, so that you have a place to lay your head when you come. You know. Okay, so remember our holy days are coming. It's important that we must all know that we are here at this time. The Most High is summoning us to get under His laws, His statutes, His commandments. That's what this is. He's calling the children of Israel back. And by Him calling us back, it means that we're getting back under the law. So you must know the things pertaining to His law, keeping His holy days, feasting unto Him on the right days. Read Leviticus 23 and how important it is for Him. It's very important. The Most High commands us to keep His commandments. So knowing His holy days, when to feast unto Him, is the most important thing outside of Christ. Us getting in line with Christ and, knowing Christ, getting baptized and, preparing for the coming of Yashaya and getting our houses in order, getting your temples right. That's why I'm getting wilderness ready. I want to be in, good shape, tip-top shape, mind, body, and spirit. Spiritually, get yourselves together. Get under the right information, the right doctrine, If you're dealing with all kind of issues and, back and forth stuff, you need time to get yourself together so that you can be a help. We supposed to be able to try to help one another. And, in order for you to help anyone, you have to have yourself somewhat together. You got to get yourselves together so that you can help other people. It's not all about people helping you all the time. It's about you being a help. And each one of us is part of this body, and we all have work to do. So I pray you are in that type of mode and not just thinking about, just you and your family, but others who are coming too. So I will leave you. I'm going to play the videos for the calendars. Learning how to find the first day of the year, learning how to set up your own calendars so that you know these holy days like the back of your hand. That is the key to keeping the commandments. Knowing when to serve AHAYAH. The Saturday Sabbath, along with the other holy days. We have double Sabbaths all through September. We got the Feast of Trumpets. It's a double Sabbath. Saturday, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown, and Saturday sundown to Sunday sundown. We have double Shabbats. Then we have the Day of Atonement. That happens to be on a Tuesday. Okay? So know your calendar. You should know this. And then we have the Feast of Tabernacles. That's 4 Sabbaths during the Feast of Tabernacles. We got the regular Saturday Sabbath, and the 15th day on the 7th month will always be on a Sunday. And the 8th day of the 7th month, when you read Leviticus 23, it says the first day is a holy convocation, and the 8th day, not the 7th. The 7th will always be the Saturday. The 8th day will always be a Sunday. So it's double Sabbaths. We got 4 double Sabbaths back to back. High holy month with a lot of Shabbats. Get your house in order so you can worship the Most High. So start now, getting yourselves together. We all have to do it. We all have to prep and get prepared. So start now. We got high holy days. I give you all glory and praise to AHAYAH. He said we must worship Him. Come out of her, my people, so that we can have a feast to the Most High AHAYAH in the wilderness. Okay? This is why we're coming out of Babylon. Learn the commandments. Learn His holy days. Learn the Lord's statutes and commandments. Get yourselves together. mind, body, and spirit. Don't be running out at the last minute so that you all discombobulated. You don't know what happened. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. We read all of reading this Bible and we know what's coming. Prepare, prepare, prepare. Not buying food in Babylon, sitting and waiting for destruction. Get out of Babylon. Get out, get out, get out. Jordan is the safe place. So I love you, brothers and sisters, and I pray, get to see you soon. Break bread in the wilderness. Okay, I'm going to say shalom, and I'm going to put on the secrets of the times. Learn the calendar. Please like, share, subscribe, comment. If you need any information, you can send me an email. I told you, travel@yahoo.com is my email. If you want to send an email, let me put that in there. I told you, travel@yahoo.com. Send me an email. Okay. I put it in cash, sorry. Okay. And get your pencils and pens. Write down these scriptures for these, and learn how to put your own calendar together. Okay, so that you won't have to rely on no one. Learn the secrets of the times. Get the book of Jubilees and the book of Enoch, so that you can know how to find the first day of the year and also how to put your calendar together. Love you, brothers and sisters. Travel safe. I pray you're getting out. Don't wait till the last minute. Shalom. Let me add this video. Hold on. Yes, yes, yes. We are coming into Jacob's trouble, brothers and sisters. Get prepared. Get prepared. Get your pens and paper. Shalom, Sister Michelle. How are you? I'm getting ready to leave, but bless you, sis. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining. I'm out. Shalom. Love you. Hold on. Shalom. Praise AHAYAH, Bahasham Yashaya. Shalom. And bless you all. Sister Kana here. First and foremost, I have to give all glory and praise to AHAYAH, Asher AHAYAH, Bahasham Yashaya, Wa Qadash, Rawach. I bless you all are having or had a blessed week. Welcome to Nappy here Chronicles, where we chronicleize the awakening of the Nappy ear people, of the children of Israel. I didn't put Nappy Head Chronicles in the title because I really wanted to, as promised, I said I'm going to use this opportunity to bring information about the calendar. Now, guys, I said I was going to start doing it on Tuesdays. I think I'm going to do it on a Tuesday night or maybe even Wednesday. I'm not sure. But it's, after we going into it and seeing it's going to be a process, guys. We're getting close. We're getting so close. And I have to, start to bring this out because in 2024, we have a lot of holy days. It starts to line up the Gregorian calendar and the Hebrew calendar. Like you see in the background of this, the numbers will line up, together, right? Now, I've been doing the calendar for years. I started the calendar. The first thing I started making calendars as soon as I came out 2009. I've never seen how ever how the calendar lines up the way it's lining up now. And I liken it to the Most High said in when Rebecca, our foremother, was pregnant, in her womb, the twins were fighting in her womb, Jacob and Esau came out first, and Jacob held on to his heel. So, which means that right after Esau's reign, Jacob will follow. And it shows in this calendar. Now, praise AHAYAH Yashaya. Y'all know the story, with me, with this calendar. I've been, the Most High put it on my spirit for years to speak to the children of Israel regarding his holy days and his feast days, his calendars, his new moon, his new months. So this is just me doing what I am told to do. And now we are at the very end of this, brothers and sisters. And the Most High has revealed to me how to give it to you. So I just want to let you guys know that this is one of the most important videos I could really ever make, that I'm going to take the time and show you how to do the calendars. And brothers and sisters, it's very important that you know how to create your own calendars, that how it works and everything, because this is the secret of AHAYAH. This is the gem of AHAYAH. Everything is based around his Sabbaths and his holy days and us keeping the commandments. So if you don't know anything else, brothers and sisters, if you have never really listened to any one of my videos, this is the video you need to pay attention to. Now I'm going to tell you why. Okay, y'all know the whole, and I'll try to touch on it a little as I can about me coming out of Babylon, and the Most High sent me to a church, and this church kept the holy days. It was in California, and it kept the holy days according to the Bible. Now, guys, I was a Christian. I didn't know nothing about being a Hebrew. I was living in California. I thought I was running after my music career, going to the Grammys, and the Most High started to wake me up. Sent me to this church, a Sabbath-keeping church, because I had learned that, hey, the Sabbath, we're supposed to keep the Sabbath. Sent me to a church, and this church were keeping the holy days according to the Bible. They knew to keep in September, to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. They knew about the Feast of Trumpets and the Feast of the Day of Atonement. And when I walked into the church, it was getting ready to go into September, and they were about to go into their feast. And this is how I found out about him giving me an inkling about his holy days. I knew nothing. I was coming out of the Christian church. I used to go to church on Sunday, all while I was in California, until the Most High started waking me up. So he showed me his holy days. Now, this church was keeping the holy days at the correct time. I didn't know it then, but now I know, as I studied the calendar over these years, this church was keeping the holy days at the correct time. And the Most High sent me there to get the understanding. Okay, so fast forward, y'all know all the drama I went to once I spoke about it to Elder Ricard. The Most High pointed me to Elder Ricard. Now, at the time, I didn't know that this is the church that he wanted me to pay attention to, which is the Gathering of Christ Church. But there was a whole lot of drama that was going to, end up happening once I started asking questions about these holy days. And y'all know the outcome. It hasn't changed. It hasn't stopped. It's still nothing but drama. And it will continue until Christ comes, because this is what they did not want us to understand, the secrets of the times. Now, actually, Elder Ricard came out with a video, and guys, y'all have to watch the video in order to get the understanding about the holy days and how to keep the correct time. Elder Ricard eloquently broke it down in the video he has out called The Secrets of the Times. I will try to remember to put the link in this chat. So guys, y'all know it's a long video, so I won't play it here. because it's very long. But you really need to take the time and study that video so that you can know the process of how to come to the first day of the year. Because I'm not going to go into that on this video because it's a lot of information. And since Elder Vikas eloquently broke it down, explained it, you know, I don't have to. Just, you know, you need to watch that video. Which brings me to this, brothers and sisters. There's a lot going on. I mean, with all the misinformation, the disinformation, all the Israelites are on a different time frame. They keep the holy days all at different times. Nobody is keeping the holy days, you know, the same time. I mean, a lot of them are, like those people who call on the YAH name. They are following the Jewish people, the synagogue of Satan, the Most High spoke about in Revelation 3 and 9 and 2 and 9. So they keeping those holy days along with the Jewish. So that's confusion because that's not worshiping to AHAYAH, the creator who made the heaven and earth. Okay, that's their God and that's who they worship. So there's a lot of our Hebrew brothers and sisters who have followed that path. Now, this information that I'm about to bring out to you and show you how to keep the calendar. Once y'all get this and you study it, you're going to know without a shadow of a doubt that this is the true calendar. This is the only way we are to worship AHAYAH and the Most High. This is it. The Most High is a mathematical genius. This is a secret that has been revealed. Now, I definitely have to, you know, give honors to Brother Elder Bakar because he's the one who brought out the secrets of the times and how to find the first day of the year. That was very key. And I was looking and looking and looking. I couldn't figure it out. The Most High didn't give it to me. He was trying to show me, but he didn't give it to me where I could have ever explained it like Elder Ricard did. But what I'm about to show you is how to put the calendar together. And I'm going to show you the secret of how it works. Now, this information, brothers and sisters, this is it. Because this gives you the key to worshiping the Most High, the God of Israel, the power of the Israelites. This information, nobody can't say nothing. And every knee will bow and every tongue will confess it. Because the way the Most High brought this out and how he's given it to us, you'll know without a shadow of a doubt that everybody is keeping it wrong. And listen, you know, I'm not saying this like to toot my own horn or saying this. I say this because I give all honor and glory to AHAYAH. He is the power that revealing his calendar to the children of Israel. And he revealed it through a woman. And I'm just so thankful. Now, Elder Bakar, he did give a piece of it. And he gave a very important piece of it by letting us get the first day of the year. Finding the first day of the year was a very key component. But now I'm going to show you how and break it down to you how his calendar works. And you will know without a shadow of a doubt that every Israelite, that if they're not keeping this particular calendar, they are off. And anybody who tells you that, oh, we keep it according to the Enoch, but they don't have this system set up that the Most High gave, they are off. And we are to hold them accountable for giving you the wrong information. We are at the end times, brothers and sisters, and AHAYAH is revealing his truth. And he said, you must worship him. You must worship him. And this is going to show you how to worship him, brothers and sisters. So it's a lot of information. This is a series of information. And this is just going to be the first video. And I decided to bring it out on the Nappy Chronicles. But after this, I will probably do it on a Tuesday, another random night, so that it won't interfere with the Nappy Chronicles. But I really needed to make this first video to make it clear to brothers and sisters, all Hebrew Israelites, brothers and sisters, have to get this information, especially those who are planning to come into the wilderness to worship the Most High. Because the Most High he's revealing his information. Just like Elder Bakar has brought out the name of the Most High, the Elder Bakar brought that information out because we are at the end times and we must know and learn the power who we are coming to the wilderness to serve. It's not Yah. It's not Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Elohim, Jah, Jesus. None of that is going to stand in this wilderness. The Most High is revealing this information so that the children of Israel will know exactly who to come out and who to serve and how to serve him. Okay? And I just have to reiterate this. And I know that this type of thing becomes a stumbling block to our brothers because I'm a woman. A lot of brothers have issues with receiving information from a woman. But the only thing I can tell our brothers that just like in the beginning days with Adam and Eve, and everybody's so quick to say that Eve, brought us into sin. The Most High now is using a woman to, we can be redeemed too as women. So just like he's redeeming the men, he's waking the men up, he's also using the daughters of Zion as well. And he's redeeming us back to him as well. Praise AHAYAH, Bahasham Yashaya. I'm so thankful for this information. I'm so thankful for this truth. And I'm thankful to be able to come before you, brothers and sisters, and give you this information. Because it's thus saith AHAYAH. We must worship him. He is calling the children of Israel out of Babylon. And he is the one who will deliver us in the time. And he's sending his son, Yashaya, at the end of this. So I'm thankful. So I wanted to first bring out a scripture, and let me just bring this out really quickly. And then I have a video I want to show you, because I'm not here to be taking anything away from my brothers. I love the men of the Most High. And it was Elder Bakar who eloquently brought out this information. And so there seems to be a lot of issues with pride, with jealousy among the men. A lot of men are calling on other names. They refuse to put down these other, Yah. They refuse to put down these names, knowing that it came from the synagogue of Satan, knowing that these Jewish people brought them that information, knowing in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9, the Most High said, do not follow them. They are the synagogue of Satan. So why would you call on and worship their God? They gave you that name. They gave you the calendar which you keep in and celebrating them holy days. You're not worshiping the power of Israel. And I have to be frank and come straight out and just be upfront with Israel. Because when you beat around the bush with Israel, they always want to find ways to wiggle out of stuff. Thus saith AHAYAH. We must worship him, the power of Israel. He gave his name back, and now he's giving his calendar back. Now, over these years, brothers and sisters, I've been giving y'all tidbits and bits and information as the Most High was revealing it to me. But now you're going to understand how to put your calendars together, how it lines up mathematically, and there's no way around it that this is not his calendar. And all Israelites going to have to put down all the wickedness and get prepared to come out of Babylon, get within the borders, get into Jordan, because this is where we will be until Yashaya Christ comes. Now, I done gave y'all the last week the video, The Pale Horse, showing you that Beyonce is giving a very deep message about that pale horse, meaning destruction is coming. Destruction is coming, brothers. Christ warned you, pray that your flight be not in the wintertime, so you need to get out, because they are raring and gearing up to bring Israel down. You're out of time, brothers and sisters. Many signs, like the calendar is lining up. We are going into consecutive months after months where the lining up days is alongside the Gregorian. This has never happened in the 15 years that the Most High showed me his calendar. I haven't seen this type of, continuality where it's lining up, it's a sign. So I wanted to go into the scriptures and show you what the Most High said. Okay? And I'm going to start it off with that. So give me 1 second. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen with you. Hold on. Okay. I pray you take heed, brothers and sisters. I pray you take heed. Okay, it's going to start at Genesis. Genesis 1 and 14. It says, and AHAYAH said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs. Right there, the Most High is letting us know that he sent the lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. So this is the moon and the sun. The Most High put the lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day and the night, and let them be for a sign, and for seasons, and for days and years. So, brothers and sisters, this line right here, 1 and 14, is letting you know that the Most High, he gave us the moon and the sun for signs and for seasons, for years and for days. That is our calendar. That scripture alone lets you know that he's talking about his calendar. Hold on. The Most High is talking about his calendar. The calendar, the sun and the moon together are for signs and for seasons, for us, for days. Okay, so when we understand his calendar, we can figure out the secrets of his times. And this is very important because when you go into Leviticus 23, it tells you about his feasts and how to keep them and on which days to keep them. Okay, so I wanted to show you a video. I want you to, I'm gonna show you as much as I can. It's a pretty long, it's about an hour-long video, and it's breaking down the importance of the Sabbaths of the times. So let me just go into that, and I'm gonna be interjecting so that you can get clarity. But as you can see in the back here, I got the the vernal equinox calendar. And let me move my head for a second so you can see this. See that 30 day, 30 day, 30 day right behind me? That is how the calendar is made up. It's 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, 330 days, and then 131 days. It goes 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, and then 1 month is for 31 days. Okay? So that calculation, how the Most High did them, he was very specific on how we are to keep his calendars and know how to, so when his holy days and Sabbath falls, we will be in line with him as he keep them in the heaven. It's very important to know this. And every Israelite must come under this calendar. Now, I know that's kind of hard, coming from a woman telling our brothers and sisters this way, because and I don't want to be a stumbling block for our brothers, and a lot of them get get upset when they hear a sister speak so aggressively. So please excuse me, brothers, because I'm not here to ruffle you and egg you on in any way. Please accept what I'm saying as humbly as I can. Trying to just give this information. I've learned over the years to be somewhat assertive because speaking to the children of Israel can be kind of rough. So I ask that you forgive me, guys, and my brothers and sisters, if I come off and I'm seem so very assertive or aggressive. I don't mean to be, but I have learned that I must speak in authority through my Father and his Son, Yashaya. Brothers and sisters, I've learned that our brothers, they hear differently than women hear. They receive information differently. So sometimes we have to say things in, so that men can get it too. Sisters, because I'm a woman, I know how to talk to women, I know how to talk. But learning how to deal with men has always been, a little, because I was always like a shy woman. I was always like passive. But it doesn't work when you have to really talk to men. Men hear differently than women. So I'm just saying that to say, please forgive me, brothers. This is not to like, you know, make you feel like you have to be aggressive with me or puff up your egos and nothing like that. I come humbly, I come in love, and just trying to give this information because it's very pertinent information. We must know his calendar in order to worship him, his Sabbath. His commandment is keep my Sabbath day holy. And it's just not the Saturday Sabbath. It's also his holy days are Sabbaths too. And they are a sign between us and him. So be patient with me. Please listen to this video as Elder Ricard breaks down it eloquently. I don't have to do so much of the work because the brother has already did it. But the things that he has not brought out is what I will be bringing out. And it's thus saith AHAYAH. So bear with me. Hold on.
Okay, first and foremost, we would like to say all praise be to the Most High AHAYAH in the name of Yashaya. We're going to do a lesson today that's going to help clear everything up for the brothers and sisters out there who might be a little confused concerning the turn of the year according to the correct calendar. All right. First of all, again, I would like to say AHAYAH Bahashim Yashaya wa Rawach. Bless you, brothers and sisters. And we're really dealing with the real new year according to Scripture. All right. And we're going to prove it today. April Fool comes every April. All right. And usually it comes around April during the springtime because most people who have been programmed in the system celebrates their new year during the winter solstice, which is the recognition of a Luciferian doctrine of the earth. It's an indoctrination of the earth, or the time of what they call Aquarius, which is the goat head or the celebrating of Satan, and that's a pagan ritual. Now, what I will attempt to do, if it be the will of the Most High today, and it's not going to take long, we're not going to have a long class today, and we'll actually be able to answer questions. What I'll attempt to do, not just for us here, but for all Hebrews who may run into this particular lesson, give them the detail with scriptures as well as pictures, references, and links that you can go to so that you can do the research yourself and know that our calculations of holy days have been wrong. You have to realize, again, it's not our people's fault per se who've learned some of these teachings in ignorance. We picked up certain teachings once we learned we were Hebrews, but we began to follow the ways of the Qadash ignorantly, thinking that they were following the right way. So when it comes to Passover, in the past, again, we haven't been keeping Passover according to Scripture. All right, but as we come closer to the end, the Most High will give more understanding. Now, I'm going to go over a few things, but the first thing I'm going to go over, I'm going to give you a visual of what an original calendar looked like. When I say an original calendar, this is not a Gregorian calendar. It's not a Julian calendar. It's not a Gentile calendar based on Gentile celebrations. So if we can focus on what the Most High had in the beginning, and the calendar from the beginning, you can easily see the deceptions in modern day calendars. Also, you're going to find out during this lesson that we are not supposed to calculate the year calendar and the month calendar from the moon. And I'm going to show you in visuals. This way you'll understand. Usually if there's pictures and things are shown to you, your mind takes a snapshot of it, you can recall it, and it's easier to learn, okay? And I thought I would do it this way. Why? Because, brothers and sisters, the more we've been bringing this out, so many letters, so much information, a lot of people going in different places wondering, is it correct? Is it right? So I kind of figured if I do it on the base level, all of us can get it today the same time, and no matter who you are, what level of education you're dealing with, you'll be able to come to the same conclusions. Now, what I'm going to show you here is a regular cycle of months. We have it here so that if someone here in the class that's present wants to see a copy of it, he can pass it around and you can see what I'm looking at here. All right? What do we have here? A cycle of a regular 364-day calendar. Now, this have nothing to do with calculating from the moon, which means you have 364 days to a complete circle. You have points 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are the changes of seasons, which signifies new months, which the Bible call new moons. 1, 2, 3, 4. 364 days. If you go off of this cycle that I have before you, there's no way possible you can get the year wrong, the seasons wrong, and the holy days wrong year to year. It's utterly impossible. Now, I thought I would give you a visual starting out to show you that the 364-day cycle have nothing to do with the moon per se. That's number one. Now, how do this coincide with understanding Sabbaths? All right? 364 days. 364. Right? 7 goes into 364 flawlessly. 364, 52 times. You got 52 weeks in a 364-day calendar. Now, there's a few things I'm going to show you first coming from the Bible. Let's go to Ezekiel. And as you see, I'm dealing with things nice and slow, so that no one out there, no matter if you are a Hebrew, Gentile, whoever, you can follow us and get the same information out of Scripture. Now, I'm going to be using some extra biblical text, but the majority of information to give you this understanding will come out of the Bible when you link up precepts, and I'm going to show you. Let's go to Ezekiel. Let's read it out of the Ezekiel 20. Go ahead.
This is the book of the prophet Ezekiel, chapter 20, verse 1. And it came to pass in the 7th year, in the 5th month, the 10th day of the month, that certain of the elders of Israel came to inquire of the Most High.
So this is showing you elders coming to inquire of the Most High. But let's get straight to it concerning time. Now, as you know, our people who served slavery throughout the earth, and the hallmark point of prophecy concerning God's people, or the children of Israel, was our captivity in the land of Babylon, or America. We all know that we went through that captivity and are currently going through that for breaking the Most High's law. How does that coincide with the lesson I'm dealing with today? This was brought to mind when the prophets came to inquire of the Most High, when the priests came to inquire of the Most High, what would happen to us and why captivity happened to us. Read the 16th verse.
As a matter of fact, I started verse 12.
Start at 12, yes.
Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 12. Moreover also, I gave them my Sabbaths.
I gave them my what?
My Sabbaths.
It says the Most High gave Israel his Sabbaths. Now, mind you, so that we couldn't forget the Sabbaths, the Most High made the 7th day cycle part of your 364 day calendar cycle. So if you know when the year begins, you know when the Sabbath falls, because it's every 7 days from creation. It never changed, regardless of what, I don't care what they call it, Gregorian, Julian, or whatever the case. Before there was any such thing as Romans, we understood that every Sabbath, which they named Friday sundown to Saturday sundown, was the 7th day. And it was perpetual from year to year. No leap years, no Gregorian, no Julian, no nothing. Count 364. Each year, the spring would fall in the same time every year. Now, and I'm going to bring this understanding today through the Spirit of the Most High and show you how to calculate it yourself so that you don't fall and we don't fall going forward concerning this particular law, which is the law of Sabbaths. Read.
Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 12. Moreover also, I gave them my Sabbaths.
He gave Israel the Sabbath, so he didn't give this to the Gentiles. So the people that are over in Israel today are not following the Most High's Sabbaths. Read.
To be a sign between me and them.
That means if you are following these Sabbaths, that is the sign that the Most High would make between his people and him. See that? Now, when it talks about the Sabbaths, it's not just speaking of the weekly Sabbaths here. It's talking about the holy day Sabbaths, the 4 change of season Sabbaths, and which is impossible for us to understand if we don't know when the first day of the year comes. Now, the reason we don't know, especially being Hebrews, is because we were taught by the Jewish people who follow the Babylonian Talmud to calculate the year from the moon. To calculate from the moon. And again, it's rare that you would find any Hebrews anywhere that are dealing with the Passover and the holy days that don't use the moon to calculate. Listen.
Moreover, Also I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them.
So the sign between the Most High and his people is his Sabbaths. Read.
This is the end of verse 12. That they might know that I am the Most High, that sanctify them. Verse 13. But the house of Israel rebelled against me.
But Israel, God's people, began to rebel against the Most High. Read.
In the wilderness, and they walked not in my statutes.
Go ahead.
And they despised my judgments, which if a man shall do, he shall live in them. And my Sabbaths they greatly polluted.
And my Sabbaths, the children of Israel, our forefathers, greatly polluted. Read.
Then I said, I would pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. Verse 14. But I wrought for my name's sake that it should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out. Yet also I lifted up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Because they despised my judgments and walked not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths. For their heart went after their idols. Nevertheless, mine eye spared them from destroying them, neither did I make an end of them in the wilderness. Verse 18. But I said unto their children in the wilderness, walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments, nor defile yourselves with their idols. I am the Most High your power. Walk in my statutes, and keep my judgments, and do them, and hallow my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am the Most High your power. Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against me. They walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them, which if a man do, he shall live in them. They polluted my Sabbaths. Then I said, I would pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness.
So we understand that by polluting the Most High Sabbaths come a curse, which led to our downfall. So, everyone out there, regardless of what we believed in the past or whatever we've been taught, just think about it. If they have our records and know that this is the means to our downfall, who in this earth of the Gentile persuasion religiously would teach us how to keep the Most High Sabbath? Why would it be in the Gentiles' interest, as far as the government's concerned, to have us keep the Sabbaths? And I'm not just speaking from the Christianity standpoint. The Christians, we all know, compromised not the people in Christianity, but the institution of Christianity. Not just I'm not talking about the people who go to church. They just don't know any better. But we know the institutions in the 4th century under Constantine changed the Most High Sabbath to Sunday. Told the people that Christ rose on a Sunday. Therefore, we are to institute that and observe the first day opposed to the day that's written of in the Bible. So we're not talking about the total outright blaspheming of the church and excluding the Most High Sabbath and claiming that Christ says it's okay to make the first day your Sabbath. We're talking about Jewish people now who on face value appear as if they're keeping the Torah and the Sabbath. They also profane the Sabbath, and they will never tell us how to follow the Sabbaths according to the Most High, which is his holy days. Now, here's an example of polluting the Sabbath. I need you to go to 2nd Esdras in the Apocrypha.
2 Esdras chapter 14, verse 1. And it came to pass upon the 3rd day, I sat under an oak, and behold, there came a voice out of a bush over against me, and said, Esdras, Esdras. And I said, Here am I, Lord. And I stood up upon my feet. Then said he unto me, in the bush I did manifestly reveal myself unto Moses, and talk with him, when my people served in Egypt. And I sent him and led my people out of Egypt, and brought him up into the Mount of Zion, or Sinai, where I held him by me a long season, and told him many wondrous things, and showed him the secrets of the times.
And showed him what?
The secrets of the times.
So Moses was showed the secrets of the times. Read.
And the end.
And the end. Go ahead.
And commanded him, saying, verse 6, these words shalt thou declare, and these shalt thou hide. And now I say unto thee, that thou lay up in thine heart the signs that I have showed thee, and the dreams that thou hast seen, and the interpretations which thou hast heard. For thou shalt be taken away from all, and from henceforth thou shalt remain with my son.
Thou shalt remain with my son. Read.
And with such as be like unto thee, or be like thee, until the times be ended. Verse 10. For the world has lost his youth.
For the world have lost its youth. So here it is, the Most High is showing Ezra how old is the earth. It's not 100 million years ago. It wasn't a billion years. So now, if you can calculate what he's showing you here, you would understand how old the earth is today. Read.
2 Ezra chapter 14, verse 10. For the world has lost his youth, and the times begin to wax old. Verse 11. For the world is divided into 12 parts.
That means from the time of creation to the consummation is 12,000 years. Read.
And the 10 parts of it are gone already, and half of a 10th part.
So here it is. This is 500 years before Christ. Half of 10th is 500 years before Christ, where he's speaking to Ezra. And when Christ comes, future tense from this scripture, that would be the 10th part. The 12th part would be 2,000 years from the time of Christ's birth, which calculates flawlessly to 2007. 2007 was the real millennium that began the third day, in which we're living in the 13,000th year. We just went past the 12,000th year a few years ago. Now, the Most High have allowed us to be able to go into the scriptures to not only calculate up until the point where we are, but also the years going all the way back to creation to date by using the scripture. So even though it tell you in Daniel the 7th chapter that they would think to change the time in the laws, by us getting back the Sabbaths in the correct time according to the Most High, and ignoring what they have done, we were able to calculate and be on the right cycle and understand what the Sabbaths are. Okay? Sabbaths are not determined by the moon at all. Read.
2 Ezra chapter 14, verse 12. And there remaineth that which is after the half of the 10th part. Verse 13. Now therefore set thine house in order.
Go ahead.
And reprove thy people.
And correct the people. Read.
Comfort such of them as be in trouble. And now renounce corruption.
And now we must renounce corruption. Hold that now. And that gives an example of polluting the Sabbaths. I need you to go to the book of Jubilees. And the reason we're going to Jubilees is when we showed you in Ezra that the Most High showed Moses information, some to tell the people, some to hide from the people. Jubilees was a record that was actually kept in the ark of information that the Most High gave Moses to hide. And it's amazing that this is part of Jewish literature today. Now, if Jewish people have this literature, then why aren't they calculating the holy days and the Sabbaths based on the information the Most High gave Moses? Listen to this clearly. I need you to go to the book of Jubilees. We're going to start at the first chapter in the first verse.
The book of Jubilees, chapter 1, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Jubilees, chapter 1, verse 1. And it came to pass in the first year of the exodus of the children of Israel out of Egypt, in the 3rd month, on the 16th day of the month, that the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Come up to me on the mount, and I will give thee 2 tables of stone of the law and of the commandment.
Okay, so this is clear. The Most High speaking to Moses, showing information that you wouldn't normally see in the first 5 books of Moses, because the Most High told him information to hide. Now, Jubilees is a record of reasoning from the time of Moses. He went back and showed him creation up until the time of what the Bible called the consummation, or the time of Christ's return. Now, he showed him this record in Sabbaths. Jubilees is 7. So he showed Moses the beginning up until his time to the consummation in Sabbaths. Now, some people might ask, well, if Moses was showed the time and we have these records, then we would know when Christ would return. Absolutely false. Why? Because Christ even said himself that the time will be cut short. So the time of the consummation that was showed Moses, Christ will cut short, because he said if he didn't cut it short, no flesh would be saved. So those that are operating on the left-hand side under Satan understand these records too. So they use this information to calculate how long they would have to destroy us. So Christ, for our sake, like it tells us in Matthew 24, will shorten the days. So no man know the day or the hour. I need you to go to the 50th chapter. I went to the first chapter originally so we can see this is Moses at the mount. What mount? Mount Sinai. And I need you to keep a record of that, because the Sinai time is how you calculate the time of the earth in the new year according to our time today. It never changed. So make sure you make a marking of that this is the Most High speaking from Sinai. Now, this is something deep when it comes to Sinai, because the coordinates and the information that you must put in is from the 33 degrees. The 33 degrees within the earth is the perfect equal point around that links into the whole earth. And everyone would like to just point it to the pyramids, but it's deeper than just the pyramids. It's a point in coordinates from east to west where the Most High revealed information to his prophets. And from those coordinates, you will understand the year to year. And I'm going to prove it to you. Let's go to the 50th chapter. You there? And let's start at the first verse, showing how one would pollute the Sabbaths.
The book of Jubilees, chapter 50, verse 1.
Go ahead.
And after this law I made known to thee the days of the Sabbaths in the desert of Sinai, which is between Elim and Sinai.
Go ahead.
And I told thee of the Sabbaths of the land of Mount Sinai. And I told thee of the Jubilees, of the Jubilee years, and the Sabbaths of years. But the year thereof have I not told thee, till ye enter into the land ye are to possess.
Now let's make this clear, and I want to make this clear because usually when we talk about Egypt, most people think of pharaohs and think of the power of the Egyptians, which were Noah's sons. Erase that. Why? The coordinates of Sinai and that area of Egypt that we speak of Sinai, was a pinnacle part of creation before the flood. Before Ham went there, before Noah allowed his son to go into those regions, something was going on in that area before the flood from the sons of Adam. Seth, Enoch, and all the prophets were operating in that area. That's where the Most High was communicating with his people. And as you can see, if you look at your map, Sinai of Egypt is really the border of Egypt that's bordering into where? Israel. So if you take the water out of the way, because part of the curse of the flood was the water sprung out of the earth, and that tongue of Egypt was made based on the flood, when the earth cracked from the sins of the fallen angels and the sons of men. If you move that water out of the way and bring it together, it's one landmass. And that was the coordinates in which the Most High was dealing with mankind before the Red Sea was there. So get Egypt out of your mind, because this was before the land was called Egypt. The information that Moses received was the information the fathers had before the flood. Okay? Now read that last verse you were at again.
This is Jubilees chapter 50, verse 2.
Go ahead.
And I told thee of the Sabbaths of the land on Mount Sinai, and I told thee of the Jubilees, of the Jubilee years and the Sabbath of years. But the year thereof have I not told thee, till ye enter into the land that ye are to possess.
Go ahead.
And the land also shall keep its Sabbaths while they dwell upon it.
Go ahead.
And they shall know the Jubilee year. Wherefore I have ordained for thee the years of the year weeks, and the years and the Jubilees. There are 49 Jubilees from the days of Adam until this day.
See that? So if you understand the Jubilees of years, you can count back to Adam, to the day of creation. Read.
Wherefore I have ordained for thee year weeks, and the years of the Jubilees. There are 49 Jubilees from the days of Adam until this day.
Go ahead.
1 week and 2 years. And there are yet 40 years to come for the learning commandments of the Lord, until they pass over into the land of Canaan, crossing the Jordan into to the west.
So he gave a time stamp of Jubilees of 7 from Adam up until the time that we crossed the Red Sea. So the Most High have always done things from 7 weeks to weeks. Now here's something key. Let's go to there real quick. Let's go to the 6th chapter. Yeah. Let's start at the 23rd verse and read it all the way through, okay? Let's start at the 23rd verse, 6 and 23. There's pieces that I wanted to pick out, but we might as well read it all the way through and let us break it down. So go ahead.
The book of Jubilees, chapter 6, verse 23.
Go ahead.
And the new moon of the first month, and the new moon of the 4th month, and the new moon of the 7th month, and the new moon of the 10th month are the days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons and the 4 divisions of the year. These are written and ordained as a testimony forever.
A testimony how long?
Forever.
And as you can see, it says new moon. But when you go into the Hebrew, it's not the word moon from the moon in the sky. It's the word Qadash, which means month. So you indicate your 4 months based on a change of seasons. Now, I copied this chart, not that this chart have the information as far as vernal equinox and the different equinoxes. I erased all this equinox stuff because that doesn't matter. I'm focusing on the cycle here. What this is telling us, where my pen at here, is that for changes of seasons, there's 4 per year, which are Sabbaths. 1 for the spring, 1 for the summer, 1 for the autumn, or what they call fall, and 1 for the winter. These 4 are Sabbaths. Now, how do you count them? 1 come in for the new day of the year, which we had here, which is what? March 16th, 7. And I'm going to show you how we got that. That's a new month, Sabbath. 1 will come here, which will be a Sabbath that will bring in the summertime. 1 will come here, which will bring in the autumn time. And 1 will come here, which will bring in the winter time. And that cycle will go flawlessly 364. Flawlessly every year in cycles of 7 from week to week. That means the first day of the year begins at the end of the Sabbath, going like from Saturday sundown to Sunday sundown, like we are in now. And the last day of the year will end what? From Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Y'all got that? Flawlessly. You have a week that starts from where? Saturday sundown to Sunday sundown. It ends when? Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. So the year begins and ends the same way a week begins and ends. See that? Now, how can you get 7 wrong now? How can you get the Sabbath wrong? It doesn't matter what the moon does. 7 is 7. 364 days. The weeks are flawless without any level of separation. The only time you needed to read the stars were if you were in a situation at night in which you would need to know how the stars and moon was aligned based on this cycle. See that? Y'all understand that? You understand? Exactly. They didn't use the night to calculate the 364 days. They used it so that if they were at night, they would still know what time they were in, based on where things are aligned according to the cycle. See that? Y'all understand that? Right? Now, of course, we don't deal with the vernal equinoxes in these equinoxes. Why? They purposely got the vernal equinox here, so that when you go and do your research on the vernal equinox, that would lead you to March 20th. That's why they have the word there to make you believe this is when it begins. But this was part of their deception. So we don't use the words like vernal equinox, because that leads to error. We're going to find out how you will know outside of their terms when a new year starts and when the new year begins. Okay? Now let's stick here in scripture. Let's go.
The book of Jubilees, chapter 6, verse 23.
Go ahead.
And on the new moon of the first month.
And on the new moon of the first month.
And on the new moon of the fourth month.
And on the new moon of the fourth month.
And on the new moon of the seventh month.
And on the new moon of the seventh month. Go ahead.
And on the new moon of the 10th month are the days of remembrance.
Are the days of remembrance. Read.
And the days of the seasons and the 4 divisions of the year.
In the 4 divisions of the year. Now, I went into this research before, but I'm going to read it again why you don't calculate according to the vernal equinox. These are the things you need to know. In your link, brothers and sisters, and I'm going to share this also in the academy for the next academy we have coming up. In the information that I put the link there for you, if you can see it there. All right. If you type on that, the National
Oh, thank you so much. I'm talking. Thank you, brother. Shalom. Um, Vayukai, thank you so much because I was just talking. But okay, so I wanted to stop it there. But I want to tell you that it's very important that you get the video, The Secrets of the Time. And that's the link that I just put into the chat. Please take that link and download the video. That is a very important video. It's vital. And this video as well, I'll give you the link a little later so you won't get confused. The Secrets of the Time is very pertinent information because it teaches you how to find the first day of the year. You still can't hear me? You should be able to hear me now. Let me know. You said no sound on your voices. Can you hear me now? Because I had it on mute by mistake, but you should be able to hear me. Okay? So, let me see. Yes. Take that link. I just put it in the description box. That is the video to The Secrets of the Times. Elder Bakar gives them information on how to find the first day of the year, which is very, very important. And you need to know. Shalom. Thank you so much. Praise AHAYAH. Thank you for letting me know. And bless you, brother. I appreciate you. Okay, so The Secrets of the Time is a very important video. Without that video, we would have never knew how to find the first day of the year. The first day of the year is pertinent on how we're going to keep, or how we learn how to keep the Sabbaths at the correct times according to the heavens. Okay, and Elder Ricard brought that information out flawlessly, and it's correct. But the problem is that the rest of the information that is needed is what I'm about to show you, so that you can know how to make your own calendars. No one should be, privy to this information. All Israel should know how to find not only the first day of the year, but how to calculate and keep your calendar so that you are in line with the heavens, so we can keep our holy days the same as in the heavens. The Most High said the Sabbaths are a sign that He is watching and looking and making sure that we are on point with His holy days, His feast days, His Sabbath, His new month, as you saw in this video, Elder Ricard brought it out in Jubilees about the 4 new months that are very high holy days to us. And it's important that you know when to keep them and how to put it together on your own calendars. It's nice if you could buy a calendar for somebody else, but listen, buying a calendar from somebody else and the calendar is wrong helps you, does not help you at all. You need to know how and why, how this calendar works. It's the most important thing to our awakening, brothers and sisters. Finding out your Israel is one thing, but learning how to keep the laws and statutes and commandments according to the Bible is the most important thing you will ever need. Now, once you get this information, brothers and sisters, you'll know without a shadow of a doubt that all the other holy days that we've been keeping thus far has been wrong, because the Most High is a mathematical genius. And the way he put this together is flawless. You cannot deny it. Now, the thing with me is I didn't realize it. I couldn't put it all together until I started putting the calendar together 7 years in advance. It was only then that I started to see the patterns and how the 4 months, how they, how it was in a pattern, and how the Most High, made this thing he's a mathematical genius, but you have to see it for yourself and understand how it works so that you will know. So now if anybody tell you that they follow the Enoch and they keeping the whole days called an Enoch, unless you see their calendar and you see how this thing lines up, you'll know without a shadow of a doubt that they're not telling the truth, that they're lying. And this is how I knew that Elder Ricard, the way he was doing his calendar, was incorrect. And it took me time to have to figure it out. But brothers and sisters, it also was very telling. And this is how I was absolutely sure that there was infiltration. Because not only were they harassing me and sending me death threats, and trying to stop me from, putting up the videos and, for over, I was complaining about it the whole time. For those of you who've been in this truth long enough, last, 10, 12 years, y'all know. I was fighting. It was a fight, and it hasn't stopped until COVID hit. Actually, the Most High had to shut that whole thing down, for to get people's attention. And now people are really paying attention. So you need to know how to put this calendar together. You need to know how to do it. The secrets of the times, because Elder Ricard, he broke it down. He showed us, but then they started to play with the calendar and move it one day off. And it took all this time for me to be able to recognize it and verbally, explain it to the children of Israel so that y'all would know. And they were fighting me the whole way, brothers and sisters. It wasn't without a fight. So let me go now. So I'm going to, I'll give you the link to this video as well, because this is good as well, how he broke it down, very precisely, and, so that you can understand it. So you need to watch this video as well. But the Secrets of the Times is the video. And y'all definitely need to have that. You need to download that and have it so that you can always understand it. And if you need to explain it to somebody else, you can use the video as a reference. Okay, so let me, I'll take this off for now. But if I may have to come back to it, because he really, gave a lot of information, and I don't want to miss any, miss giving out any information. If you have any questions, y'all can, save it towards the end, and I'll try to answer the best of my ability. Now, this is just the beginning, guys. I'm just going to show you some things, but I'm going to start doing the actual calendar starting next week, maybe on a Tuesday, not on Thursday. But I really wanted to introduce it to everybody, and so that people can really pay attention, because this will cut out all the nonsense, guys, with people calling on different gods, keeping the holy days at different times. If they can't break down to you how, to do the calendar, then it's a farce, because you will know without a shadow of a doubt that this is correct. And it's perfectly lines up with the scriptures. There's no loopholes or nothing like that. Okay? Hold on. So I'm going to start here. Now, I've done my calendar 7 years in advance. And actually, I thought it was finished this year, but I got 2 more years. So I've already done 2024 and 2025. I will start on actually 2026. On Tuesday, I will be going in 2026. So what I'm going to show you now is 2024. It's already done, so I could just, just point out different key points for you so that you can see the patterns. Okay. And also, I told you the Most High started showing me how these days are starting to line up with the Gregorian. Like as you see this background, their first day is number 1, 2, 3, and so on. It's equal, and a lot of the most of the months are starting to line up together, which I said in the beginning, it likens to Esau is in his kingdom, and Jacob's kingdom will follow right behind it. So there won't be no breaks. Once Esau falls, Jacob's kingdom will start right away. And that's a sign with the calendar is showing. It's a sign. It's starting to line up. And the Most High gave us the sun and the moon, the lights for seasons and for signs and for days and for years. His calendar is a sign, and we should look at it in that way. Okay? And he's giving off signs to us as we get closer. We are at the time of the end. You should be getting out of Babylon. The time is up, brothers and sisters. And this calendar is also, reflecting that as well. Okay, let me see, where do I go? Here, I go to slides. Okay, and here we go. Okay, so here's you go. This is what Elder Bakar, I don't know why it's so little. Gosh. Let me put it on the big screen for you guys as well. I don't know if y'all can make your screen bigger so that you can see this. Okay, and I really want to take myself out of it, but let me just say this. I don't know if you'll be able to hear me. No, matter of fact, you won't, because I tried that. Okay, now this is the vernal equinox like calendar, and this is just giving. This is what Elder Bakar used, and I'm only referencing it because it does show here. Where if you can see my arrow, it says winter, midwinter, and late winter. Let's say, so the calendar goes. Our calendar goes 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, then 31 days. And that's what this line is in between here. That's when it gets 31 days. So over here in winter, it says 30 days, then there's another 30-day month. And we're talking about months. On 30 days, another 30-day month, and the last one, 30 days. And then there's a 31 right in here. So that's an extra day in the winter month. There's only one each season. So here's the spring, it's 30 days, another 30 days, but then there's an extra day. That's 31 days. Okay, so it goes 30 days, 30 days, 31 days. 30 days, 30 days, 31 days. So when you're making your calendar, it should have that kind of system. Okay, 30 days, and then 31 days for winter. 30 days, 31 days for spring. 30, 31 days for summer, and then fall. That's how you will make your calendar. Okay, let me go to the next page. Okay, so here we are. This is from so-called March, which is Akkad. It's the first month of the Hebrew year, right? Now, I've talked about this before, guys, but now I really want you to pay attention and so that you can see it. I wish I could make this even bigger, and it's probably a little confusing with that background, huh? Okay, but you see at the top, the very top line on the right-hand side, you see the 1 and 30, and then 2 and 31. Let me just make the note that the first number is the Gregorian calendar. That is the Gregorian calendar. That 1 is the Gregorian calendar. The 30 is according to the Hebrew calendar. Okay? So just know that second number is the Hebrew calendar. The first number is Gregorian. Now, the reason why I had to put it like that, because we still are operating in, the Gentile system. So you need to know what day you in, what month and stuff like that. So we had to make it 2 numbers. You'll get used to it, you know, so don't, get too confused, because as you're doing it, you'll get used to it. Okay? So when it comes to, you see up here, March has 30 days according to the Hebrew calendar. According to the Gentiles calendar, the Gregorian, there's 31 days in March. So this is why it's very confusing making your own calendars, because there's a lot of things you got to pay attention to and you got to know. So it wasn't easy for me, brothers and sisters, putting this calendar together. But once you get the hang of it, you will get it. You will get it. So just know that. So I have these numbers up here. 30 so it says it's actually 30 days, but it's a bit cut off. Okay, so that 31 is in March, signifying the last day of the Hebrew calendar. In March, when we are coming to the end of the year, according to the Secrets of the Times. Now, this y'all have to go and watch the Secrets of the Times to understand how we get the first day of the year. Elder Ricard brought it out that the last day of the year will always be on the Shabbat. It will always fall on the Shabbat. So, and you'll get all the understanding at the Secrets of the Times. And this is why I'm telling you guys to download that video. Not just watch it, but you should have that video in your arsenal. And you should always be, if you don't understand it fully, you should always be going back to it and reflect it so that you can grasp this information, because it's very important. Elder Ricard tells you how to find the first day of the year. He goes into equal parts day, equal parts night, and you got to, understand it's a long teaching, so it's something that I really couldn't go into, but you need to know that the last day of the Hebrew calendar will always be on the Sabbath. And the Most High does that perfectly, because just like on our weekly calendar, Sunday is the first day of the year, first day of the week, and the Sabbath, Saturday, is the last day of the week, 1 through 7. And the Most High always does things according to sevens. Okay? So once you kind of get that understood, when you look at the calendar, it all will make sense. Now, the reason why there became a problem with Elder Ricard's calendar is because after he came out with all this great information, he started to put the 1 on Saturday. He started to put, because of, in the scriptures, it says the evening and the morning was the first day. So he used that scripture and started to put his 1, instead of putting it here on Sunday for the first day of the week, like the Bible says, 1 through 7, he went and put it on Saturday, where the 31 is. He'll put a 1 down in the corner and gave the excuse because the evening and the morning is the first day. Because Friday at sundown starts the Sabbath and it starts the new day. He puts the 1 on the Friday, like that. That was the excuse. But what he actually did was threw the whole calendar off. So instead, he'll have the 1 here and he'll make the 7 on the Friday, and instead of making it on the Saturday. So, technically he can say, oh yeah, because it's the evening and the morning is the first day. So it starts at sundown. So I'm gonna put the 1 in the evening, but it threw the whole calendar off. And if you don't know no better, you'll just go along with that. But once you start to see the pattern that the Most High gave, you know that it's incorrect, and it makes an abominable day a holy day, and a holy day of abominable day. And I knew it was on purpose that they did it, because I understood that there was infiltration, and they were trying to mess us up from getting on track to keep our holy days. I hope y'all can get me. So I'm going to come out of here for a minute, and I'm going to change that background because it's just a little confusing having 2 calendars up there like that. So I'm going to change that. So just give me a minute. Okay, hold on. So, I mean, I hope you guys are following me, what I'm trying to get at, because this is very, very important and it could be quite confusing. So, you have to go and study those videos and understand how to find the first day of the year. And then I'm going to give you the rest of the information, everything that Elder Ricard left out, that they didn't give. And I know that they didn't give it on purpose because behind the scenes, I've been fighting over these years about this information. And I didn't really know how to articulate it to you guys. I always had the calendar and I was showing you every time they had they make an announcement about the feast days that it was one day off. And I kept trying to explain to everyone the calendar is one day off. We're still not keeping the correct feast days. So there was a battle behind the scenes, right? Praise the higher. Give me 1 second. Let me just change this so you can see. So praise the higher that he finally, gave it to me, gave me the understanding so that I can articulate it to you guys. Hold on. Okay, let me use this background. Okay, maybe this will help you be able to see the calendar. Now you can make your screen big because I'm going to make mine big, and hopefully this helps. Okay, so now we are in Akkad. That is the first month of the Hebrew year, and this is where the we get the Passover, right? So 1:30, 2:31, right here. That 2 and 31. That is the last day of the Hebrew year. Okay, which will be coming up in this March because we're looking at 2024. The first day of the year will be on March 3rd. That is a Sunday. And that will cause us to have a double Shabbat. The Most High does double Shabbats throughout the calendar. And this is the sign also between us and him. It's not everything just does not fall only on the Saturday. It does not fall just on the Sabbath, because if that was the case, then those Jewish people would be in line with the Most High's calendar. The fact that the Most High does everything in sevens, that's an easy explanation. But the Most High is a stickler for law. So he knew he had to give us something that would set us apart. The Jewish people are already doing every Sabbath, every Saturday, they're keeping the Sabbath, but they're not in line with him because the Most High has different days that he set apart, double Sabbaths, and also the seasons, the new months. These are also our Sabbaths, and this is what the Gentiles do not keep. Okay, so like I've told you before, a couple of months ago when I went into it, you start to see the pattern of here. The last number is according to the Hebrew. So you see that number 7 there, 7, 14, 21 underneath, and then 28, according to sevens on those months of the new moons that's speaking of in Jubilees, the first month, which is Akkad, March, the fourth month, which is Arabi, which is June, the seventh month, Shabai, September, and the 10th month, which comes in between November and December, because this year it comes at the end of November. Those months are months to remember, as they just read in Jubilees. These months are high, holy months for us because not only are they breaking up the seasons, which the Most High said He gave us the lights in the firmament for signs and seasons, days and years. So not only are they for the breakup of the seasons, right? This is why we separate these 4 months. We separate them because they give us new seasons, and the Most High has ordained these times for us to celebrate and give Him glory and praise on those months, according to the Book of Jubilees. But not only are they to separate the seasons, they also are regarded as high holy days because Noah made an account when he came off the ark. Okay, so we have to put those, and it falls in line perfectly because that's how the Most High does things. Everything falls in perfectly. So on the new month of the first month, which is Akkad, here we have a holy day. This holy day is also our New Year's. It brings in our new year. So it's a holy day, right? Because it's the new year. But also, it's when Moses started to see the water, or when he shut the ark, he had to give a feast according to the Most High, according to this day. So it's a double Sabbath in meaning. It's our New Year's, it's our new year, but it's also a time that Noah, the Most High told Noah to set aside a feast for us. So that's why this is in yellow, and it's our new year. So the last day is always on the Shabbat. That's the last day, but the next day is a high holy day because it's our new year, and also it's the time when Moses came and the water, it started to rain, or he shut the door on the ark, and he read that in Jubilees. Okay. Okay, so then we'll count 7 days from that, and you'll see the number 7 there. That's the Sabbath. These 4 days, these 4 months are used, the Most High used them to bring the calendar back in order according to sevens. So you'll always see on the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month, you will see the same pattern every time. 7, 14, 21, 28. Because the Most High does everything in Sabbath, he brings the calendar back in order. Okay? So I wanted to make that clear so brothers and sisters will know how important that is when you're making your calendar, you need to see that pattern adding up every 4 months. The first month, you're going to see the pattern of 7, 14, 21, 28. On the 4th month, let me go to the 4th month real quick, which is June, a rabbi. Okay? June. Here it is again. 7, along the Sabbath, 7, 14, 21, 28. You will see that pattern over and over again. And also, you will see that 31 on the Saturday, because that happens 4 times in a year. So not only does it happen on the last day of the year, it also, that pattern happens when you see the 31 on the Sabbath. It happens 3 other times during the year. And that lines the calendar up with 7, 14, 21, 28 on the Sabbath. It brings the Sabbath day back to 7. The Most High, he made the first day, the Sunday, 7 days, and the Sabbath is the 7th day. So you will see that pattern every time, every 4 months when you're making your calendar. No ifs, ands, or but about it. It's so no one can tell you that a Sabbath falls on a holy day falls on the Tuesday. They can't tell you that the Passover will be on the Tuesday, and those kind of things, because according to the scripture, the 14th day at even is the Most High's Passover. It will always be on the Sabbath. Okay, I'll bring it back just so you can see that. I'll bring it back to March, Akkad. So you can see how the holy day, the Passover, will always fall on the Sabbath. This is the fixed time that the Most High speaks about in the scripture. Okay? So the 14th day will always be on the Shabbat. It will always be there won't be no Sabbath day on a Tuesday, on a Thursday. That's incorrect. And anybody trying to tell you that the Sabbath is held on another day outside of the Shabbat, they are off. And once you learn the calendar and see these patterns and how the Most High do things, you will know. And this is why every Israelite will have to come up under this calendar because it's according to the scripture. Now it makes sense. It makes sense. It will not ever, the Passover will never be on a Friday. It will never be on a Tuesday. It will never be on a Monday. It will always fall on the Shabbat. And when you go into the scriptures and it says, kill the lamb on the 14th day at even, you will see how it lines up perfectly and why it is the Shabbat going into the next day, Sunday, which will always be the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Without a shadow of a doubt, brothers and sisters. Okay, so let me go into those scriptures right quick. Let me go into Leviticus 23, just so y'all can see that scripture and you can understand why the Most High said what he said and why it makes so much sense. Makes perfect sense. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with you. Hold on. So this is the Most High. He's going to bring everybody. Every knee will bow. Every tongue will have to confess it. They're going to have to put down those other gods, Yehoshua, Yahweh, Yahweh. They're going to have to put all that down because AHAYAH is giving you the secrets of how to find the first day of the year, how to keep his calendar so that you know his Sabbath days are correct according to 7. And even with Elder Bakar, you can't put the 1 on the Saturday in that corner there. You throw the whole calendar off, and it makes it perfectly clear that it throws it off. Because the Most High does everything according to 7s, his Sabbath day. Okay, let me share my screen, and I'm going to go back to the eastward. And we're going to go into Leviticus 23. And I'm going to show you how it makes perfect sense according to his holy days. Okay, so here, Leviticus 23. Okay, Leviticus 23. It says, Feast of AHAYAH. And AHAYAH spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feast of AHAYAH, ye shall proclaim it to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. He making a big thing about his feast, right? The Sabbath. 6 days ye shall work, be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. And holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. It is the Sabbath of AHAYAH in all your dwellings. So he's making it clear it's the 7th day, right? So that lines up with the calendar. The 7th day is Saturday. We know that, right? The Passover. These are the feasts of AHAYAH, even holy convocations. Ye shall proclaim them in their seasons. In the 14th day of the first month at even, it's clear, is AHAYAH's Passover. At the even, at the sundown, that's when you're supposed to kill the lamb. And that's what the calendar is reflecting. Let me go back there because that's very important. It's at even, guys. The Passover is on the 14th day at even. And the calendar is according to 7s, and it's going to always be on the Shabbat at even. Going into because the sundown is going to go into the 15th day, which will always be on a Sunday, and it starts the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So that's why you cook. You'll be cooking at even, because we know we're not supposed to kindle a fire on the Sabbath day, right? So Saturday is our Sabbath, but he tell you to kill it at even. So as the sun going down, the sun is down now, you are to kill the lamb. Okay, let me just highlight that so you see it, because it clearly says at even, at sundown. So let me stop sharing for this one. Let me just go back to the calendar so it's clear. Okay. Go back to the calendar so you can see that 14th day at even is the Lord's Passover. So the Passover just ain't Friday. At not people want to do all that stuff, but you profaning the Most High's holy day by keeping it. Oh gosh, where is it? Sorry, guys. You profaning the Most High holy by keeping the um, keeping the Passover on a Friday. He said on the 14th day. Let me make this large so you can see it. Make this large, brothers and sisters. Here we go. Here is the 14th day. If you can see my pointer, that 16 is the Gregorian date. It will be on Saturday the 16th, March 16th, but according to the Hebrew Enoch, it will be the 14th day at even, at sundown. You are to kill the lamb and you start the feast. It will be starting the Feast of Unleavened Bread the 15th day. And I'm going to show you in the scriptures where it tells you on the 15th day, you are to eat unleavened bread for 7 days. So it lines up perfectly with the scriptures, according to sevens, and it has to be done in this way. This is how the Most High ordained it, according to the Enoch calendar, according to scriptures. So if you don't see these patterns, brothers and sisters, then you know that it's the calendar is off. On the first month, it should line up with 7, 14, 21, 28. And you know that because the scripture says the Passover is on the 14th day. And the 15th day, you start to eat unleavened bread, and that makes it a double Sabbath because the first day is a holy convocation and the last day is a holy convocation. And I'm going to go into that as well. So you see the pattern. That's why this is a line all in blue, because that whole week is the Feast of Unleavened Day, the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But during the feast, the whole 7 days are not holy convocations. The first day is a holy Sabbath, right? And the last day, which will end on the Shabbat, 21, he said from the 15th to the 21, is a Sabbath. All in between there, you can cook, you can kindle a fire. If you gotta, do things, you can run around. But the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread is a Sunday. That is a double Sabbath coming off of your Shabbat, right? So that's a double Sabbath. And then the last day which is already the Sabbath, because it's only 7 days, not 8 days. If that feast was 8 days, then it would be another Sunday. It would be a double Sabbath. You get me? But it's not. The Passover is only for 7 days. Most of our other high holy day, our other feasts are 8 days, and that's why it becomes double Sabbath. And see, that's a sign the Most High gave us. Everything is not according to sevens or on our Sabbath. He gave us 8-day feasts, which will make it a double Sabbath, and I'll show you that. Okay, so here we go. That 14th day at even will always be on the Shabbat because the calendar will always line up 7, 14, 21 for the first month. It will do the same thing the first month. It will do the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month. You will see that pattern of 7, 14, 21, 28 on the Sabbath. That's the numbering, and it's a pattern. And the Most High does it every 4 months. Okay, I'm sorry, every 3rd month he does it. Sorry. Okay, I be correct. So let's finish reading the scripture. So we see that the 14th day at even is always on a Saturday. We are supposed to kill the lamb at that precise time. It's an ordinance. You cannot just do the Sabbath whenever you want to. Oh, I'm going to do the Passover on Friday because No. He said, keep it, and I'll show you those scriptures. He said, keep it according to how it is written, how he gave it to us. We must keep his Sabbath. It's a sign. That's why he says it's a sign. If you can do it anytime you want to, if you can do it however you want to, it's not a sign. It's not exact. He made it a sign so that you need to do it this way. And we need to understand that. Okay? So let me go back to the scriptures. Hold on. So now we see the 14th day at even. It's clear. At even. We should not be having the Passover at no other time. This is the ordinance that the Most High gave us. Hold on. Going back to sharing my screen. This is a pain. Hold on. Okay. So moving on. So this is the Sabbath. The 14th day at even is AHAYAH's Passover. That's clear. Everybody got that, right? 23 and 5. In the 14th day of the first month at even, at sundown, is AHAYAH's Passover. Okay? And on the 15th day, like I was showing you, the blue starts the next day. At even is sundown, so we automatically going into the next day. That's the 15th day, he says. And on the 15th day, at the same month, is the feast of unleavened bread unto AHAYAH. 7 days you must eat unleavened bread. So that whole line of blue, 7 days, from the 15th to the 21st, you must eat unleavened bread. Let's keep going. It's clear. And it says, in the first day ye shall have a holy convocation. So he's saying the first day is holy day. It's a Sabbath. That first day, ye shall do no servile work therein. So you're not supposed to work. You're supposed to keep that first day like a Sabbath. That Sunday is a double Sabbath. Okay? This is where his double Sabbaths come in. He's not saying it's a double Sabbath, but once you know where the 14th day is and where the 15th day, you know the 14th day is always on a Saturday. It's a Sabbath. Then the 15th day is the Sunday. It's a double Sabbath. He's telling you it's a holy convocation and we are not to do any work, right? But ye shall offer an offering made by fire. So that's why you cooked extra for the week. Just like how they did Thanksgiving, we have to do the same thing. They did, you cook all week, and on Thursday, when they have Thanksgiving, that's Thursday, you finish cooking and y'all start eating the rest for the whole next week. All the food is done, you start cooking. That's the same. They get that from the Most High's holy days. You cook, you make your offering, you cook by fire, and you cook enough to last you through the week. And you know that, and you do the feast of unleavened bread. No leaven in the houses, but also your food is mainly cooked. After the Sunday, that holy convocation, if you want to make some more, rice or macaroni afterwards, let's just say, you could do that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you can cook. But on that first day, Sunday, it's a holy convocation. You're not supposed to be cooking and lighting a fire and all that stuff, okay? You should have already done it. You should already did it on preparation day and before. Okay, but ye shall offer the fire made by fire unto AHAYAH, shall you have cooked and prepared this meal for 7 days. In the 7th day is a holy convocation. So the first day is a holy convocation, that's Sunday, and the last day, which happens to fall on the Shabbat. So it's a holy convocation anyway. So you don't, it's not a double Sabbath. That last day is not a double Sabbath. It's because it's only a 7-day feast. I hope you understand me. I hope I'm clear. Okay, I'll go back to it again, but just so that I'm speaking about it. You shall do no servile work too, but it automatically fall on the Shabbat, so that's clear. Okay, so after that, and let me just go back. Let me stop sharing and go back to the calendar so I'll reiterate what I just read. Okay, hold on. Let me give you back the calendar. Yeah. Let me go it up. 7 days. He said for 7 days. So here it is. The 14th day is the Shabbat at even. You kill the lamb. It goes directly into the Feast of Unleavened Bread. The 15th day is a holy convocation. No servile work. We are to keep it as a Sabbath. And then 7 days, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 is also this regular Saturday Sabbath, but it's also a double meaning because it's the last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So it's a double Sabbath in meaning. It's a regular Shabbat, and it's the last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So it's a double Sabbath for us, okay, in that manner, okay? So y'all got that. That's why it's highlighted in blue, just to know that that whole week is a feast. But the first day is a Sabbath, because it's a double Sabbath coming off our regular Passover night. We're keeping the Sabbath. We kill it at even. We go directly into the Feast of Unleavened Bread, double Shabbat. The Most High, this is this is the secret of the times. This is his secrets. Double Shabbats throughout our Hebrew calendar. And this is what you must know. And so that's why it's never really panning out to be like on a Wednesday. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is not going to be on a Wednesday. It's not going to be a Sabbath in the middle of the week. The only one that does that is Purim. Purim is on a Thursday, a Wednesday, and a Thursday. Those 2 days, and it's clear according to the calendar how it lines up. It will always be on a Wednesday and a Thursday, the Feast of Purim. But that's another. Now we're going to go to the next month. So he said, okay, so from there, we know Feast of Weeks, you're to count 7 Sabbaths, right? So let me just read that, and you're going to see exactly how that pans out. Again, we have a double Shabbat, and the scripture clearly shows a double Sabbath. And so don't let anyone, throw you off on that double Sabbath meanings, okay? Hold on. We have double Sabbaths all through our calendar. This is the secret. This is the sign between us and the Most High. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the next one is Feast of Weeks. Okay, Feast of First Fruits. And AHAYAH spoken to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I gave unto you, ye shall reap the harvest thereof. Then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of the harvest unto the priest. So we must give an offering, for the blessings that we receive. Okay, ye shall wave the sheaf there before AHAYAH to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. Okay, I'll explain it. And ye shall offer that day, when ye wave the sheaf, a lamb without blemish for the first year, for a burnt offering unto AHAYAH. And the meat offering thereof shall be a 10th deal of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH for a sweet savor, and a drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the fourth part of a hin. Praise AHAYAH. He's telling us exactly how to honor him with our feast. Okay? And ye shall eat neither bread nor parched corn nor green ears until the selfsame day that ye have brought the offering unto AHAYAH. Ye shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. So we do like a fast on that 50th day of the first fruits. You should be fasting until you give your offering. But let me keep going. The Feast of Week, which run concurrently with the Feast of First Fruit. And I'll show you that. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath. So after the Passover, we start counting 7 Sabbaths, okay? The morrow after the Shabbat, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of waving offering, 7 Sabbaths shall be complete, even unto the morrow after. So you count 7 Sabbaths, you go down 7, and then that next day, which is a Sunday, it will always be on a Sunday, brothers and sisters, we have a double Sabbath. Okay, let me read that again. It says, ye shall count unto 23 and 15. Ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath. Talking about the Passover. From that day, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Sabbaths shall be complete. Even unto the morrow after the Sabbath, 7 Sabbaths, shall ye number 50 days. Ye shall offer a new meat offering unto AHAYAH. Ye shall bring out of your habitation 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. Ye shall be with fine flour. Ye shall be baking with leaven. So this, after we did the feast of unleavened bread, now he's making us go back to eating leaven again. I just want to make that a note, because a lot of people want to the whole year eat with no leaven. Since you have to do unleavened bread for 7 days, they stop using leaven. But here we are required to go back to using leaven. So this is where we bring leaven back into the homes after the after the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now you're cooking with leaven again, okay? And we have a feast. It should be made. Our bread should be made with leaven, and they are the first fruits unto AHAYAH. And ye shall offer the bread offer with the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 bullock and 2 rams, and ye shall be for a burnt offering unto AHAYAH, with meat offering, with drink offering, even an offering made by fire, sweet smelling savior, a sweet savior unto AHAYAH. So there you have it, brothers and sisters, another feast unto AHAYAH. So let's go into the calendar so that you can see that it's a double Shabbat. It's a double Sabbath. Saturday, the regular Sabbath, and then the 50th day, which always will be on a Sunday. Again, double Sabbaths. The Most High uses double Sabbaths. Hold on. Let me get that. Hold on. So this will show you without a shadow of a doubt that, keeping it all sporadic like a lot of people do. They be having holy days on a Thursday and because they just be coming up with all kind of stuff. Hold on. Okay. The Most High is a God of order. He's a power of, he's a mathematical genius, basically. Okay, so let me go back from the Passover. We're going to count 7 Sabbaths, right? So here's the Passover. So we start 1, 2. If y'all can see my pointer. On the 21st is 1, 28, 2. Now we're going to go to the next one. Come on. 3, 4, 5, 6. Going into May. One more. It should be the next month. Here we go. 7. So here's the 7. That next day, you count 7 Sabbaths. Then the morrow after, so that's the yellow, letting you know that it's a holy day. It's a holy day. Now it's a holy day and it's double. Let me just, I can't. Okay, and it's also a new month. It's the 4th month. So this is also a high holy day that's spoken of in Jubilees. Oh, did I miss something? Because that should be in the. I don't have May on here. That's what it is. Okay, so this is June, May. Let me see if I could get May. Because also, this is June. We have the high holy day. Because there's that pattern again, the 31. This is June. But in May also we have the feast of first fruits. Okay, feast of week, but I didn't add it on here, so my bad. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be out. It's not too confusing. I didn't add it in. Let me see how I can do that. I'll be back after this short commercial break.
Okay. Itojatravel. We're in the last days, coming to the final phase. AHAYAH's gonna show his face to his people. You know it's time to go. You feel it in your soul. The Holy Spirit tells you so. Get ready. Go east. AHAYAH prepare to play. I told you travel. Go east to plead with you face to face. I told you travel. Go east. There is a safe place. I told you travel. Go east. For those who have an ear, let them hear. Go east. I told you travel. Visit us at itojatravel.com. You know we're in the last days, coming to the final phase. AHAYAH's gonna show his face to his people. You know it's time to go. You feel it in your soul. The Holy Spirit tells you so. Get ready. Go east. AHAYAH prepare to play. I told you travel. Go east to plead with you face to face. I told you travel. Go east. There is a safe place. I told you travel. Go east. For those who have an ear, let them hear. Go east. I told you travel. Visit us at itojatravel.com.
Okay, brothers and sisters, give me 1 minute. Let me bring it. Let me see if I did it right. And bring it back up. Let's see. Yeah, I gotta resave it. Okay, give me 1 second. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me see if I can. I'm gonna let this one out. I'm going to. So it's just important so I can show you May, because that's when the Feast of First Fruits falls, and you need to see that on the calendar. Hold on. Okay, it's coming right now. Here's AHAYAH by Yashaya. So you will see these same patterns. It's always going to be on the Sunday, the Feast of First Fruits. You count 7 Sabbaths, and the morrow after, it will always be on a. It will always be on a Sunday, and which will make it a double Sabbath. And this is how the Most High has orchestrated His calendar. Okay, here we go. We can't do it. Maybe I put it in the wrong spot. Let me just click on it. Where's that? That's June. Here's one. It's not showing up for some reason. Oh, something. Oh, gosh. Okay, that's not it. I don't know what happened there. Seems to be a little mixed up. Maybe I can share my screen, but let me just make sure I have it on here. That's the thing. I don't know. Or maybe that's what I did. I did something wrong. I screwed up. I put it in there twice. That's why. And there's no way for me to forget it. Okay, so guys, let me just leave that for there. I'll skip May just to make it easier and for time's sake, because it takes me forever to do stuff. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the scriptures, and I'm going to show you the Feast of Tabernacle because that's very important. So let me just make sure that's on here. Okay, and so you can see that because this is really what I really want you to see, how the Feast of Tabernacles line up and the Day of Atonement also, because it's clear. Okay, so here we go. This is the calendar for September. This is the 7th month, right? Now I skipped over the 4th month because you saw June. It's the 4th month, but the 7th month is very important because the scriptures line up with it as well perfectly. Okay, so here it is again. And you don't see that 31 because this has 5 weeks. The calendar is already big enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has 5 weeks. So you don't see that 31 that will be right under the Shabbat. But that's how you know the first day comes here. Because the last day was 31 was a Shabbat. So the first day is on a Sunday. And if you count 7 days again, you'll see the 7, 14, 21, 28. This is how all the calendars line up every 3 months. You got 30, 30, then 31. 30, 30, 31. 30, 30, 31. And you'll get that 7, 14, 21. Okay? So without a shadow of a doubt, that's how you know there is a pattern with the calendar when you're making your calendar. Now, when I start next week, I'm going to show you verbatim how I set my calendar up so that you can see exactly. You can follow me. You can make your own calendar at the same time. Follow with me as I'm making the calendar, and you can see me putting the days in, and you'll see how it lines up perfectly every 3 months. You'll get that pattern of 7, 14, 21 without a shadow of a doubt. 52 weeks, it goes in perfectly. The 1 must be on the Sunday, which is the first day of the week, and the 7 will always be on the Sabbath, which is the 7th day. And then you count the next Saturday under the 14th, the 21, and 28. You cannot go wrong. It's a pattern. It's a sign between us and the Most High. So if you calling on the wrong names and you was keeping the wrong holy days according to the Khazars, brothers and sisters, you now know it's incorrect. It's wrong because it doesn't line up with scriptures, and nobody was proving that. The Most High has given his holy days, the secrets of the times. He's revealing it now. And there's a pattern to how he does his calendar. And you can't mess it up. It's flawless. And even with Elder Ricard, he can't even explain it in his calendar because he's not going to see any kind of patterns like this because he putting the one in the wrong place. And I believe it was on purpose. I know it was on purpose because they thought to change times and laws. They was messing with our holy days from the gate. And this is why they always had a problem with Sister Connor, because I was the one coming out telling you that the holy days, first of all, I had to go to Elder Ricard and tell him that we can't keep the holy days with the Khazars because GOCC, in the beginning, they were keeping their holy days, their Passover, along with the Jewish calendar. And it wasn't until the Most High, had me go to Elder Ricard. I had to go to speak to Elder Ricard. So he's trying to act like he's like, oh, why people are so obsessed with me. This is how he be talking. The Most High sent me to him. And he came out with the secrets of the times. Praise AHAYAH Bahasham Yashaya. He gave him the information. The brother came out with it. But then they did the old switcheroo. They put the one in the wrong spot, and it threw the whole calendar off. And that has been a problem from the very beginning, brothers and sisters. Hold on. Let me get some. Okay. It's been a problem and that's why I've been always coming out talking about the calendar, talking about the locations. The Most High showed me where Qadash was. It's in Jordan. We are to come within the borders in Jordan. So all this stuff culminates to the Most High wanting his people to know, getting the answer. So for those people who are calling on the wrong names, calling on the wrong gods, it's AHAYAH who's providing this information. It's not just the Most High, because a lot of people like to just say, oh, the Most High, the Most High. No, his name is AHAYAH, AHAYAH. That's the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, of our forefathers. His name is AHAYAH. And he said, come out of her, my people. You must come and worship me at the holy mountain, which is in Jordan. So y'all gonna, it's flawless. There's no way about it. And guess what? He revealed it to a woman. Okay? A woman. That's another kicker. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm saying that because so many of our brothers have problems with women. So we're going to get off that kick too, because the Most High will use a woman. Okay? He'll make the rocks cry out if he have to. And because we are in such a dire situation where our men are just all over the place, infiltrated, he had to use a woman to bring out this information. So I pray, Israel, that you hear me. I pray you put down them other gods, Israel. I pray you put down them other names and you come back to AHAYAH. He's giving you his calendar and it's flawless. You can't dispute it without he has patterns. He has it's how you say numerically in order. It's perfect. And there's no way around it. Okay, so let me go back into the scriptures. So now you see, okay, let me go into this. Okay, so the first day, according to the book of Jubilees, he made the 7th month a day of remembrance. I just showed you in the video. Elder Ricard read it, and I've been reading it over the months. The 7th month, the first day of the month, is a day of remembrance according to Noah. I think that's when the water receded. Okay, when he came up the ark. You got to go to Book of Jubilees, chapter 50, and read it. It will tell you the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month are days of remembrance. These are holy days, Sabbaths, because Noah ordained them as feasts and holy days of Sabbath as he came off the ark, and these things happened. Also, it's a double Sabbath in meaning because it's also the Feast of Trumpets, falls on the same day. You see how the Most High do things? It's a double Sabbath in meaning, and it's a double Sabbath meaning back to back. We just came off the Saturday Sabbath. Here's a Saturday. We had a Sabbath before that, and now we're going into Sunday. It's a high holy day. It's a double Shabbat. This is how the Most High do his Sabbaths. These are the secrets of the times. Learning his calendar, learning how his calendar will line up according to sevens is the secret. And he has double Sabbaths, meaning and in holy days, back to back. Okay? You count 7 days and you got the 7-day Sabbath again. Okay, the following week will on it's according to the scripture, and we're going to go to Leviticus and we're going to read this. It says on the 9th day at evening. Here's the number 9. It's the 9th, according to the Hebrew. The second number is 9. 9th day at evening when the sun go down, which will start the 10th day, is the Day of Atonement. And it's a holy day. We are to fast unto the Most High, convict our souls. We have no eating. Nobody in Israel should be eating on that day. It will always be on a Tuesday. It starts that Monday night and it goes Tuesday, the 10th day. And according to scriptures, it says the 7th month on the 10th day. So it will always fall on a Tuesday, not on a Monday and not on a Wednesday. You should be fasting on a Tuesday. And this is why they tried to throw us off and make an abominable day a holy day, and make a holy day an abominable day. If you don't know this calendar, you will be fasting on the wrong day. You will be conflicting your souls on the wrong day, brothers and sisters. And you are not in line with the Most High. And he says that soul will be cut off. You must learn his calendar, the true days, when to fast. The Day of Atonement will always be on a Tuesday, and I will show you in the scriptures. Okay, so that I will keep on reading. Let me just move on. You go down to the end of the week to the 7th day. It's the 14th day, because now, again, I told you, this is the 7th month. So you're going to always get that 7, 14, 21, 28. You're going to always see that on the 7th month, because this is the Most High correcting his days, bringing the calendar back in order. Okay? So you're going to see the number 14. Then after that, we go into the Feast of Tabernacles. According to the scripture, it will always be on the 15th day. So here, the Saturday, the Shabbat is the 14th. It will always fall on the 14th, and that next day will always start the Feast of Tabernacle. It will always be on a Sunday, a double Sabbath. The Feast of Tabernacles have 2 double Sabbaths back to back. So it's a very long holy day for us, brothers and sisters. This is how the Most High calendar lines up. The 15th day and the 7th month will always be on a Sunday. It will always be a double Shabbat. Right after our Saturday Sabbath, we will go right into the Feast of Tabernacles, a double Sabbath. These are the patterns. These are the secrets of the times, brothers and sisters. And then it says it's an 8-day feast. It's not a 7th-day feast. So it doesn't stop on the Shabbat. If it was 7 days, if the Feast of Tabernacle was for 7 days, it would end on the Sabbath. But because it's an 8-day feast, it's a double Shabbat again. No, the Most High's calendar, and it's written in scriptures. You can't get around it. It's clear. It's clear, brothers and sisters. It's double Shabbat throughout his calendar, according to Enoch. Okay, so let's go into the scripture and read it. I just wanted to show you that, so I won't have to keep coming back. So we're going to start at the Feast of Trumpets. You see where it's highlighted? That comes off as a double Sabbath. That's a Sunday. The first day is the Feast of Trumpets, and it's when Noah saw the water receding or something like that. It's a double Sabbath in meaning, and it's a double Sabbath because it's a Sunday. It will always be on a Sunday. We have our Saturday Sabbath. The next day in September, the Feast of Trumpets will be a double Sabbath. 2 holy days back to back. in the seventh month. Okay, then we're going to have the Day of Atonement, which will always be on a Tuesday. And then that next following week, we go directly into the Feast of Tabernacles, right after the Sabbath. So again, a double Sabbath. And then at the end of it, because it's an 8-day feast, it will be on a Sunday, again, a holy day. See that holy day on there? Because it's a double Sabbath again. Let's read it now because it's clear in the scriptures. I just wanted you to see it so you can see it. Now we're going to put it to the scriptures, and it's undeniable. Okay, Feast of Weeks. Let me go down. Feast of Trumpets. Here we go. I'm going to read it. Now you know what you just saw. Okay, hold on. It says, and AHAYAH spoke unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, okay, we know now that that's September, the 7th month, in the first day of the month, which I showed you that was in yellow, ye shall have a Sabbath. So that means it's falling on a Sunday, brothers and sisters. I just showed you how. It's the one was on that yellow, that's the Sunday. It's a double Sabbath. And it says a memorial of blowing of the trumpets, a holy convocation. It's a Sabbath. So again, we have double Sabbath. Right in the 7th month, boom, double Sabbath. Okay? 25, ye shall do no self-out work. Ye shall offer an offering made by fire, so that you should prepare your household. You should be on preparation day. You should cook enough for 2 Sabbaths, okay? Because you have the Feast of Trumpets on that Sunday. You gotta have enough food, okay? Then I showed you the next week, Day of Atonement, and AHAYAH spoke unto Moses, saying, also on the 10th day, it's on the 10th day of the 7th month, which will always be on a Tuesday, brothers and sisters. He has a fixed schedule, a fixed, calendar. It will always be on a Tuesday. There shall be a Day of Atonement. Ye shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offering of fire, an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH. So that means before you go into the fast, you should have a feast. You should eat before you fast, okay? And then you go into the fast on the 10th day. So before that, I'll read it. As it says on the 9th day at even. So you should eat before sundown on the 9th day and go into your fast. Hold on. And you shall do no self work in the same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before AHAYAH your power. For whoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that day, he shall be cut off from among his people. So you see, that line right there shows you why they would try to make us fast on the wrong day. They threw the holy days off one day, so we would still be working against our power. We would still be sinning against our power. That's why it's important, brothers and sisters, that you know the calendar. You know when the holy days fall and at the right time. Know the patterns. You will not go off. If once you get it, you will not go off. It's almost on the 1st month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month, when you make your calendar and you know that that's the pattern, you will not go off. And this is why nobody taught it to you like this. They didn't really want you to know. Elder Ricard gave you the secret of time. He broke it down eloquently, but he did not tell you how to put it together. And that was on purpose, brothers and sisters, because they wanted you to rely on their calendar. So they make you buy their calendar, and you're off, and Israel is still under subjection to the Gentiles because we have been infiltrated. You got it? So if we infiltrated, they give you the wrong holy days when the fast, we still are sinning against the Most High. And he said that soul will be cut off. So everybody's going to die. And this is what they want. All of us to be able to get cut off. You be sitting in Babylon like you are, and you're not leaving because you're not really understanding how serious this thing is. They are working against you, brothers and sisters. Get out of Babylon. They have purposely been giving you the wrong holy days so that you be cut off. The Most High, listen, we under grace, but grace is coming to an end. We must practice the righteous acts and get this thing right. Okay, but as long as you don't know the correct holy days, you are still sinning against the Most High. Even the ones who are calling on AHAYAH, you've been keeping the wrong holy days, because Elder Wakar, there's infiltration and there's no doubt about it. Okay, and whoever so it be that doeth any work on this same day. So people be going to work because you're keeping the wrong holy days. The same soul will be destroyed. Will I destroy from among his people? So the Most High is very particular about his holy days. He's not playing with Israel, and the Gentiles know this. Okay, you shall do no manner of work. Ye shall be a statue forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. So now that we're coming back to who we are, we must understand the law in all your dwellings, wherever you at. You must keep this as an ordinance. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls. In the 9th day of the month at even, I showed you the calendar. The 9th day is a Monday night. It starts at sundown, and then Tuesday is the 10th day. You fast all that day until even. It says, from even unto even, ye shall celebrate your Sabbath. Okay? So that's why they thought to change times and law. That's why Elder Wakar put the 1 on the Shabbat instead of putting it on Sunday, the first day of the week, the way it's supposed to, because it throws the whole calendar off. And guys, I've been saying this for years. I've been saying, for those of you who've watched this debacle that's been going on over these years, with me having to put up these videos, I always had to concentrate on the holy days, because this is what the Most High was showing me and he was telling me to do. Let the children of Israel know. I had to learn how to articulate it and show it to you so that you could see it. And it wasn't until I started to do it for a span of 7 years, I started to see the pattern of the 7, 14, 21, 28. Okay? So this is how we got to this point. But everything is in the Most High times, in the Most High's timing. So he let it drag out because he's been testing Israel. Who cared enough to check out and look into what I was saying? Who? That's what this was all about. Your test. He's sifting through Israel, brothers and sisters, and he's still sifting through, looking to see who cares enough, who cares about him and his laws, his statute, his holy day. Who? Okay, the Feast of Booths. Now, let's go into tabernacles. 33. And AHAYAH spoke unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, on the 15th day, I showed you in the blue where the 15th day, because the 7th months will always be 7, 14, 21, 28. So the 14th will always be on the Sabbath. So the 15th day will always fall on a Sunday. The 15th day of the 7th month will always be a Sunday, the first day of the week. It will always be, brothers and sisters. So when we start the Feast of Tabernacles, that first day, it says, let me keep reading, I'm giving it away too fast. The 15th day of the 7th month shall be a Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days unto AHAYAH. Listen, the first day shall be a holy convocation. So that Sunday is the first day. It will always be a Sabbath. It will always be a holy convocation. It's a double Sabbath, because we just come off the Saturday Sabbath. That following day, the 15th day, is a double Sabbath. It's clear in the scriptures. This is what the Most High is communicating with us. It's a sign. That first day of tabernacle is a holy convocation. It's a Sabbath. You shall do no servile work therein. Listen, 7 days ye shall offer a offering made by fire. So we do just like we would do Thanksgiving. Preparation day, you cook for that whole week. Just like you do on Thanksgiving, cook all your food, make it a joyous occasion to the Most High. Listen, 7 days you shall offer an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH on the just cut it off. Hold on. Okay, listen. So, offering made by fire, and on the 8th day, listen. Okay, I can read it again. 36. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire. So you work all up until preparation and cooking for the whole week until AHAYAH. On the 8th day, it's not the 7th day, guys. So it doesn't end on the Sabbath. It's going to do the following Sunday. It's an 8-day feast. It shall be a holy convocation unto you. Ye shall offer an offer made by fire unto AHAYAH. It is a solemn assembly, high holy day, and ye shall do no servile work. So, brothers and sisters, this is showing you the Most High is communicating with us. It's an 8-day feast. It's a double Shabbat. The 8th day will always be a Sunday because the 7th day is always the Shabbat. 7 days. That's how you know it's a Sunday. Nobody can tell you it started on a Friday, so it ends on a no. 7, 14, 21, 28, according to sevens. The 7th month will always show those numbers 7, 14, 21. The Shabbat will always be according to sevens on the 7th month. So the 8th day will always be a Sunday. Praise AHAYAH Bahashem Yashaya. He's a mathematical genius. So this is how you know the patterns of our calendar. You can tell by the numbering even, because we know that it's 7 days the Sabbath. So anytime you see 8th day, it's on a Sunday. It's a double Sabbath. It's clear and concise. The Most High, how he put his calendar together. Once you know it and you see it and it's clear, you won't go off of it, brothers and sisters. And praise AHAYAH, we're getting ready to go into back to Zion. We will have our feast days according to the heavens, how they keep it. Don't let nobody deceive you. Don't let nobody lie to you. The 8th day will always be on a Sunday because we're going from 1 to 7 according to his calendar on these fixed days. Okay? You got that? I hope y'all see what I'm talking about. It's clear. Once I showed you the calendar, and I'll go back to the calendar, but I just want to show you in the scriptures so that it all makes sense. There's no confusion. AHAYAH is perfect and worthy to be praised. Everything is in order and in line. It's fixed, brothers and sisters. It's fixed. That's what he meant by it's a fixed time. Hold on. According to sevens, this is how he put his calendar together. Sunday is the first day of the week, and Saturday is the 7th day. And according to the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month, the calendar lines up according to 7. The Sabbath lines up according to sevens. So there's no way around it. There's no squeezing out and saying, no. Praise AHAYAH. So now that you're starting to see the patterns, now that you know the code, because the Most High has a code, right? Let me finish. Okay. He said, the 7 days you shall offer made by fire, until the 8th day shall be a holy convocation. That's always a Sunday, double Sabbath. And ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH. It's a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work. It's a Sabbath. These are the feasts of AHAYAH, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocation, an offering made by fire to AHAYAH, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice, a drink offering, everything upon his day. Praise AHAYAH. Praise AHAYAH. But let me just reiterate it. Besides the Sabbaths of AHAYAH, besides your gifts, so we give gifts and we give vows and we give free will offerings, which ye shall give unto AHAYAH. Also, in the 15th day of the 7th month, again, the same day as the Feast of Tabernacle, we have a double, another Sabbath week running concurrent with the Feast of Tabernacle. So this is showing you how much the Most High does things in doubles. It's a double holy week. Also, on the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have a gathering in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto AHAYAH 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day, not the 7th. Again, he's doing the same thing again. So we have the Feast of Tabernacles and we have the Feast of Gathering, of Ingathering. Double feast days running concurrently on the same days. So you see how the Most High does things in doubles? He's made it clear that he does things in doubles. He'll give you double Sabbaths back to back. He'll give you double meanings of the Sabbaths, and he'll give you a double feast days running on the same days. This is the secrets of the times, brothers and sisters. This is the secrets. It's a sign unto us. Learn the calendar. And I had to take this time to reiterate this so you brothers can get this. Brothers and sisters can get this and see what I've been trying to tell y'all over the years. I wanted to make it plain, and I pray it's plain and clear. Let me just do this last line, and I'll go back to show you. And ye shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, yes, branches of palms and boughs of thick trees. We're supposed to dress up our tents and all this stuff while we're out in the wilderness. It's a festive time. The willows of the brook, and ye shall rejoice before AHAYAH, our power, for 7 days. Okay? You shall keep it a feast unto AHAYAH 7 days in the year, and ye shall be a statute forever in all your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. So I told you that 7th month is very, very, a lot of high holy days, a lot of days. You shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelite born shall dwell in booths. So this is a reminder, brothers and sisters. We're in the middle of August. Prepare your houses. We're getting ready to go into the 7th month. There's a lot of feast days, a lot of holy convocation, double Sabbaths, 2 Sabbaths back to back, and then the whole week concurrently we got the Feast of Tabernacles and the Feast of Ingathering running concurrently. We got the Day of Atonement. We got the Feast of Trumpets, a double Sabbath. Okay, so it's a very holy month for us, the 7th month. The Most High does everything in sevens. Also, the Passover is very high holy for us as well. So we got the Passover. That first month is a high holy month because the Most High Passover, Christ died for our sins on this month, on the 14th day of even, double Sabbath. And then coming to the 7th month, the same thing, double Shabbats throughout the whole month. Okay? So I wanted to make that clear. Guys, I hope y'all, did I? Oh, no. Guys, what did I do? I hope y'all saw that. I was reading all that, and y'all didn't see all that. Sorry. Oh gosh. But y'all get the gist, right? I read it to you, so you got it. Praise AHAYAH. So while I was reading it, y'all saw it on the screen, and I'll make it bigger just now. So I'll reiterate it. Guys, you can see that yellow, the first day of the 7th month is the Day of Atonement. I mean, no, not day, but Day of Feast of Trumpets. And it's also when Noah either came off the ark and saw the water receding. Okay? So it's a double Sabbath in meaning, and also it's a double Shabbat because we just came off the Saturday Sabbath. Now the Sunday is a high holy day. So that's a double Sabbath. Then we go down to the Day of Atonement. You saw it said the 9th day at even. Here's the 9th day. The 10th day will always be on a Tuesday. It always falls like that automatically. You can't go wrong. Also go down, you see the pattern again, the 14th day, 7, 14, 21, 28, because it's the 7th month. Okay? Then that next day after the 14th is the 15th day where the Bible speaks of is the Feast of Tabernacles. It will always be on a Sunday. It's a double Shabbat. We had the regular Saturday Shabbat, and now the next day, Sunday, is a Sabbath. It's the start of the Feast of Tabernacles. The first day is a holy convocation, and the last day is a holy convocation. So it will always be a double, two double Sabbaths back to back, because the first day is a Sabbath and the 8th day, not the 7th. So it won't end on Saturday. It's the Most High put a monkey wrench in it, and he made it so. So anybody trying to say everything is lined up according to the Sabbath, it's a lie. And Elder Vakar knew where he was lying. He did that on purpose by saying that, because everybody wants to believe everything is according to sevens and according to our Sabbaths. But the Most High put a monkey wrench. He wanted it to be a sign that you are keeping and reading his book and pulling out his ordinances. Study to show yourself approved. That's why he got that in there. You must study. Don't let anybody just tell you, oh, it's according to sevens, and the last day is the Sabbath. That's the last day. No, it's an 8-day feast. So it's the following Sunday. It's a double Shabbat. Okay, so y'all understand that. So now the same thing happens when we go into the Feast of Dedication. Let me bring that. This on the 2024, it will end the last week of November. Now, because we have it's on the 15th. It's on. I'm sorry, not the 15th. It's on the 25th day on Caslu, right? According to the scriptures. So that falls on again a Sunday, and it will always fall on a Sunday. Now it's not. It doesn't have that whole 7/14/21 because it's falling. It's not on the 10th month. It's on the 9th month, and that's according to scriptures. It's right here in First Maccabees 4:59. It says, moreover, Judas and his brothers with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the day of dedication of the altar should be kept in this season from the year to year by the space of 8 days. Again, it's an 8-day feast. From the 20th day of the month of Caslu, the 5 and 20, sorry, it's the 25th. It's the 5 and 20th day of the month of Caslu, which it ends up being in between November and December. So this year on the 24th, it falls on in the end of November, right? Check this out. The end of November. This thing is getting on my nerves because it's keep popping up, right? Let me see if I can get rid of it. But anyway, you see that 25 there. That starts the 25th day. The 5 and 20th day, it's always going to be on a Sunday. 8 days. So you go all the way down. Now, 7 days is the Sabbath. But the 8th day will make it a double Sabbath. Okay? So here it's going to be back-to-back double Sabbaths again. Because we have the regular, let's look at the 24th, the regular, that's our regular Saturday Sabbath. The 25th will be on the Sunday. Counting 8 days, you're going to pass another Sabbath. Now, let me show you how it looks in December. Here it is. It's going to be a double Sabbath here. Okay? And also, it's also the first day of the 10th month, which I've showed you is the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month will always fall on a Sunday. So it's a double Sabbath in meaning as well. It's the 8th day from the Feast of Dedication, right? But it's also the 10th month, the first day, when Noah saw the, I think it was the water this time going down when he got off the ark. So all of these are double meanings, double Sabbaths, and they always going to fall on the Sunday to make it a double Shabbat. Okay? This is how the secrets of the times. This is the Most High giving us a sign between him and us. And you won't go wrong. Once you know the pattern of the 7/14/21, it happens 4 times in a year. On the first month, the first month, the 4th month, the 7th and the 10th month, you will see the pattern of 7/14/21 on the Sabbaths. You will not go wrong, brothers and sisters. Nobody can't tell you that I'm doing the Enoch calendar, but their calendar they keeping the Passover, on a Tuesday. They're lying, and you will know that they're lying because the scriptures line up perfectly. Okay, so now I just wanted to give you that, and then starting next week, I'll start chipping at the calendar because I got to do 7 years. Even though I got 2 years, I got 2024 done and 2025 done. So technically, I don't have to do it, but I want to start showing the children of Israel how to make your own calendars, how to start, so that you'll know when people are lying to you, when they're keeping these holy days at the wrong time. Once you know the patterns, you won't fall off of it, brothers and sisters. Once you got it, we got it. Okay? You read those scriptures, and now it's clear with the calendar. It lines up perfectly. But everything, unfortunately, is not according to Sabbaths. It's not that way because the Most High said on the 8th day. So we know the Sabbath is always going to be on the 7th day. On the first month, the 4th, the 7th, and 10th months. So, and these are the days that all his holy days fall within those months, mainly. Only in May we have the first fruits, and in February we got Purim. Other than that, the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month, our holy days fall in that time. So praise the Yashaya. I pray I made it clear and that you can see it. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Hold on, guys. My mom. Give me 1 second. Praise AHAYAH. She right on time because my mom needed to do something. So praise AHAYAH Yashaya. I hope that was clear, guys. And I just wanted to show you. You can watch that video. Let's see, Secrets of the Times. Watch the video. I'll put the link, and I'll put the link right now of that other video. So you'll have those two videos as reference. But unfortunately, because of infiltration, but he gives the information on how to find the first day of the year. And that's very important because a lot of our people are just getting this information now. They wasn't there in 2013 when Elder Ricard first brought it out. I was following the whole thing because I had been looking for the first day of the year since 2009. I had been looking. So Elder Ricard finally came out with the Secrets of the Time after me keep pushing and pushing and pushing and me making videos. He comes out with the Secrets of the Time, but then the next year they throw it off and put the one on the Shabbat, on the Saturday, to signify evening and morning is the first day. But the Most High is not working in that way. The first day is always on the Sunday. It's the first day of the week. It's the first day of the new year. Always line 1 through 7. And those 4 months, the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, the 10th, will always bring the calendar back into its original state, 1 through 7. So I hope you got me. Praise the High. I give all glory and praise to AHAYAH Yashaya. Qadash, Rawach. I pray you got it. But listen, guys, I'm going to keep talking about this, and I'll try to do it on a Tuesday. I pray, how you willing, I can do it on Tuesday, if not on Wednesday, just making the calendar, and I'll be doing that because I got 7 years to put up. So you can follow me. You can start getting your calendars together, get you a sheet of paper, or you can do it online, but that you can follow me and you will see how this thing lines up. 7, 14, 21, 28 on those 4 particular months. Okay? Praise AHAYAH. He gave us back our holy days, and now the children of Israel, now you can make your own calendar. You're going to know how to do it. Okay? The last day of the year will always be on the Shabbat, and that first day the first New Year's will always be on the Sunday. And you just go according to sevens. Just like that. So all those people calling on the wrong power, every knee will bow, every tongue will confess this his holy days and proclaim it, because there's no way to come back to him unless you know his holy days, unless you give his holy convocations at the correct time. Okay? So bless you. I give all glory and praise to AHAYAH. That's who's giving us back his calendar. AHAYAH. AHAYAH is giving us back his holy days and his calendar, brothers and sisters. And I'm so thankful. I could give praise and honor and glory to AHAYAH. Have a blessed one, y'all. Shalom. If y'all have any questions, y'all can send me emails. itojatravel@yahoo.com, because I have to go now. So if you have any questions, please send me an email and I'll definitely, clear it all up for you. Also, y'all can join me on Patreon. I'm doing the getting ready wilderness workout, and it's deep, y'all. Woo! Working out hard. So I pray y'all getting wilderness ready, your mind, body, and spirit, brothers and sisters. Get ready, get prepared. I pray your flight be not in the winter. Get out of Babylon, brothers and sisters. Get out. And that's what I needed to show y'all. Hold on, let me show you one more thing. The calendar is lining up. This is what I'm showing you. Here is 2024. It lines up a lot. Most of the maybe about 4 times within the year is just like this. One, Gregorian and the Hebrew calendar are lining up exactly. And guys, I've been doing this calendar since 2009. I've never seen this. It's not to this, degree where the calendar is lining up. So here we come in 2024, you're going to see it. And I wanted to bring that out, that the calendar is starting to line up, and that it should be a sign. It should be a sign to us, brothers and sisters. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Let me make sure I got did I put this in? Yeah, I turned it back on. Okay. It should be a sign to us, brothers and sisters, that these holy days are starting to line up. Okay, here it is again on the 7th month, which we know is a very holy month now. It lines up again. The calendar is starting to line up in 2024, and y'all should pay attention to that. That I'm telling y'all, the pale horse. I told you about the whole Beyonce with the message with the pale horse. They're letting us know it's coming. It's coming. I wanted to show y'all the video, but I'm gonna have to save that to next week. Sister Shandell, bless you, sis. She sent me a video of a man breaking down, the mark of the beast and how the digital currency is all set up, and he just really goes in depth about it. But I don't have time to show it to you today. But this, I just wanted you to pay attention to the calendar and how it lines up in September. Here in August, this is 2024. Okay, let me see else. A few months is very prevalent where it hasn't not been like this, guys. Just know, because I've been paying attention, and I wanted to sound the alarm and bring notice so that you guys will know that how the calendar is lining up. Hold on. Okay. So it starts in actually it may start in February as well. This in 2023. It's starting, I think, in 2000. Oh no, that's in February. According to our Hebrew calendar, it's still, it's not before the new year in March, but it's not on this. And I'll show it. I'll bring that the next time I come. But it starts to line up like every couple of months. It's starting to line up, with the Gregorian, which has not happened. I never noticed it, and I didn't see it, and I would have noticed, because it's like an alarm for me, seeing, because I've been doing these calendars so long, So here it is in August. It's again in September, and I think in December. Here it is September, and then November. No, but it comes back again in December, the 10th month. So, brothers and sisters, it's very important that y'all pay attention, that you learn how to do your own calendars so that you can notice these shifts. Because in the scripture says in Genesis, he gave the lights in the heavens for signs, for seasons, for years, and for days. So our calendar is very significant. It's a sign. Our holy days are signs. Okay? So, shalom, gotta go. Shalom, Israel. This is Sister Kana. I pray you can see me, but it's more important that you can see the screen. I wanted to take the time to explain this diagram, and also I just want to announce that there won't be a Nappy Chronicles today at the Secrets of the Times like I promised. I really wanted to do it, but something did come up, and I'm praying that I will be able to do the Thursday Nappy Hair Chronicle as well. If not, I'll make up for it. But this is just, a makeup video as well, so that you can have something that you can start looking over for your calendars, and so that you can learn to create your own calendars once you know the rules that the Most High put in the Bible for us, to how to set things up and how to understand it. Praise AHAYAH. So you'll know the vernal equinox calendar template that Elder Ricard used in the Secrets of the Time. So I wanted to kind of make this more explanatory for you, and so that you'll have it. So it gives you the 31 is signifying the 31 day that's in each cycle according to the calendar, our months. Okay, seasons, I'm saying. I couldn't find the word. Seasons. Okay, so there's 4 days that are given, 31 days throughout our Hebrew calendar to signify the changing of the seasons. So here it's a 31. This was for winter. We start with spring, 30 days. Okay, 30 days. And then this one, 30 days, and then the 1 day. So this one has 31 days. So it's 30, 30, 31 days. 30, 30, 31 days. 30, 30, 30, then the 1 day. Okay? So that's so you can understand. This is March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, because March starts the first day. The so-called March starts the first day of our Hebrew calendar. Now, that's just in layman terms to get you to understand it. Our Hebrew calendar, the January, February, March, April, May. Our Hebrew calendar goes according to numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, because there are 12 months. So, and then the Hebrew, we use Hebrew numbers. Akkad, Shenya, Shalash, Arabai, Kamash. So those are so that you won't be confused and wondering what these words are. I think there's a spelling error here, but okay. I was trying to do this really fast, so please forgive me, so I'll have something for you. Okay, so Akkad, Shenya, Shalash, Arabai, Kamash, Shasha, Shabai, like that. Shemalana. So just so you understand, what these names are for those who don't know. Okay? Let me go on. I just made a list for you. Hebrew months. Akkad, which is March, is for 30 days. Shenya, which is April, has 30 days. Shalash, May, which It's signifying. It's 31 days for May. June, a rabbi, 30 days. Chamash, July has 30 days. And Shasha, August, has 31 days. 31. And that's what this signifies here. This is 30, but plus this one. Okay, and so forth. Shabai, September, 30 days. Shemawana, October, 30 days. Thashai, November, has 31 days, as you can see. Asherah, December, has 30 days. Akkad, Asherah, January, has 30 days. Akkad, Shanya, February, has 31 days. And so that will reflect in this diagram so that you'll understand. There's 4 seasons, and these are the seasons. So, maybe next time I'll put something here like spring, this is going into summer, fall, and then winter. So, and the red, it signifies the 31 days, okay? Now, so that's to give you the, how the calendar falls. So when you make your calendar, you'll start to understand these things. I gave you a blank calendar. Now, when you look at this calendar, this is just a regular Gregorian calendar. I just took out the Hebrew days, right? I left them here just to give you an example, but this is starting. So when you look on your regular calendar for 2024, you'll see that Sunday is the 3rd of March, right? Because I took out the Hebrew days. And this will be your template. You can use this as a template. Now, guys, you can start with a blank template, or you can, set it up to where things are fairly in there. This is just the Gregorian numbers, but I kept the colors in there because we're going to take this information, study it, download the videos, download the information. There's 4. Now, let me go to the next one really quickly. This is with the Hebrews because we're going to add in the Hebrew days, right? I left them here just to give you an example, but this is starting. So when you look on your regular calendar for 2024, you'll see that Sunday is the 3rd of March, right? Because I took out the Hebrew days. And this will be your template. You can use this as a template. Now, guys, you can start with a blank template, or you can, set it up to where things are fairly in there. This is just the Gregorian numbers, but I kept the colors in there because we're going to add in the Hebrew dates, and then so that I can show you how it's done. Okay, so this is just for you to practice. You can use a blank template and then start to make a regular Gregorian calendar, and then that way we can add in the Hebrew dates, and it is start to become easy. Now, it's not going to be easy at all, especially if you're not really that good with numbers. It will get confusing, but over time, you'll be able to, figure these things out. But it's important that you start to learn how the Hebrew calendar works. Okay? Now, let me go to the next one really quickly. This is with the Hebrew dates added in. Okay? So you can see. Remember, I showed you about the 7, 14, 21, 28, because this is the month of March, which is Akkad in the Hebrew, which means 1. So it's the first month according to the Hebrew calendar is March. Because it can vary depending upon how the Gregorian calendar will change. So that's why we have to have our Hebrew dates, because it varies because their calendar fluctuates so much. It's not fixed. Our Hebrew calendar is a fixed calendar according to the scriptures. So that's why you'll get the 7, 14, 21, 28. Every season, new season, you will see the calendar line up in this way. 7, 14, 21, 28. This is what the Most High gave us as signs. This is the secret of the times according to the Enoch and Jubilees. We have a pattern within our calendar that once you get the calendar right, it will flow in this way, because you get the season change. All that will line up with the 7, 14, 21. So it seems as if the Most High gave us
a sign within, and what he said is the day, these are a sign, the Sabbaths are a sign. So here's the sign that during the seasons, which is very important to the Most High, because when you go into the book of Jubilees, it tells you about Noah set feast according to him coming off the ark, and it goes directly in line with the seasons. So it's very important to the Most High. This is how we are going to be able to put our calendar together. And I just want to show you, give you an idea, so that way you can start to put it together. Every change of the seasons, you will find the last day of the year will be on the Shabbat, which will be a 31. Okay? It will always be a 31, the last day before the changing of the seasons. So that way, it will fall in line with the 7, 14, 21, 28. And it will go flawless. Every changing of the season, every new season will line up this way. So you got March, you got then the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month. Right now, I'm just focusing on the first month. So I want you to just study this until we get together again. And this may be a good thing that it worked out this way, that you can kind of just look at it, create your own calendar, put the Sunday Akkad, Monday Shinyah, Tuesday Shalash, Wednesday Arabai, Thursday Kamash, Friday Shashah, and Shabbat is Shabbat, okay? The 7th month. And we'll go from there. But I wanted to give you this so that you can start to work on it. You can download these 4 pictures, and so that you can have it. Now just to give you a heads up, I go into the, which program do I use? I forgot the name. Not the PowerPoint. Okay, I forgot the name of it. But you can create your own calendar with the template, of your own. There's many templates that you can create your own calendar. Just get the boxes together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 normally. Sometimes it's 5, but always, because I leave that line open for the last day of the year for the seasons change, so that you can see that 30, 31 day is always going to be on the Shabbat. And that way, so it's always between 5 and 6 lines for your calendar. So just keep that in mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? And if it's 5, then you can delete it. But if not, you can, you can keep it. So I just wanted to give you an idea to start setting up your calendar, and then we'll go fill in the dates. But you can just normally look at the March calendar for 2024, and you'll see the dates will line up. And then that way you can start to add in the Hebrew dates, and so that you can see which, how this thing works, and how our days, when our holy days come in. Because the Most High said it's a sign between us and Him. And we have a lot of brothers and sisters that's still calculating their holy days by the moon, and which is incorrect according to the Enoch and according to the Book of Jubilees. Book of Jubilees, I believe, is 50, chapter 50, and starting at okay. Most of our Hebrew Israelite brethren are following the holy days according to the moon, which this is incorrect according to the Book of Enoch and according to the Book of Jubilees. It says that our brothers and sisters will follow the holy days according to the moon, which will throw them off. The moon comes in 10 days too soon, and so they will totally be off. And they got this information from the Jewish people, because of course we didn't know the information and we thought they were doing it right. But it's time for our brothers and sisters to put that information down. It's not of the Most High AHAYAH. It's not His holy days and calendar, and we must put it down. And unfortunately, my sisters who are watching, the brothers, a lot of our brothers will stumble because of this, because they refuse to put down what was taught to them by these Gentiles. When it's clear in the Revelations 3 and 9 and Revelations 2 and 9 that they are the synagogue of Satan. But our people will still refuse, and it's because of a hard head and stiff neck. And a lot of our people will be destroyed because of this very thing. They will think that they can come into the wilderness and do what they think is right just because they feel it's right. And brothers and sisters, and a matter of fact, I just spoke to a brother yesterday, and I mentioned to him, and every time I speak to people, I try to bring this up, but their hearts are so hardened, and they are here in Jordan, and the Most High will destroy them because of this. He said he will remove the rebels, people who just refuse to believe and study, and and a lot of times it's just because of sin. There's some type of sin that they cannot see, they will not hear. And but it's hard to tell Israel that. You can't tell them anything, brothers and sisters. So, and I urge you, brothers and sisters, to try to, once you get this information and you see that it's correct, because there's not too many ways you can err once you get this information. Even with our brother Elder Wakar, who brought it out, he still was one day off. Now, I know it's because of infiltration, but people who want to argue the fact that there's no infiltration, you explain to me why this brother would still, not be reasonable to see his error, repent, and just fix the calendar. Okay? It's not that hard. But if it is infiltration, they do not want us to come back to our Father. They refuse to allow us to connect back to our Father. And this is why infiltration is among us, because they know that this is the most important thing, that we cannot come back to serve our power on the right holy days. This is the commandments. We will be in line with our power, AHAYAH, and that's what they don't want. So this is why there's so much confusion about this calendar, and the fact that the Most High had to use a woman to bring it forth. For the life of you, I don't know why I have to be making these videos as a sister in this truth, coming to you, bringing forth to these holy days. Why? Why do I have to do this? And I'm not, dealing with any kind of pride or ego. I know I should not have to do this. But because of the infiltration, because of the misinformation, the disinformation that's perpetrated upon our people, that we can't even get this information from our brothers. No one is coming to this conclusion. No one is coming, to feel that this is important enough for them to teach even. Why is that? When it's the most important thing to our awakening. Coming back to the Most High, keeping his feast, as he spoke it in Leviticus 23. It's the most important thing, brothers and sisters. Aside Christ and his work and that he died for us, outside of our awakening and understanding the good news that Christ will return and he came for us, we need to know our holy days. We need to know how to worship the Most High and when. And it's very important to the Most High. So I don't understand, this, but I'm happy to bring it to you. Praise AHAYAH Bahashim Yashaya. His will and his work, it will be done. Even if he has to use a woman. I'm just thankful. So I'm not complaining about it. I just putting it to you, frankly. Why? Why do our sister have to come if we're supposed to follow our men? Why do I have to come and reiterate these holy days? And once you study it, you'll know without a shadow of a doubt that it's correct, that it's not off. And nobody at this point, till this day, have been keeping the holy days correctly. We have not, as a Hebrew Israelite nation, we have not. Elder Wakar was off one day. All the congregations was off. Only if you went into it like I did and started really, really studying, and those who was listening to me got it correctly. But for the whole, our people have been off. We still have not been keeping the holy days according to the Bible. As a whole, I'm saying. I've been doing it for years. But it's just not about Sister Kana and Sister Mayana and a few of us who have been, who studied it and was getting into it. And they listened to what I was saying and they took heed. So I urge you, brothers and sisters, to get into this. I'm sorry to go there, but it's on my spirit. It has to be taught and it has to be said. If it's, we want our men to stand up and take a leadership role and this and that. But you cannot, if you're not even going to follow the Most High in His correct holy days. How are you worshiping Him? How, brothers and sisters? You have been lied to. You have been lied to. It's been a big lie going on. People are lying in your face week after week, day after day, with these false prophets telling you lies and keeping you off one day on your holy day. Brothers and sisters, wake up. So we're going to go back into this. I'll see you next week, how you're willing, and we'll finish this off. But I pray you take this information, study it, download the videos, download the information, and go in and make your own calendars. It's very important. I give all glory and praise to AHAYAH, AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya, Wa Qadash, Rawach. Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Israel. Praise AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya. I give all glory and praise, honor, and thanks to AHAYAH, AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya, Qadash, Rawach. This is Sister Kana. And thank you for joining me. This is a very special, edition, Nappy Head Chronicles or whatever. But I had to come before you, brothers and sisters, because I have to apologize for the last recording. I know it was really bad with the in and out, so I had to deleted it, and I was trying to figure out how to correct it so that I could come before you and show you how to create your own calendars. And I thank you for joining me. Sisters, I pray y'all take this information. And I just want to say quickly before I go into it, I won't be too long, but I really wanted to say, brothers and sisters, please take this seriously. Try to really grasp it. I know it's a bit confusing at first, but once you get it, it's clear. And I have to say that because there's a lot going on, y'all. I'm not even able to go into the news and because I really want to focus on this calendar and getting our people to understand how it works so that then you can understand what is really going on. People are working against us, as you know. You see what time it is. You see Babylon the Great is falling, and they got our people sitting still. So this is very important. And I say for my sisters, once you able to see this and grasp it, and I'm praying that you do, I'm asking that y'all share and talk about the calendar because there is a lot going on with our brothers and sisters. They seem to be pinning the men against the women and women against the men. So it's hard for a sister like me to come and give this information to the men of the Most High. They are struggling. They have issues with women. They cannot see, past that. And then on top of that, we got, leaders, elders, and bishops speaking against women in such a way that brothers are just turned off when it comes to sisters because they can't really see and hear. And I just want to encourage my sisters right now because the children of Israel are waking up. The Most High, He's waking up the children of Israel. And He's going to bring us back through Yashaya Christ. And it's not just for men. It's also for women too. So I'm so thankful that the Most High is using a woman, and I'm bringing you this information, brothers and sisters, and I pray you can receive it because it's everything. And they got us fighting against one another so that brothers cannot receive it. But we got to come back to the Father, and we got to come back to the correct holy days. So I'm in the Shabbat right now, and I think you guys are too, starting this evening at sundown, we go into the Feast of Trumpets. It starts this evening. It's a double Shabbat. And I'm going to show you in the scriptures, and it's going to be clear, guys. So there's no reason for nobody, not to really get this. And then you got to question what's really going on. By these holy days, once you realize how off, everything has been and how they have managed to keep us from connecting back to AHAYAH, your AHAYAH, then you have to question what's really going on. I pray you're coming out of Babylon. I pray you're getting yourselves out as soon as possible, because you can see they are ramping up for this winter. Something serious and major is going to go down. Okay, so now let me just go right into it. Okay, so now I figured out that I'm going to share my screen with you guys, and we're going to go step by step from the beginning. So I pray you get your paper, a pencil, get your books so that you can go into the scriptures or go online to see the scriptures that I'm talking about, because I really want you to take this time to use this as study. Okay? Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you, and I'm going to go into Publisher. Now, I have Windows. I don't have a Mac computer. If you have a Mac computer, I don't know what program you can use, but there's a lot, a plethora on Google that you can get a calendar. And you just find your calendar that you can adjust, and you work with that. But if you have Windows, I suggest you use Publisher. That's the program I'm using, Publisher. And it's not Power, or you can use PowerPoint, you can even use Word, but Publisher, is what I've used over the years. And I'm going to show you how easy it is. So let me share my screen with you. Hold on. Okay, and let's see. Okay. Okay, we're going to go into Publisher. Okay, so let me show you here. There's a few things. Okay, I'm going to start here. Okay, now this is, I'm going to start here for a minute just to show you the equinox calendar. And y'all know, y'all very familiar with this equinox. For those of you who listen to Elder Bakar and GLCC, this is the equinox calendar that he brought up a couple of years ago. But I added a few things on it just to make it a little more simpler for you to understand. You see that 31 there, 31, 31, 31, it happens 4 times a year, where we will have 31 days in the Enoch Hebrew calendar, right? There's 31 in the winter, spring, summer, and fall. So this one here is the first one is, you see late winter over here, and the last month in winter, which is February, according to the Hebrew calendar, has 31 days, right? And then you go to the next day, March, April, May, and then you see 31. May has 31 days. June, July, down here, August had 31 days. So that's what we just dealt with, 31 days as of yesterday. And today, made a new September 1st made a new month, has 30 days, but we'll go into that. Then September, October, November, and November also has 31 days. So that's what November, December, January, and then February, it goes back to February. So it just really shows where the 31 days go. Okay. Okay. So now I want you to go, if you have Publisher, you can go into Publisher, and I'm just going to show you how. So when you open up Publisher, I'm going to do a new one. And, hold on. Just so you can see, step by step. When you see new, you open up Publisher, and it'll give you a window like this. And I just picked a calendar that I saw on this one. Now you guys know that I make my own calendar, so I didn't use the template, but I'm just showing you just for purposes how it would look when you open it up. Okay, it'll give you this. Now, it says January 24th or whatever, but over here somewhere, let me see. Over here, if you go to insert, and then it goes calendars, here you can go create a calendar, and it says this month, and this is one I recently used, so I'm going to show you that. Okay, let me take that out. I got to go to a blank screen. So we would insert new page. You go there, click on the arrow. Okay, so That brought up a new page. Then you're going to go over to here to calendar, and then you'll, it says, this is the one I put up. I'll make it bigger, stretch it open, so to cover all that. Okay, so let me see. Basically, this is what you want to see. This is the regular Gregorian calendar, okay? And you can use any calendar you want, any template you want, but I'm just going to go with this just so it'll make it easy. Okay, here we go. Now you can see that. I pray you can see it. Okay, so it says September 2020. So if you want to change things, this is Shabbat. Okay, okay, so you see Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I would just add the Hebrew, instead of using the Gregorian names, you can also add the Hebrew names, which is Akkad, which is 1, right? Shinya, which is 2, the second day. And I'm just doing this just so, for those of you who want to make your calendar and you kind of don't know what to do, just making it a little simple. Shalash is the third, is 3. So you put Shalash. Okay. A rabbi is 4. So you put a rabbi. Okay. Hamash, which is 5. So you put Hamash. Okay, that H won't show up. Okay, don't worry about it. And Shashat is 6. So you put Shashat. And Shabbat is 7. So you put Shabbat. Okay, so starting from scratch, this is how you make your Hebrew calendar. You want to make sure. And here I was trying to change that, but it's not allowed. Oh gosh, it's not allowing me to. And I just want to put Shabbat. Okay, that's 7. No, you don't let me change that. Okay, so whatever, it's okay. Leave it like that. Okay, now, so this is a regular Gregorian calendar. We know that Friday was the first, second, and the second was Saturday. Today, here we are at the 3rd. Okay, so I'm going to highlight the whole thing because I want to change this to, and make it center, the numbers, like how I do mine. So this moves everything over. And here, like this. I'm going to, because we know now, September, August had 31 days. I'm just going to add the 30. Oh, yeah, I have to do something else here. I got to add this on top because my thing is a little crazy. Okay, so 30 up top because we know August. Now we know August, according to this, and I'll show you in a minute. And 31. That's how you get that 31 right here. The 31 is always on the Shabbat when it comes to the 4 months of remembrance that the book of Jubilees speaks about. And I'll explain it later, but I just want to show you why I'm putting 30 and 31 here. And we're going to see how everything's going to line up because we are in the 7th month. Well, let me put that on. Oh no. Okay. I don't know what the heck happened here. Why? Give me 1 second, guys. As you can see, it's just a mess. Okay. Just put that up. Get that out the way. Again, we're going to add that. 30, 31. I got to do it again. Okay. And I'm going to show you why in a second. So we're in September, but we know August had 31 days according to the Hebrew calendar. Okay. And I believe according to the Gregorian as well. But give me a second. Let me just go here so I can show you. Okay. So we're back at this, and I just want to show you. Here we are. Let me pull that up so you can see this. Here's autumn. The 6th month is August. August shows 31 days, right? So here we go 30, 30, 31. So that's why this 31 is here. That reflects the 31 days. The next month is the 7th month, which is September, but Shabbai according to the Hebrew. So that's the calendar we're working on right now, Shabbai. And that's why you see that 31, just so you'll know what that means. Okay. So let me just go here. I already did everything, but I wanted to show you guys step by step. Okay. So that's why that 30, 31 is here. Okay. It's reflecting August. Okay. Now here in according to the Hebrew, we only got the Gregorian numbers up. So now we need to add the Hebrew numbers. Okay. So follow me here. Today is Saturday, the 31st day according to the Hebrew, and it's September 2nd. Tomorrow is Sunday, September 3rd, and the Hebrew number will be 1. So we put 1 because it's start. Now, I'm going to go into scriptures and explain all this, but let's just put the numbers according to the Hebrew so that you guys can see it. Now, I pray you guys are with me and you're able to see everything. Hold on. You're able to see everything. If you have a question, guys, you can ask, but I'm just hoping that you can see everything, okay? And you understand where I'm at. Let me keep going. If you have any questions, I'll try to come back and look at it. Okay. We're back here. We're going to add the Hebrew letters. We have the Gregorian already on. Now we're going to add the Hebrew. So 1, 2. And you can follow with me. You can add yours. You could be making yours 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I told you the pattern that you would see, the 7, 14, 21. You will see that during those 4 months, the first month, the 4th month, the seventh month, and the 10th month. So this is the 7th month. So you should see that 7, 14, 21 on the Shabbat. Okay, let's go down to the next number. After 7, we got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13. See how it's easy to mess up? So you have to be very careful with the dates and make sure that you're on the right way. You double check and double check and double check. Let's see, 14. Okay, now we're going to go down to the next week. Okay, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, next week is 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, oops, 27, oh, hold on, and 28. Now there's more numbers. Shabbai, the 7th month go up to 30, but we're just going to leave it at 28 for now, just to focus on this month so you can see everything. Okay, so that's the calendar. That's how you basically will put your numbers together. You will know which months have 30. You will know which months have 30 or 31 days based on the vernal equinox calendar. Make sure you have the correct one, and you can download mine or send me an email. I'll give you a copy of the one that I did, just so you can see this. Now, I'm going to show you what else I do. So I always keep the Shabbat in red numbers, so that it's clear that this is our Sabbath. So I'm going to change that. I'm going to bold everything, make it bold. I think I did that. Make it bold. And then I'm going to change it red, just so the Sabbath will always be highlighted with red, right? You see that? Everything is red. So now you can really notice the 7, 14, 21, 28. You will look for these numbers every 4 months. Your calendar should line up in this way. After that 31 here, it will always be the Shabbat. The last day will be 31 days, okay? And it will go in this order, 7, 14, 21, because our Sabbaths are, the Most High uses sevens. He uses sevens. Everything is in sevens according to the Hebrew calendar. Now, let me just make this clear. Every Shabbat and every Sabbath is not on a Saturday. And this is where, like with Elder Carr's trying to act like everything has to happen on the Sabbath. No, because if that was the case, those Jewish Khazars would also be in line with the Most High Sabbath. And they not. They keep the Saturday Sabbath, yes, but his holy feast days and his Sabbaths according to the feast are not always and will not always land on the Sabbath. The Most High put a monkey wrench in this whole thing. So, and when he says the secrets of the times, there are secrets. And this is what we're going to unfold, how the Most High put his calendar together to be a sign between us and him. And later I will go into those scriptures to talk about how the Most High said his Sabbaths would be a sign. So it's not everything going on the Saturday Sabbath, because the Jewish people are not in line with the Most High. They took the Saturday Sabbath and they hijacked it, but they did not keep all his holy days and feasts like the Most High said in the Bible. And we're going to go into that. So let me write that down, because there's some things between us and him. He said the Sabbaths are a sign. Okay, and I'm going to go into those scriptures later, but right now I'm going to keep going. Okay, so let me now switch over to what so I just wanted to show you from scratch how to start your calendar. You can go into Publisher, you can just hit calendar, go to insert, hit where was it, calendar here where my pointer is, and from there you can just use the first calendar or whatever, and make sure that it starts on Sunday, because some calendars start Monday. You want to make sure it goes to Sunday, the first day of the week, to Shabbat, the seventh day of the week. And those are the things you're going to need. Okay, so give me 1 second and let me go to switch it over to the other that I've already done. And then you can just, so here, this is what we did. Let me just make that a little bigger. You got that? This is just the same thing that we just did. Now, I'm going to go to the next part of this. Okay, so the next thing I did was I put in holy day. Now, I want to go into the scriptures with you so that you will know what days the Most High told us, ordained us as feast. Okay, so I'm switching over to the calendar, another calendar that I started, but maybe I can just add that here for you because I like this one because the numbers are bigger and that you can see clearly. So let me just try to do that. Okay, so everybody's clear, right? Y'all see that? Oh, gee. Oh my God. Let me go back. I didn't put the numbers in this one yet. Okay, this one has the numbers. Just keep it there. Okay, so now, give me 1 second, guys. Okay, now, so let's focus. Tomorrow is a holy day, right? We're going to find out in the scriptures why it's a holy day. Okay, let's start at Leviticus, and then we're going to go into the pseudepigrapha, into the Book of Jubilees, chapter 6, so that you can get ready, so we can read through that. Now, I have it already, the scriptures I pulled out, but I just want to let you know. Write this down: the Book of Jubilees, chapter 6, and I think we're going to start at 20. But first, let's go straight into the Bible. Okay. We're going to go straight into the Bible. Okay, hold on. And we're going to go into Leviticus 23. Okay. And we are going to jump down to the Feast of Trumpets, which is tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow, starting this evening, start the Feast of Trumpets. Okay, it says the Feast of Trumpets, Leviticus 23 and 23. And AHAYAH spoke unto Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel. Wait, give me something. Let me just double check, guys, that y'all see what I see. No, that it's not there. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Let me go back again. I'm sorry, guys. Nothing showing up. I'm going to go back again and pull up the Bible. Here we go. Leviticus 23 and 23. I just want to make sure you can see what I see. Okay. Here we go. 23, it said, AHAYAH spoke unto Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, a holy convocation. Now I want to highlight this because it's very important. It says in the 7th month, so let's check everything that we're doing everything right so far. Let me see. Guys, we're back at the calendar. We're going to just check and make sure we're doing everything right. So far, so good. Here we go. It says at the 7th month, we know this is September, the 7th month Shabbat, on the first day of the month. So that's this one signifies the first day. I'm going to highlight this and change the color. because this signifies a first day of the month. And he said it's a holy convocation. It falls on a Sunday, brothers and sisters. So let me just double check. So that you can see that. You're going to feel that, okay? I'm going to go down. And this is where I put holy day, just to, keep it clear. And I'm going to go into more. I'm going to make this smaller, maybe about 12. Okay, holy day. Okay, holy day. Just so you see it. So he says the seventh day, the first day of the month. And according to the scriptures and according to the calendar, we know that August has 31 days. So that signifies the red 31. It's on the Shabbat. It ends. The next day is the first day of the month, of the seventh month. Okay? So let me keep going. I hope you guys. I have to keep coming back and checking. Okay, yes. Okay, let me put this over here. Put this over here so I'm not confusing this. Okay. Let me see that. I like this one better. Okay, good. It says, okay, in the first day of the month shall ye have a Sabbath. It's a Sabbath, brothers and sisters. We doing no servile work. We should do it like a regular Sabbath. It's a Sabbath. The Feast of Trumpets is a Sabbath day. So we shouldn't be holding classes or doing none of those things on the Sabbath. It's a double Shabbat. We have the Saturday Sabbath, and the next day is a Sunday, but it's the first day of the month. It's a holy convocation. It says, ye shall have a Sabbath, a memorial. Now, because people like to play words, it's just a memorial. A memorial, the Most High said, ye shall have a Sabbath, a memorial. A memorial means to remember it. So we're supposed to remember this day, keep it as a Sabbath. It says the blowing of the trumpets, a holy convocation. So when the sun goes down tonight, we start going into a double Sabbath, another Shabbat. Okay, according to the Hebrew Enoch calendar. So let me go back and show you, because you cannot put the one. This is why it's very important that you not put that one over here where my point is. You cannot put a one down here, because you're going to throw the whole calendar off. If you put a one on for sundown to sundown, because the scriptures say even to even, but that does not mean you put the one on this Saturday evening. You'll throw the whole calendar off. And this is what we had done. This is what Elder Bakar is doing. The person who brought out the Secrets of the Times, throwing the whole calendar off. Other sisters, he knew what he was doing. He's reading these scriptures just like I'm reading these scriptures. And that's why it's important. You must study to show yourself approved, brothers and sisters, so that you do not be deceived. Because if you put the one on the Friday, on Saturday, you'll throw the whole calendar one day off. It has to go on the Sunday. It's the first day of the week. Sunday is the first day of the week, and also 7 days later is our Sabbath. You can't go wrong if you keep it like the Most High intended to be. Okay? Because it's important when you look at this calendar, you need to know how the calendar works and how it lines up, so you won't get thrown off. Okay, so we got that, right? Let's continue. Let me read a little more. So there's no confusion. He said, ye shall do no servile work. So he tell us not to work on this day. We should not be working. Okay, but ye shall offer an offer made by fire unto AHAYAH, so that we cook the feast for preparation like we do for the regular Sabbath, cook a food for an extra day, and then have your feast. Period, point blank. There's no confusion, right? You see how the calendar lines up according to 7. Saturday, Shabbat is the 7th day. Sunday is the first day of the week. It's clear. Okay, so we're going to put in there Feast of Trumpets. Trumpets. Okay, I'm just putting that in there just so it's clear. But also, so now we're going to go into the pseudepigrapha and see what the Most High says, what else the Most High says about these days. Okay, so give me 1 second. Make that 9 or something so it's right. It'll fit in there. And we're going to make that red. So it stands out. There's no confusion. He said the first day of the 7th month is a holy convocation. It's a Sabbath. Am I clear? Does everybody see that? Is there any confusion? If you want to ask a question, we're getting ready to go into the pseudepigrapha about it as well. Okay? Now, let me just, before we go, let me just show you. I always put here sundown, just for the Shabbat, that you know you're going to go into the Shabbat. Okay? But I do that for another reason, and I'll explain why. But right now, just keep it here, sundown, just on every, I'll copy and paste it and put it there. But let me go over now. Okay. Let me go over now. So I wrote down the scriptures here. But for those of you who are on the internet, it's going to tell you all you got to do is go to Google, type in pseudepigrapha, and you can Google it, and it'll come up right here, just so you'll have it. You can go on Google, go to the pseudepigrapha, put Jubilee 6, and you'll get the same thing. Now, I'm not going to read all this, even though I've read it before. We're just going to jump down to the 20th verse, and we're going to start there. And I just want to show this quickly, because I'm going to make this. It says, 20, and do thou command the children to observe this feast in all their generations for a commandment unto them. 1 day in the year, in this month, they shall celebrate the festival. Now, this is just talking about the Feast of Weeks. When you start at the top, he's talking about the Feast of Weeks. But the next line is what I wanted to focus on. Listen, for it is a Feast of Weeks and the Feast of First Fruits. This feast is twofold and a double nature according to what is written and engraven concerning it, celebrated. I just want to point out how the Most High is saying that he made this Feast of Weeks and the first fruit. They run concurrently. It's a double feast and of double nature. So this is an example of showing that the Most High do things like that. He makes things double meaning, and he deals with double nature of things, as well as double Shabbats. When you go into the Feast of Weeks, you count 7 Sabbaths, y'all know that, and then on the next day, the 50th day, which is a Sunday, always on a Sunday, is the Feast of Weeks. And it just shows that Most High is not always doing things on the Sabbath. All our feast days do not fall on the Sabbath. It sounds good, for somebody to, Elder Carr brings it out and makes it sounds real good, but that's not what the Most High has done, and that's not what he's doing, and he's throwing us off and keeping us celebrating the wrong holy days at the wrong time. So we become an abomination to the Most High when we do that. But I wanted to bring that out because I want you to remember that when we start going into these feasts, other feasts and seeing how the Most High do things. He'll make things double in meaning, double in, in duality, meaning that he'll, do things at a certain time. Okay, let me just keep reading. Go down to 23. Now, this is where we need to be. And on the new moon of the first month, and the new moon of the fourth month, and the new moon of the seventh month, and the new moon of the 10th month are days of remembrance. It's very important, these moons. Now we know when we go into the Hebrew, new moon doesn't mean the moon, it means new month. The Hebrew word is Qadash, and it means new month, not new moon, the actual moon in the sky. It means new month. So that's what I just showed you for the 7th month. We started the new month. It was the 3rd of September. Go back just to clarify it. Because once you see it and understand it, it becomes really easy. It's exactly what the scriptures is telling us. Okay, here we go. We're back here. Let me just make sure you can see what I see, because it kind of goes off really fast. Okay, no, you don't see what I. So, you didn't see that. Hold on a second, guys. Let me go back. So I was in a pseudepigrapher. Let me just read it again. Stop sharing. And I'm going to share my screen again. Here we go, Jubilee 6. So you can see what I was reading. You can go Google it yourself, and this is what you will see. Okay. It says, I scroll down to 20, and I brought that out. Thou command the children of Israel to observe the feast in all the generation for a commandment unto them. One day in the year, in this month, you shall celebrate the feast, for it is the feast of weeks, or first and the first fruits, two together, right? It's a feast is twofold and of double nature, according to written, engraven concerning it, celebrated. So again, I just want to read it, and I wanted you to see it so you can read this for yourself. Jubilee 6 and 20 shows that the Most High do things in double nature and also in double meaning. Okay, so and I brought out about you count 7 Sabbaths. It's not on the Sabbath day, it's the next day. It's on a Sunday that we keep the Feast of Weeks every year. Okay, so I just want to show you, because the Most High, he's not an author of confusion. When he gives information, you know that this is how he do things. We have to learn our power. We have to know how he does things. That's why I always say, like, learn the power that you call yourself serving. How do you, say you love him and then don't understand how he do things? How you understand how the Most High do things is by studying his word and studying his books and look at the examples that he give us. So this is a clear example that the Most High does things twofold. He'll just do things in double nature and in double meaning. So when we look at the Feast of Weeks, he went 7 Sabbaths. Now he could have made the Feast of Weeks easily on a Saturday and made it easy, right? But no, he went to the 50th day for the meaning of Jubilees, 50. But also he took it outside of the regular Saturday Sabbath. Okay, he could have easily made it on the Sabbath, but he didn't. Okay, let's continue. So now we went to 23, and it says the new moon of the first month, a new moon on the 4th month, and a new moon on the 7th month, and the new moon on the 10th month are days of remembrance, and the days of seasons. So he's clearly telling you he's setting apart the seasons in 4 divisions of the year. These are written, ordained as testimonies forever, brothers and sisters. So we know that the seasons, the Most High set apart his seasons as a testimony for us. Okay, so we must take these things very serious. So going back now, let me go back. Going back now to, what we were doing. I have to go out, stop sharing, so I can show you back at the calendar. Excuse this way, but it's at least you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. The seasons are very important. There are days of remembrance, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me shift this over one more time so that you can see that graph that I made. Okay, the seasons. Every 4 months we change seasons, and those days, that first day of that month is a day of remembrance. It's a holy day. So here we go. We got the 31s, the last day of the year. We got it 4 times. Every new month, that first day is going to be a Sabbath. It's going to be a day of remembrance. Not just people just blowing it off as a day remembered. He put Sabbath and a memorial together. He said it's a Sabbath, it's a memorial. The memorial of the Feast of Trumpets, a holy convocation. So our memorials are Sabbaths. The Most High wants us to remember them. He wants to honor him in them. We celebrate him and give him honor and glory on those days. So we got the first month, which will be March. Akah, first day of the month, starting March, will be a holy convocation. Then we shoot down the 4th month, which is June. You see the 31, that would be May. And according to the Hebrew calendar, we'll have 31 days. That next day in June 1st, according to the Hebrew calendar, will be a holy convocation. Skipping down to the next 3 months go by, and then we have September. That's the month we're in now. August will have 31 days according to the Hebrew calendar, 31 days. The next day, September 1st, according to the Hebrew, will be a holy convocation. And then we shoot down to winter, which will be, let's see what day is that? That is December. November will have 31 days according to the Hebrew calendar. And the next day, December 1st, the 10th month, will be a holy convocation. And these days will always fall on a Sunday. It will always be a double Shabbat. They will always fall on a Sunday. It will be a double Shabbat, and most of them have double meaning, and it's twofold. Now, let me just give it to you on this graph just so you can see it. Okay, I put Akkad is the first month, March, Shana, April. These both have 30 days. The next month, Shalash, I put it in red, 31 days. So that way we know that the next day, June 1st, will be a day of remembrance. That's the 4th month, a Rabbi, the 4th month, that will be a day of remembrance. Then Kamash, also 30 days. These are the summer months. And the last day, Shashah, will have 31 days, right? After that 31 days, the next day, September 1st, according to the Hebrew, try not to get confused, Hebrew calendar, it will have 30 days, but that first day will be a holy convocation. That is what happened in sundown tonight. We will go into the 7th month tonight at sundown. It's a holy convocation, guys. And then the 8th month, we got 30 days. And then the 9th month, we have 31 days, the shy, but it's November 31st. And then the next following day will be December 1st. According to the Hebrew, it will be a holy convocation. It will always be on a Sunday, like I'm showing you. Okay? And it goes on and on and on. And after that, then we go 30 days again. And then in February, 31 days. And the cycle repeats. March will be the first day of the month of the Hebrew calendar of the new year, and that will be a holy day. Okay, I hope it's not too confusing, guys. Let me go back to the other calendar because the number is bigger. Okay, it's so now let's talk about that pattern that I was telling you guys about that you will see. Every 4 months, you will see it looks just like this. You'll see 31 for the last day of the year, signifying, the Shabbat, 31 days. It will always be on the Sabbath. 4 times out of the year it happens. Then the next one is 7, 14, 21, 28. The calendar will always line up just like this every 4 months, like clockwork. The Most High has a pattern of how he do things. And this is what you will see. Every 4 months, the changing of the seasons, you will see it lines up according to sevens. The Sabbaths, it will line up according to sevens. There's no other way. You can't go wrong, brothers and sisters, once you got this. And this will put down every Hebrew Israelite. Because see, no other Hebrew Israelite has any patterns with their calendar. They just been following the Jewish Qadash. They don't even know how they get their talk about it's according to the moon. But when you go into Jubilees, and we'll read it, you cannot follow the holy days according to the moon. Hold on, give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, you cannot follow the calendar according to the moon. The moon comes up 10 days too soon. It throws the whole calendar off 10 days, and it gives a 354-day cycle, which is not biblical. There's no way in scripture tells you to do that. But when you go into the book of Jubilees, it tells you specifically we have a 364-day calendar, which goes into 7 evenly, 52 weeks. And he lines it up by sevens according to on the days of the seasons. Those 4 seasons is when the calendar will automatically correct itself. You will see this 7, 14, 21, 20 into 7 every 4 months like clockwork. When you got your calendar right, you will know it because you will see the sevens. Okay? So Hebrews have got to put this calendar that other calendar down, following the Jewish Khazars in Revelation 3:9 and 2:9 tells you they are the synagogue of Satan. We are not to follow them. It will force every Hebrew to get on the correct calendar. Many of them to try to act like they don't ascribe to the Enoch, they don't ascribe to Jubilees. That's their problem because those are the only 2 books that really give you the information of how to find the first day of the year and lastly to figure out the calendar according to sevens. Okay, so I just wanted to reiterate this. Now let's keep going. So we see the pattern 7, 14, 21, 28. Now let's go into the scriptures and read about the next holy day. Hold on. Let me go out and come back in. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we're going to go to the scriptures. So we see now how it lines up flawlessly with the Feast of Trumpets. It's a double Shabbat. It's a double meaning because it's also showing the seasons and also came off the ark. And I didn't read that, but I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it when we go back into the book of Jubilees. Okay? Let me go back to the scriptures so we can read the rest. Okay, so the Day of Atonement. Let's go. it says, Leviticus 23:26, and AHAYAH spoken to Moses, saying, also on the 10th day of the 7th month. And now we have to see, now we understand why the Most High was being so clear about the days and the time when we're supposed to do things. He's very precise. He said on the first day of the 7th month. Now he's saying the 10th day of the 7th month. And he even goes and say at sundown and even on the 9th day when you start your fast. So the Most High is being very clear about the day, what he wants us to do and how he wants us to do it, because he knows how his calendar lines up and how it must line up in order us to be on point with him. Okay, so also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH. Now let me talk about this made by fire. We supposed to have a feast before we go into the fast. You cook a meal before that sundown comes, and you sacrifice to the Most High before you actually go into your fast. This is what he's saying. He's saying, and ye shall do no work on this day, in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before AHAYAH your power. For whosoever soul it be that shall not afflict his soul in that same day, ye shall be cut off from among his people. Now that's very deep, brothers and sisters. So the Most High is saying it's a specific time and it's a specific day. So you got to understand, this is why in Daniel, it tells us that they thought to change times and laws. They know how important it is for the Most High that we do things at the time he tells us to do it. So that's why there's so much confusion about this time. We need to know what day to afflict our souls, because he said we will be cut off. So that's why it leaves a lot of room for a lot of people to get destroyed. When Babylon is falling, when all Hades breaks loose, a lot of people can be cut off because the Most High is a stickler for his law, brothers and sisters. If his word won't come back void. So if he says you know, people can be cut off for not doing this, this is why Esau is trying so hard for us not to get these days right. Because the Most High word won't come back void. We can then be cut off because we're not following correctly. Now, yes, there's grace, but now we're coming back to the knowledge and the understanding. We must get this right. We must get this right, brothers and sisters. This is very important. So if somebody's telling you to conflict your soul on the wrong day, it leaves you open. Then you can be under attack. Then Satan has to go ahead to cut you off, because the Most High said, anybody who's not keeping this day on the right time, afflicting their souls, he shall be cut off. Do you get what I'm saying? So you got people working against you, brothers and sisters, knowing how the Most High do things and a stickler for his law, and his word will not come back void. Okay, so this opens the door. Once you're not doing what you're supposed to do, and listen, if you're not even looking to see if you're correct, to find out what's pleasing to the Most High, so that you can be in right standing with him, then just like when Satan, speak against the brethren, you're not even trying to find out what's right in the most eyes of the Most High. So this is very important, brothers and sisters. You must fast on the correct day. Okay, Leviticus 23:30. And whosoever soul it be that doeth any work in that day. So this is what I'm telling you. Doing classes, doing whatever you want to do, because you're not even concerned about what day to keep as a holy day and what day to keep as a regular day. And if you don't have people really telling you this, you're going to get it wrong. But listen, if you do it any same day, the same soul will be destroy them from among his people. Look what the Most High is saying. He's saying if you do work on the wrong day, if you don't conflict your soul on the wrong on the day that he's telling you, you can be destroyed. You will. It don't say can, it says you will. The soul will I destroy from among the people. So it leaves room for you to get destroyed in Babylon because you ain't even paying attention anyway. The Most High is calling you out. He's trying to bring you back so that you could save your soul, and you just walking around thinking everything is everything. Pay attention, brothers and sisters. You must learn to keep the righteous acts. Figure it out. And I'm trying to show it to you, but you got to figure it out on your own and know what's right and what's wrong. Do not let just anybody tell you anything. This is very important. It leaves the door open so that you can be destroyed justifiably. Okay? Because you're sinning against the Most High because you're not keeping his days. Okay, so ye shall do no manner of work. Ye shall be a statue forever. Brothers and sisters, we are now coming back under the law. We're learning. The reason why the Most High got us talking and telling you about these laws, because we will be going back under it. So it's your due diligence to figure it out. It says you shall do no manner of work. So if you're fasting on the wrong day, that means you're going to be working on the wrong day. It says it shall be a statue forever throughout generations in all your dwellings, no matter where you dwell. Okay, people try to say, "Oh, we ain't in the land yet." It ain't. No. This not saying that. It says all your dwellings throughout your generations. Right. 32. It shall be unto you a Sabbath, another Sabbath, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening. He's being very specific. Yes. Very specific. He's telling you when exactly to do it. So you must know his calendar and you must know the correct days. Don't throw it off. And this is why I'm taking the time to show you how the calendar works so you will not be deceived. Nobody can deceive you now because you know there's 4 months out of the year that got 31 days. You should know those days and then count the first day of the month, and you can count and you can stay in line from there. Don't let nobody throw you off, brothers and sisters. Okay? I'm telling you there's infiltration. Okay, and from even to even, ye shall celebrate your Sabbath. It's a Sabbath, brothers and sisters. Sabbaths are a sign between us and the Most High, and I'm going to bring that out. So let's go back to the calendar again so that you can see what I'm talking about. And we're going to highlight that day. Okay, let me stop sharing for a minute so y'all can see. Okay, y'all have to understand how important it is. This is why Sister Kana, for all these years, been making a big thing about these holy days. This is why. Praise the height. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna share my screen and we're gonna go again because I blew up some balloons for the holy days. So praise the higher. Okay, so now let's go to the calendar so you can see it. Okay, so it says we know the first day, it's that Sunday. Now we're going to go to the 9th day. The Sabbath is the 7th day. You see that 7 there. Sunday is the 8th. Monday is the 9th. And Tuesday is the 10th day. Okay, so we're going to highlight this day. We're going to highlight this day. We're going to make it blue. Okay? Because it's not a change of seasons. The change of seasons are in yellow. Let's make blue for the holy days. Okay. He said the 10th day. And we're going to write holy day. Yeah. I'm going to have to make that small. Day of Atonement. Yeah. All that will fit in there. Okay. we just read it, so it's the 10th day according to the calendar. You see how you get the first day. How you get the first day is very important. You see that 31 up there for the changing of the seasons. Every month before will go to 31 days. Okay? I know it's a bit confusing because you got to figure out which days, but you'll get used to it. Hold on. And this is why it took me so long to be able to articulate it, brothers. Since I couldn't explain, I didn't see the patterns until I started doing the calendar 7 years in advance. So it took me time. So it took time to be able to come to you and show you how to do that, how to do it. But now we got it. Okay? And I'm showing it to you so that you can get it. And you must be able to show and study it and show it to other people so that they can get it. Because all the children of Israel must know this. Now, it's not just for Sister Connor. It's just not for, a few of us. If we plan to come in, if you plan to be up in that wilderness, then you should know this. Because you must keep these days at the correct time. Okay. Again, I'm going to make this red. We're going to bold it. Okay. So you can see it clearly. Day of Atonement. Okay. So we got that. So you understand on the 9th right here. And this is why I put this is why, I'm just copy and paste that. Then I'm going to bold that. Make it bold. This is why I be putting sundown, right before each Sabbath, so that you know what you're doing, as you're making your calendar, you can do whatever is helpful to you. But at sundown on Monday night, starts the feast. It starts the Day of Atonement where you're going to fast. Sundown on Monday night. So we're here at Shabbat. So you got a whole week and a half to figure that out. But we're going to fast. So you make your little dinner before you feast. You give the Most High His glory and His praise, and then you go into your fast. Now, I told you that the Most High sent me to a church when I was in California. They did a shut-in. The whole congregation met at the church, babies, everybody, and they had a shut-in. And they fasted together. And they woke up like every 3 hours. They did the 6 o'clock in the evening. Then they did 6 o'clock in the PM, then 9 p.m., then 12 p.m., every 3 hours, then 3 a.m., like that. And they just woke up and they started singing. They was praising AHAYAH. They were giving testimonies. They played little games, and things like that. But they did that, and then, or they just prayed. When it got too late, like 12 o'clock at night, 3 in the morning, they prayed together. But they got up every 3 hours and prayed and, talked and did whatever, and then went back to sleep. And, during the fast. So it made it go fast, and, it made it interesting. But I thought it was very nice. And I know that the Most High wanted me to see that. He sent me to that church to get that information, because I didn't know anything about the holy days, and I've told this story many times. So let's keep going. Okay, so then after the fast, you conflict your soul on the 10th till sundown, Tuesday night. Then at the end of the week, it will be the 14th. You see that's 21. Now, the reason why this is important to know this, because when we go into the scriptures, again, the Most High is being very specific again. So you see that 14 right there. This 14 will be 4 months. The calendar will line up 7, 14, 21, 28. Okay, so that's why I'm going to go out and go back into the scriptures. Hold on. That's why when the Most High goes in the scriptures and he says the 15th day, he's being very specific. He's telling you what to do. But let me go out and start in. Okay. Go back to scriptures. go. Okay, so now we're at the Feast of Booths. Leviticus 23:33. And AHAYAH spoken to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, The 15th day of the 7th month shall be a feast of tabernacles for 7 days unto AHAYAH. Now I want you to pay attention, because he's saying 7 days, but then check this out. Because if he said 7 days, then it will just go to the next Sabbath, right? It will go to the following Sabbath. But listen, on the first day ye shall be a holy convocation. So we know it's a Sabbath. We got to keep it. Now, the first day, he said on the 15th day, that first day, which is the 15th, is a holy convocation. It falls on a Sunday, brothers and sisters. It's a double Shabbat. We have the regular Saturday, and then the next day is Sunday. It's another Sabbath. It's a holy convocation. This is what the Most High is telling you. Double Shabbat. Ye shall do no servile work therein. Listen, 36. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire, right? We cook like we did Christmas and Thanksgiving. You cook the whole, couple of days, and by the Sabbath, you stop cooking, you finish, and your whole meal should be cooked for that week, basically. But listen, he said on the 8th day, but not the 7th day. So it's not until the Sabbath, because we know the Sabbath is going 7, 14, 21, right? But he said the 8th day, I'm highlighting that because it's very important. The 8th day, I'm going to also, the first day, we're going to highlight that. It's a holy convocation. The 8th day and the first day is a holy convocation. He said the 15th day. I'm highlight all that so you'll know. When we look at the calendar, it's clear. There's no misunderstanding about it. Okay? The 7 days ye shall offer offering made by fire unto AHAYAH. On the 8th day shall be a holy convocation. So it's going to go 8 days, not according to sevens, brothers and sisters. Not according to 7. It's going to the 8th day. Just like with the Feast of Weeks, when you count 7 Sabbath, 49 evenly. But he said the 50th day, that next day, is the holy day. Just like now he's saying the 8th day, not according to 7s. Let's go into it and let's see it. I'm going to stop sharing. Now let's go to the calendar. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so he said on the 15th day, look at your calendar. The 14th day is the Saturday Sabbath, right? 14th. The 15th day is a Sunday. It's the next day. It's a double Shabbat. And this is why the Most High was letting you know clearly when he gives these days at a certain time. Sunday is the 15th. It's a double Shabbat, brothers and sisters. He said the first day is a holy convocation. So look, and the last day, I'm going to make everything blue here so you can see it. Just so you can see it. So it's clear what the Most High is saying. He said for 7 days, right? 7 days. Now, normally, let's count 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be 7 days. It would end on the Sabbath. So, like Elvakar got you ending everything on the Sabbath. That's incorrect, because the Most High said, and the 8th day is a holy convocation. It's an 8-day feast, not a 7-day feast, brothers and sisters. So you got to highlight this next Sunday. It's again a double Shabbat. It's a double Shabbat again. It's not just everything ends on the Sabbath, like I'm trying to tell you. That doing the calendar that way will always throw the holy days 1 day off. Look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. It's clear. The Most High got everything going according to sevens. So when he say the 15th day, you know that can't be, it cannot be on the Sabbath. The 15th day is the 15th. You got the calendar going according to sevens, 7, 14, 21. The 15th day will always be on a Sunday. And this is the secrets of the times, brothers. This is the secrets. The Most High got the calendar lined up according to 7, but he always threw it off an extra day. He said the 8th day. Now I'm going to show you, even the Feast of Dedication is an 8-day feast. The Most High always have us do an extra day. So we are not in line with the Jewish Khazar people. He's threw a monkey wrench in his feast days, his calendar, so that they, you would have to know the secret of the times. You would have to know it in order to keep his Sabbath of how he said in Scripture. You following me on this? Can you see what I'm saying? It's always a double Shabbat. So we got 2 double Shabbats this month. This is why this month is a very holy month. It's a lot of feast days. We feast days this month. Now, I'm going to add the sundown, so you can see it. The reason why I added these sundowns here, so that you'll know that you got a feast, that you got a holy day coming up. Okay? So, just while you looking at the calendar, let it marinate, guys, so you can see what I'm talking about. You see, according to scriptures, the Most High. Now here, Sabbath, sundown, on the 14th day, you have another Shabbat. It's a double Shabbat. So you're going to put sundown here again, just to remind yourself that here, this is a double Sabbath. Let's put in holy day, because he said the 15th day. If I need to go back and read that, I'll read it again. This is the Feast of Tabernacle. Now, it's the first day is a holy day, and the last day is a holy day. So all these other days after Sunday, which is a holy day, then you can, if you need to make more food, if you need to cook something else, then you can, cook until you get to Friday. If you have to add more food, or, sometimes even during Thanksgiving and Christmas, we would do that. After the 3rd, 4th day, you start running out of food, or you got to make some more food or whatever. So but the first day is a holy day, and the last day is a holy day. Not all of them are Sabbaths. So we have a double Sabbath, Saturday and Sunday, and then you go the whole week, and then you got another double Sabbath, Saturday and Sunday. Let me change the size of this so you can see the whole thing. Okay. I pray that you guys can see this. I pray that it's clear, because once you get it, you can understand it. But it may take some time for you to get used to it, because that 31 at the top, knowing when that falls. So that's why you got to download that vernal equinox graph. And if you want to email me, I'll send it to you. And I can also send you the other thing that had the, March, April, May, and with the 31, I can give you those as well, because it's very important that you get it. Now, praise AHAYAH, somebody can show you. No one was showing me this. I had to get it on my own. It was only through the grace of AHAYAH showing me this and showing me how to figure it out. But it wasn't until I started doing it 7 years in advance that I started to be able to see the pattern. It's a pattern. So hold on. Let me just put down these sundown, because it makes it easier. Then you can even see, how it's starting to work. And because this is a double Shabbat, you have another one right here. 2 double Shabbats, brothers and sisters, back to back. Oh, God. So I hope this is coming a little clearer. I know it's not simple and it takes some time to do it. But once you start doing your own calendars, you will see. Now, listen, I'm just going to do this up for this first month, but I'm going to go through this for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, because I said I have to do 7 years. I'm almost at the end. I got 2 more years to go, but I want to start now. So I don't mind doing. Just know, brothers, things be getting hectic. You see how fast the days are going? Oh my goodness. It's going so fast that I can't even really keep up. So I got this. I put holy day again here. Let me just copy this. This is too much. But I want to say the end of the Feast of Tabernacle. That last day is the last day, and he says it's a holy the 8th day is a holy convocation, not the 7th day, right? Because if it was just a 7-day feast, it would end on the Shabbat. But the Most High didn't say 7 days. He said 8 days. We have a 7-day week, so the 8th day will always be on a Monday. Just like the first day will always be on first will always be on a Sunday. And the 8th day will always be on Sunday. And the first day will always be on a Sunday because it's the first day of the week, just like if it's the first day of the month. It's always going to be on a Sunday. So the Most High got key words in his scriptures. Once you know that he has a pattern with his sevens, according to sevens, the Most High has a pattern. 4 times out of the year, the calendar will line up according to sevens. On the Shabbat, 7/14/21, that's easy because we know it's the 7th day is the Sabbath. And that's the sign between us and him. His Sabbaths are a sign. So anytime you hear in the scripture on the 8th day of anything, if you know his calendar and you know 4 days, 4 months out of the year lines up according to 7, or you got to know what month it is, and you'll know whether it's on a Sunday, how his calendar is working. You'll know. Okay, here. So I put it there so that you'll know. This is the end. I put end of tabernacle. It's the last day. It's the 8th day. Okay? You see that? Let me save that. So I hope you guys are doing it. Take your notes because it's clear, brothers and sisters. Now I'm going to go even further because I want you to see how holy this month is to the Most High. Now you see all these holy days we got. Sundown. There's a lot of sundowns, and I should put it up because even there, that's a double Shabbat as well up here for tomorrow. It's a double Sabbath. Today at even starts a new Sabbath. It's the first day the Feast of Trumpets starts at sundown tonight. And anybody telling you different, now you're going to know that they're lying to you, that they don't care. They don't keep the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments. They can't care. They cannot care. What did I do? Yeah, I'm messing up, making mad mistakes over here. Just a copy and paste. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, we're going to put that here, sundown, for the Friday night sundown. But, and then you're going to put it over here on this 31 and on the Friday, both days, because it's a double Shabbat, even here. The numbers don't lie, brothers and sisters. If it was a 7-day feast, easily the Most High would say 7 days later, like he did on the Passover. The Passover is only one double Shabbat. From the Passover to the Feast of Unleavened Bread is always on a Sunday, the 15th day, because it lines up the same way. The you know what I'm saying? The numbers line up the same way on the first month. So when the Most High says, you kill it at even on the Passover on the 14th day at even, and then he's saying the 15th day starts the feast of unleavened bread. You know that that's a double Sabbath. Key words for double Sabbath, brothers and sisters. What the heck? Anyway, let me just keep going. God, it's so complicated. Okay, so that's why you'll see the sundown to remind you that it's a double Shabbat. Right? Praise AHAYAH Yashaya. I hope this helps, guys. I hope I'm not making this too confusing, but I pray you can just doing it this way so you can see. Now, which one? This one? No, I did it wrong, guys. Yeah, I did this one. Oh, here you go. That's not a double Shabbat. That first one is not a double Shabbat. Okay, if y'all caught that. Okay. I didn't even say that. No, just say it. Okay. So you can see that, right? See that. Now let's go into the scriptures one more time, just to the end of it, so you can see how holy this is for the Most High. Because not only do we have all these feasts that you see on the screen, he more. Yeah. So I have to stop sharing. We check it. Make sure y'all still with me. Okay. Okay. Let me go to the scriptures. So you can see how the Most High, even this is such a holy month for us. Now, Akkad, March is holy as well because we got the Passover on that time, and that's when Yashaya was crucified for our sins, so that we can even be able to come back to even get this information about the calendar. That's why it's so holy. But also the 7th month is holy unto the Most High. And look at all these feast days He's given us on this month. Okay, so let's go down. Not only do we have all those feast days that you saw, He then even added the ingathering. Right, let's go to that. Feast of Booths. Right, we went over that. Let me keep going. He said, and these are the feasts of AHAYAH, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH, a burnt offering, a meat offering, a sacrifice, a drink offering, everything upon his day. Besides the Sabbaths of AHAYAH, and besides your, so that means we should be giving gifts to one another. And besides your vows, besides your free will offerings, what you give to other people, and it's gift which ye give unto AHAYAH. Also in the 15th day, here we go again, the 15th day. So we know how that thing lines up according to sevens, 7, 14, 21, 28. So on the 15th day, we know that's a Sunday, right? The 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered the fruits of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto AHAYAH 7 days. There we go, 7 days again. On the first day ye shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day, it says it again, the same thing. So we got a double meaning, a feast of double meaning, running concurrently. This is how the Most High do things. This is his example of how AHAYAH does things. He do things of, like it says in Jubilees, double meaning and a double, running concurrently, 2 feasts together, back to back. This is a pattern of the Most High. These are the secrets of the times. This is how the Most High do things. He does things in doubles. He gave us double Sabbaths, and he gave us Sabbaths of double meanings. Everything does not line up according to sevens, because it shows you right here on the 8th day. That means it's not according to sevens. We know the week goes from 1 to 7. Sunday to Shabbat is a 7-day week, according to 7. When he say the 8th day, we know that's the next day. It's always going to be a Sunday. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. There's no way around that. So we have been lied to. People are purposely lying to us. When you look at the Most High calendar, there's no way that an 8-day feast can fall on a Shabbat. There's no way, when the Shabbat is the 7th day. The next day will always be a Sunday. That's the same thing with the Feast of Weeks. You got 49 weeks according to sevens. So the 50th day has got to be a Sunday. There's no way around it. The Most High is not doing things always falling on the Sabbath day. See, that's how the Jewish Khazars, they hijack the 7th day. So they got that 7th day, but the Most High threw a monkey wrench with his holy days and feasts. He got double Sabbaths and double meanings throughout our calendar. Don't let nobody deceive you. And they thought that we wasn't going to find this out. This is why they have a problem with Sister Kana. This has been the problem the whole time, brothers and sisters. Don't let no one make up any story trying to suggest certain things, trying to imply certain things of what the issue is. This was the issue. His holy days, and the Most High gave it to a woman. And this is why they're always speaking against women. They always have a problem with women. They try to act like, oh, you got to submit, and you shut up and don't listen, because the Most High was bringing it forth through a woman, brothers and sisters. And this is not to like toot my horn or anything like this. I'm just trying to show you why this has been a problem, why they're always talking against sisters. The Most High is bringing the daughters of Zion back, just like he's bringing the men back. We all going to be up in that kingdom together. So he has to be able to, to trust the daughters of Zion too. Praise AHAYAH. There are some good sisters out there. And I know my sisters watching are trying to get this right. There is a big deception going on, brothers and sisters. They playing games with the children of Israel. They trying to pin one against the other and trying to act like, it's all about women being, unbearable and we can't listen. No. AHAYAH doesn't feel that way. He's using the daughters of Zion too. So y'all better pay attention, sit up, get this thing right, study it, because this is the Most High's calendar. And it ain't no 2, 3, 4 different ways to do it. It's only one way. And this is it, brothers and sisters. Once you see that pattern and you hear them scriptures, the 8th day, it's no doubt about it. So now you got to wonder why. What's going on? Why are people lying? Why? What has this been all about? And that's why I've always been saying that the infiltration, you'll know it's infiltration when you know his holy days, when you know his calendar. It's unexplainable why this has been going on this long. I couldn't articulate it, brothers and sisters. I was trying to figure it out, how to come to you with the, without a reasonable doubt, so that you will know. And this is it. Now, we at the end of this. Y'all better come out of Babylon. They will sit you still until destruction. This is what they do. Our people have been bought and paid. A lot of Israelites have sold out, as you can see. But even Hebrew Israelites, they have sold out, brothers and sisters. Our people have sold out. They have taken a lot of our people down. And people, some of them are willingly doing it. Let me read the rest of these scriptures and I'm talk about that. And you shall take you on the first day. Again, he's telling you the first day. He's very clear. So we know the first day of his holy day, especially according to the first, the fourth, the 7th, and the 10th month, will always be on a Sunday. The first day, the boughs of goodly trees, branches, palms. So we put to dress up our tents and all that stuff. And I did it when me and Sister Mayana went in the wilderness, we had the tent, we dressed up our tent, we tried to do everything according to what the Most High told us to do. Okay? He said, boughs of thick trees, willows, brooks, he shall rejoice before AHAYAH, our power, 7 days. So he wants us to rejoice, brothers and sisters. He wants to celebrate. This is a very holy month. Keep it, celebrate it, proclaim it, teach it to whoever so that our people can get it right. So many of us won't get cut off and die because of this. And ye shall keep it a feast unto AHAYAH 7 days in the year, and it shall be a statute forever in your generation. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Hebrews born shall dwell in booths, because on the 8th day is a holy day, but that's the last day. We don't have to sleep, the 8th night. That your generations may know that I made the children of Israel dwell in booths. When I brought them out of the land of Egypt, I am AHAYAH, your power. And Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feast of AHAYAH. Praise AHAYAH B'Hashem Yashaya. So it should be clear. If y'all have any questions, you can ask. I also want to go into back into the Book of Jubilees really quickly, just to make it clear, okay? Because people want to play games. These are holy feasts, double meaning, double in stature meaning, back-to-back feasts. This is how the Most High set up his calendar. This is the secrets of the times. It's not always Sabbath to Sabbath to Sabbath. He said the 8th day will be a holy convocation. You know that that's a Sunday. It's double Sabbaths all throughout our calendar, throughout our year. Hold on. Let me just go back to, I'm going to share my screen, Jubilee 6, and read the rest of that. So you'll know without a shadow of a doubt, people are lying, and they've been lying, and they knew. They could have corrected this years ago. They never did it. And they want to sit you still into destruction. That's the plan, brothers and sisters. The plan is this. They thought, just like I told you in one of my other videos, that woman I met, she said, they're not coming. This was the plan, that you were not supposed to make it here into Jordan. But let me just read this, finish this, then we'll come back to that. Okay. So, okay, let's go to 24. Jubilee 6 and 24. And Noah ordained them for himself as feasts for generations forever, so that they have become thereby a memorial. These are memorial days of remembrance, but they are Sabbaths, brothers. On the new moon of the 1st month, he had bidden to make himself the ark. On that day, the earth became dry. He opened the ark and saw the earth. So this is also why these days are days of remembrance. So we got the Feast of Trumpets, but it's also because of these things, what happened with Noah. It's double meaning. Again, double meaning and a double stature. The Most High do things like that double. Okay? On the new moon of the 1st month, he bidden to make. So that's on the new moon of the 1st month, even though it's our new year, it's also when Noah bid to make the ark. He made the ark on that day, and the earth became dry. And when he was in the ark, he opened the ark and saw the earth. All that happened on the 1st day of the 1st month, which is in March. Okay, that's a holy day. It's a holy day. It's a day of remembrance. You must keep it. And it always falls on a Sunday. On the new moon of the 4th month, the new moon meaning new month, it will always be on a Sunday. Why? Because I showed you the 31 days. That next day will always be a Sunday. The 4th month, the mouth of the abyss, of depths of the abyss beneath will close. So that's why he ordained that the 4th month. It's a beginning of the seasons, double meaning, and it's also when Noah knew that the abyss was closed, and he made it a feast. So it's double meaning. And the new moon of the 7th month, which I just showed you, The Feast of Trumpets fall on that month. And it says also the mouths of the abyss were open and the waters began to descend into them. So Noah ordained that day as a feast as well. And it's also a new season. It's going into the fall season like we are here today. Tomorrow will be those days. Tomorrow is a holy day because one is the Feast of Trumpets, but it's also the month when Noah saw that the abyss was open and the waters began to descend. The Most High thinks very highly of when he brought rain upon the earth to destroy, and he made the covenant with Noah about not destroying the earth again. The Most High thinks very highly of these things. When he brought the children of Israel out of Egypt and made them dwell in tents, Most High thinks very highly of what he's done, and he wants to be praised and honored for it. All the stuff that happened with Noah, he wants to be honored and recognized for it. We must worship him and give him glory and honor, and we give feasts to him on these days. So don't let nobody brush this stuff under the rug and act like, oh, it's just another day. These are the feasts. They are a sign between us and the Most High. You must know them, you must learn them, and put it in your inward parts. Know his calendar. Okay? And the new moon of the 10th month, the top of the mountains was seen, and Noah was glad. All these things are Sabbaths to the Most High, days of memorial, days of remembrance. These are our feast days. We must remember them. And most of them are a double meaning and double back-to-back Sabbaths. Saturday and also the Sunday is a double Shabbat. Learn the secrets of the times, learn the calendar. And on this account, he had ordained them for himself as feasts for a memorial forever. And thus are they ordained. And they placed them on the heavenly tablet. So some people like to say, oh, Noah, he's a man, and he made, no. The Most High placed these feasts on the heavenly tablets. Each had 13 weeks from one to another past their memorial, days of remembrance, from the first to the second, and from the second to the third, and from the third to the fourth. Talking about the months. These seasons are very important to the Most High. He gave them as signs, just like in Genesis. The calendar gives us signs. And all the days of the calendar will be 52 weeks, and these will make the entire year complete according to sevens. And it lines up every 4 months according to sevens, so you can see it exactly. Thus it is engraven and ordained on the heavenly tablets. Don't ignore these days. They are days of remembrance, brothers and sisters. Know your calendar. It's the most important thing aside from us knowing Yashaya and that he's coming and he died for us so that we can come back to under these laws and statutes that the Most High gave to us. There is no neglecting this commandment for a single year from year to year. Hello? He's serious about this. And the children of Israel that they observe these years according to its reckoning. Do it like he said, do it 364 days. These will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from its days, from its feast. For everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feast. Hello? If you do it right, do it correctly, there will be no disturbance. He said, but if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandments, they will disturb all their seasons. That's how you will not know when the new season comes in, and you will not know to keep them as a Sabbath. That's why he's telling you to remember them. You must know this calendar. You must know the days that he said of remembrance, the days of the seasons. It's important. He said, then they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be disorder, and they will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances. These are the Most High ordinances. They are very important. They are his laws, his statutes, his judgments, his ordinances. These are the commandments. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the path. It's very hard to find this path, brothers and sisters. This is why we've been off all these years. It wasn't easy. And that's why some people like you call me up and say, I really don't get it. I don't understand it. Because once we went off it, it's hard to find this thing. It took me years, brothers and sisters. And finally, when I did it in a long pattern, then I started to see the patterns. It was only then. Take the time to study it. Make your own calendars so that you will see how the pattern works. Okay, let me see. And all the children will not find the past of the years and will forget the new moons. That's the new months and seasons and Sabbath. So once you go off, we go all the way off. And then that's why they talking about, oh, everything is according to the Sabbaths. No, not to the Saturday Sabbath. Everything is just not Saturday Sabbaths. Because then if that would have been easy, how could you go off? If everything was according to the Sabbath, how could we go off? We just knew the seventh day. We know Saturday is the seventh day. That would have been easy. But the Most High is telling you it's more to it. So when Elder LaCar try to tell you, oh, it's everything is, and then tomorrow he's doing his little academy on Sunday, when most of our holy days are doubled, a lot of them. So you can't do everything. You better switch it over to the Monday. Because this is why this is going on, brothers. And they didn't think that we was going to get this. Praise AHAYAH. Give glory and honor to AHAYAH for giving us back our days. And that you can see it. And you know how to find it. Nobody can deceive you now, once you know it. Once you know it, nobody can deceive you, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me finish this, okay? Praise AHAYAH. And they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. If everything was according to the Saturday Sabbath, that would be it. But there's more. For I know, and from thenceforth will I declare it unto thee. And it is not of my own devising. Praise AHAYAH. Listen, Sister Connie ain't just make this up. So don't look at me trying to act like you see how hard this is. It wasn't. AHAYAH is a mathematical genius, and he put this together. It ain't coming from me. For the book lies written before me. Praise AHAYAH. And on the heavenly tablets, the division of days is ordained. Lest they forget the feast of the covenant, walk according to the feast of the Gentiles, because that's them. They're just doing Saturday Sabbath. He said they're the synagogue of Satan. They hijacked his Sabbaths, but they couldn't mess with this. They couldn't mess with the secrets of the times. Praise AHAYAH. Gentiles after their error and after their ignorance. It's ignorant, brothers and sisters, to play with us, to think that everything go according to just the Saturday Sabbath. No, the Most High don't work like that. He has the secrets of the times, and it's a real secret. For there will be those who assuredly make observation of the moon. So they can put down all that moon Sabbath garbage. Anybody telling you they following Sabbath according to the moon is a liar, and it ain't in them. And you know that lunar Sabbath is for lunatics. They're crazy. And they infested with demons, brothers and sisters. Know that. That's where they get that lunar Sabbath from. It's lunatic. They're lunatics. And they can't put it down because it's a demon possession. Okay? By how it deserves the season and come in from year to year, 10 days too soon. That whole calendar is off. So them brothers and sisters going to have to put that crap down. They're calling on the wrong name and they honoring the wrong God on the wrong days. Okay? It's clear now. So now you know. For this season, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order. They're disturbing the order, y'all, and make an abominable day and the day of the testimony, and an unclean day, a feast day, and they will confound it all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean with the holy, for they will go wrong as to the months, the Sabbaths, the feasts, and jubilees. Look, how you going to do that? If it was just about the Saturday Sabbath, none of this would be important. But the Most High said, for they will go wrong as to the months, the Sabbaths, and the feasts and the jubilees, because everything is not just the Saturday Sabbath. And I'm going to say it again. Everything does not fall on the Saturday Sabbath. They're lying to you, and they know our people will get destroyed in Babylon. These people are liars. They're working against us. And brothers and sisters, y'all better get up out of Babylon. It's clear now. It's clear. It's infiltration. And they are working against us. They're using these elders, these deacons, it's a whole bunch of them, all in cahoots together to keep y'all sitting still till destruction. And trying to act like they're keeping these holy days and feast days. They are liars. Get out of Babylon, brothers and sisters. If you see what I'm saying, if you understand what I'm saying, then you know this infiltration. You know it. For them to testify to thee, that thou mayest testify to them. I'm testifying to you, brothers and sisters. They are liars, and they're lying and deceiving the children of Israel. For after thy death of the children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days. This is what it was all about. This is why they came against Sister Kana. This is why they had a problem with me, because I came and started speaking about that calendar, and they wasn't ready for it. It was AHAYAH. He told me to leave and get out of Babylon and speak to the children of Israel, brothers and sisters. And I've been doing it for 15 years and counting, warning you over and over. Get out of Babylon. It's infiltration. Only 364 days only. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to new moons, new months, seasons, Sabbaths, and festivals. And they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. End of story, brothers and sisters. Praise AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya. Praise AHAYAH. I hope you get it. I hope you get it. It's been infiltration from the door, and that's why the Most High dealt with me the way he dealt with me. According to these Sabbaths, it wouldn't matter if everything was on the Saturday Sabbath. He said the feasts, the seasons, all that would go off, and it did, because the calendar is not lined up like that. He said on the 8th day, it's a double Sabbath when it's a Sunday. The first day of the week, the month, is a Sunday. It's double Sabbath, brother. Everything is not according to sevens. Praise AHAYAH. Praise AHAYAH. I was using Shalom, Babakaya, Shalom, Sister Michelle. Praise AHAYAH. I was using the publisher in Windows. Now I don't know what you can use in praise AHAYAH. I just gotta just get it out. Praise AHAYAH. Bless the name of AHAYAH. I pray y'all get this. Please know that there's infiltration. This is the proof. They had us keeping us one day off on that calendar, because they knew the Most High is bound by his law. You can get destroyed in Babylon. They have the right. Satan has the right to destroy you. It's publisher. They have PowerPoint, Word, and there's a program called Publisher. And you can make your own calendars as easy as I showed you step by step. Just go in. They'll give you the Gregorian. Just make sure it's Sunday to Shabbat, Sunday to Saturday, 7 days. And then you can just add the Hebrew days once you know how to line it up from the 31 days. And I just showed you that. Praise AHAYAH. Please, brothers and sisters, proclaim the Most High's holiday, because a lot of our brothers and sisters are still on that lunar Sabbath, that lunatic calendar, worshiping Satan, and swear they got it right. But that's because they following them Gentiles, following them, thinking that because they gave us some information that was it. No, there's more to it. The Most High said he regard them as spittle, y'all. He regard them as spittle. So you got to know that what they're doing is just so far left from what the Most High. He's a holy power. He's a righteous power. And he's going to do things his way. not according to what the Gentiles is doing. So now y'all know without a shadow of a doubt that this infiltration, they've been playing with that calendar all these years, brothers and sisters, trying to hold y'all up, sit y'all still in Babylon until destruction. This is the proof. Go into this calendar. Keep the days at the right time. Get out of Babylon and come worship AHAYAH at his holy mountain. Thus saith AHAYAH. We got to come out. Jordan is the safe place, brothers and sisters. And praise AHAYAH. So I'm so glad I prayed. I articulated this, and I'm going to say shalom for now because I want to keep this video as short as possible so people can go into it and study. This is just strictly about the calendar. I didn't want to go into news, nothing else, and I'll come back next week and do it again. I'll keep doing it. I'm not going to stop. I'm just going to go because I got to do it anyway. And so I'm just going to keep doing it so you can keep getting the reminder so you'll know without a shadow of a doubt you're being lied to. And you've been lied to. And you can see how much of fraud these people are that's trying to act like they're all about Israel. They ain't keeping the Most High's holy day. They never was, and they knew. They knew it. It's not like, oh, they need to figure it out. They knew. This is why Sister Connor was a problem. This is why they was arguing, fighting with me, because I came to Elder Bakar about the calendar. Those of you who've been in this truth all this time, y'all know. I came to him about the calendar. The Most High sent me to him. And praise AHAYAH, he came out with the secret of the times, but he only gave a little piece of it. He didn't give it all. And they knew it. And so every time a feast day would come around and I was trying to, bring it up, it was a problem. But now I know how to articulate it. So that's why I'm bringing it to you, brothers and sisters. And I'm showing you exactly how to get it. So nobody can't lie to you no more. They can't play games to you no more. Now you can go ask the elders. Go ask the elders why. Why would they do that to you? To us as a people. Why? I give all glory and praise to AHAYAH Shel AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya, Wa Qadash Wa. They would never break down that calendar like I just broke it down to you. They ain't gonna do it. They got schools. You got the academy. Why not breaking down the calendar? Why it took me to have to come and tell you about this calendar, show you step by step how to create a calendar? Why? Please share it, brothers and sisters. Please share it. Is it a download? What do you mean? Is it a download? You want a download? You want brother? I can send it to you if you want me to, but what you mean? I'm kind of confused. The publishing. If you got Windows, do you got Windows computer or do you have Apple? Let me know. Baba Kaya, do you have Windows or do you have Apple? What type of computer do you have? I'm trying to get on my computer, Windows. Okay, so what you do is you go. I'm gonna share my screen and see if you can. If I share my screen, you should be able to get it. Hold on. You'll see. You go to your. Now I just downloaded this new. I updated my computer. So when you go into let me see if I can share my screen. Let's see. I don't think you can see this part of it, even in the share. Hold on. See, this PowerPoint. Okay, let me show you how you can find it. Go to your Windows, go to your, not settings, but when you go to Windows, it gives you Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and then it got recommended Publisher. I have Publisher on mine. You should have it too. It's green. Or you could type in publisher. Let me see. Oh, I'm already using it, so it's not letting me go into it again because I got it up already. So yeah, go to your windows, like you go into your settings, that little window thing, and it shows you all, what you have in your computer. You should see publisher or type in search publisher. Okay. Let me know if you got it, brother. If you got Windows, you definitely got publisher. Maybe it's not coming up with the icon, but you can go into your search, into that search box, and if you type in publisher, it should come up. Let me try it for myself. Yeah, it comes right up. As soon as I go into search on your desktop, at the bottom of your screen, you know, that hourglass, that glass, the magnifying symbol for search, type in publisher, and the program should come up. Let me know if you got it. I'm waiting to hear back from you. And it's got a green emblem with a P. So, and are there any other questions, brothers and sisters? Anybody, any confusion? I think it was pretty clear. And now that you know what to look for, it's so much easier. I wish I had knew that in the beginning because it took me forever, guys. Because I told you guys, I'm not good with math and all that stuff, charts and stuff. So it took a lot, and I didn't even know. Like you see how in Publisher, oh yeah, you say yes, you see it. So you got it. So as soon as you open up Publisher, you can go on the top and you see calendars. I didn't even know that. I could have created the you create your own Gregorian, and then you just add in the Hebrew numbers. Once you know that how to find the Hebrew numbers from 31, the first day. I didn't know none of that stuff. So I did everything from scratch, and I was making my calendar from scratch. I had to put the Gregorian from scratch. I mean, I was struggling. But finally, it got easier over time, and now, we're here. But praise AHAYAH is just in time because, brothers and sisters, winter is coming, and they look like they're going to go into lockdowns again. Get out of Babylon before this whole thing starts all over again. Because, it's just get out. Okay? So I give all glory and praise to AHAYAH, AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya, Wakudash Rawach. If you have any other questions, you can send me an email. itojatravel@yahoo.com or info@itojatravel.com, and I'll gladly send you any information, anything, any of the charts, anything you need to help you, get this down. Okay? Bless you all. Shalom. I'll play a little music going out. Praise AHAYAH Bahashim Yashaya. He loves us, y'all. He loves us because he gave us back his calendar. So now we know his name, AHAYAH AHAYAH, and we got the calendar. And so we know when to worship him and praise him and give him glory for his feast days and his Sabbaths. Bless you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Feast of Tabernacle. We're going in. It's not sundown yet, but we're getting ready to go into the Feast of Trumpets. So I pray you have a blessed one. Praise AHAYAH. Feast of Trumpets at sundown. We got a double Shabbat. Shalom. Okay, guys. I'm really leaving. Bye. I'll play a little music on the way out. Because I am praising AHAYAH, man. This is amazing. Woo! Let's see. Praise AHAYAH. How about a little of that? Let's give him some praise and honor and glory, brothers and sisters, for what he's doing. He's giving us back our holy days, our feast days at the right time. Woo! Shalom. Let me fix this. Shalom, Israel. This is Sister Kana. And first and foremost, I have to give all glory and praise to AHAYAH, Bahashem Yashaya, Qadash, Rawach, Shabbat Shalom, family. I pray all is well. I pray you are doing well. I pray you had a blessed week. And I pray that you're getting out of Babylon and you know that it's coming. It's coming. Yashaya is coming. Our King is coming. And I'm so happy and, praise AHAYAH. I'm enduring to the end. I pray I make it. But I wanted to get right to it. The calendar. Okay, guys. Now, I didn't realize that I was not showing, what I was speaking about in the last video. So I apologize again. I'm trying to get this thing right. But I think I got, a lot of the information out. I think a lot of people, I got a few messages. So I know, some people were able to get it and they are really trying. Praise AHAYAH. That's a blessing. And I give all glory and praise to AHAYAH for that the children of Israel are understanding and people really recognizing that, it's important and to look into this information, to get on the right calendar. And there's only one calendar and there's really no way around it. So I say, praise AHAYAH. So I want to go right into it, and I have to really take my time, and so that I won't make any mistakes like before. Now, anybody who's watching, if you want me to start all over to the beginning, if you feel you want me to go back to the beginning and do it again, I will do it because I understand that I was talking, and I wasn't showing the picture as I was talking. For a while, I didn't realize that the page had not changed. But if you got the gist, then okay, I'll just keep moving forward. Praise AHAYAH. So I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to walk you through how to create your own calendar from scratch. Okay? Now, I'm kind of going to zip through it if nobody has any real questions right now. If you want me to start all over from the beginning, let me know now and I will. But if I don't hear anything, I'll just keep moving. I'll keep moving, okay? So praise AHAYAH Bahashem Yashaya. Anybody need me to go? I'm going to switch over to the screen so I can't see the comments. So if you want me to start from the beginning, this is the time to let me know because I will start from the very beginning. But I'll do it kind of quickly now so we can get back because I would really like to get to the 4th month, 4 months ahead, so you can see how those numbers line up. The 7, 14, 21, 28. You'll see that if I can get to do 4 months. Okay, so let me just share my screen. Let me go to it. And I will keep checking back to make sure that I'm doing it right. Because that was the problem. I didn't check back. I thought that I had already. Okay, so now I'm sharing my screen with you. Hold on, now I'm gonna check back to make sure. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. Okay, so I'm checking back now and I see that you can see what I see. And you can just hit your screen expand to make this bigger so that you can really see. Let me just see if I can do this better. This may be better like this. Okay, so let me go to publisher now. So now we're in publisher, right? Make sure I'm in the right. Now I want to talk about this screen for just a minute. No, that's not the one. So let me go out. See, I got to take my time so that way I can make sure you can see everything that I'm seeing. Okay, I'm going to stop at this page for a minute so you can make sure you can see what I see. Okay, here we are. We're in publisher, brothers and sisters, okay? And before I actually go into how to create your own calendar, I just want to stop at this screen for a second. And I'm looking off because I have a bigger screen on this side, so please forgive me, but I can see clear when I look at this screen. What you're watching is you have the vernal equinox calendar. This is the first calendar that Elder Bakar presented when he was talking about the secrets of the times. I just added a few, more things so to make it clearer, like that 31 at the top, that red line, and then down here that 31, that red line, and the 31 down at the bottom, and the red line and this red line. These indicate the 4 seasons, the 4 additional seasons. Normally, the Hebrew Enoch calendar has 30 days each month. Let me break it down like that. 30 days each month. But there are 4 extra months that have 31 days. There's 4 months out of the Hebrew calendar that has 31 days. So there's a majority of 30 days, and then there's 1 month that's a 31 day. Now, when you see that 31 day, you know that the following month is, what Elder call eclerary month. And those are the months that the book of Jubilees and the book of Enoch speaks about. Mainly the book of Jubilees tell us that there's 4 months in the year that the Most High ordained as days of remembrance. Okay, so that's what you're looking at when you look at that vernal equinox. That red line is letting you know that that's a month with 31 days, right? And after that 31 days, the next day will be a new month, and it will be the change of the seasons, which will be, a holy day to us. And I'll show you when you look at the calendar, but I just want to explain it now so that when you're looking at this vernal equinox, you will understand what, it's saying. Those red lines indicate the 4 months that have 31 days, okay? And it signifies there's going to be a change of the season. That next day after that 31 will be the first day of a new month, and those days are days of remembrance. Okay, so I put this calendar here side by side so that you can see it. That yellow right there, that is the new month, and that's the change of a season, right? And on my calendars, I put those yellow days in yellow so that I would know, and anybody who's looking at it would know that that's a new month, and it's the change of a season, and it's a holy day for us. When you go into the book of Jubilees, it says the first month, the fourth month are days of remembrance. They are like high holy days for us. The Most High regard his seasons very highly. He wanted us to remember them, and he wanted us to have a feast on these days. The Most High, when he did these kind of things in his creation, he wants to be reverenced for them. He wants us to remember them, and he wants us to feast and give him honor and glory on these days and times. So that's what the book of Jubilees tell us. Those 4 days out of the year are changes of seasons, and they are days of remembrance, and we are to keep them as Sabbaths. Okay, so this is our calendars. We should learn that our calendars should reflect the days that are spoken of by our Most High, AHAYAH. He gave us these days for us to know to give Him reverence, to feast, to have celebration, and give honor and glory to Him. Okay, so on the vernal equinox, I wanted to show you, but I also wanted to put it side by side with the calendar so that you can see how it, it's really saying the same thing. Okay, it's just a different way that they orchestrated the equinox calendar. Well, when you put it in a 30-day or 31-day regular, like the Gregorian calendar, this is what it looks like. Okay, so I just wanted to go there. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to come back in, and now we're going to set up. If you have a Windows calendar, if you have a Windows computer, they have a program called Publisher. This is the program that I use to create my calendars. Now, if you have an Apple calendar, I'm sure there's some program on there that will help you create calendars, but I don't know about the Apple too much, so you're going to have to figure that one out. Or you can go to Google and download different calendars and, add it to your computer that way. But you want to make sure that it's a Sunday to Saturday calendar, because some calendars, especially the American calendars, they start at Monday. You want a Sunday to Sabbath. That's the first day of the week to the seventh day of the week, because that's what the Bible tells us how, our calendar should look like. So I'm going to come out of this screen, and then I'm going to go back in so that you guys can see what I'm about to do. Okay. Okay, so here is this is what the publisher program looks like. Hold on, let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, you're looking at that. Okay, so I have 3 pages already done on mine, but I'm gonna start from the beginning so that you can see it. So under this one, I'm gonna create a new page. So you go to which one? Insert. You see at the top it says File, Home, Insert. You go to Insert, and now you're going to insert a page, right? You're going to click on that arrow down, and it's going to give you. So I want a blank page. Okay, so you're going to hit blank page, right there. So that's what the blank pages look like. Yours may be a strictly blank page, but mine has this thing on it. But anyway, so I'm gonna create 4 pages already, so I can get rid of that. Another one, 2, 3, and 4, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, now you're gonna go back up and click on the first one that you created here. Then you're gonna go to calendars. You look across the screen on the same thing, insert. You click on insert, and you go across and you look for calendars. Right here we go. This is calendar. Right, and it says this month. Now, guys, I already did September, so we're gonna go to October. Unless you want me to do September all over again, you have to let me know now. But so nobody said anything, so I'm gonna move on to October. Okay, so go down to next month, and it's gonna put October, and you're just gonna stretch it to cover the whole page. So you hover over that square, and you're gonna stretch it up and make this to reach the whole page. My thing is acting kind of funny, so it's just hard to do stuff. But I'm gonna do it. Okay, so you're gonna make it, the size so you can see everything. Now, and I like this particular calendar because the numbers are so big. The numbers are big, and you can see them. Okay, let me move that down. It's going to be a bit slow, guys, so please forgive me, but I'm going to take my time so that you can get it. It's very important that you know your calendar, that you know how to create the calendar, and you know what to do so you can understand the days and nobody can play games with you. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and I'm going to make this. Okay, I'm going to click on that and make it smaller. So, and make the size like maybe 36, I think it is, because I'm going to add the Hebrew name. This is the 8th, October is the 8th month. Shema wa na. Okay. And so I'm just going to put that in there. Bold. I'll make it bigger. Too big. Sorry. No, I can't see October. I want to keep that in there. So let's keep it there. Okay. Shemawana. Okay. So now let me go back up to September just so you can see where the dates end. Okay. Okay. Here we are. We're back at the September Shabbai calendar, the 7th month. That's this month. And we can examine it for a minute so you can get an idea. I don't want anyone to be confused, but let me just look on my page, not Patreon, on StreamYard, so I'll make sure that you see what I see. Okay, so I just came back to September so that because we're going to continue to October, okay? But I want to make sure that you understand it for anybody who's maybe just coming in. So this is the September Shabbat calendar, and we see the 31 day up at the top. So that means August, according to the Hebrew, had 31 days. So this is the end of the August calendar, or the 6th month, and that's why it has 31. So the following month, this month in yellow, because it starts a new season, which is fall, which is this month. It was actually September 3rd. Gregorian was the first day of our Hebrew month. So that's why you got the 2 dates there. The 3 is for the Gregorian, and the 1 is for the Hebrew. Let me make this big. So I'm going to talk about this for a minute so you guys can see it. Okay, now I'll put the sundown on, you see on the 30th, I got sundown, and then on 31. That's signifying that there are 2 holy days. There's double Sabbath. We know Friday sundown starts our regular Saturday Sabbath until Saturday sundown. And then this month, Saturday sundown, we had another Sabbath. And so that's why I put the sundown here again, just to remind you that it's a double Sabbath, and that yellow signifies the holy day. It's the Feast of Trumpets. It was the Feast of Trumpets. The last Sunday that passed, we had the Feast of Trumpets. And also it was the changing of the season. It was a double meaning. We had a double Shabbat and a double meaning. So that's very important that you know about these double Sabbaths and double meanings of the Sabbath. And when we went into the book of Jubilees, I read it and it told you how the Most High, his feast days have double meanings. It has double Sabbaths. We have double, sometimes even triple meanings, on the Sabbath. But this is the secrets of the times. And learning the calendar, you will know how the calendar works and how these holy days fall and why they are double. Because the Most High has a fixed calendar, and He gave us a lot of clues when in Leviticus 23 when He say on the 15th day, and on the first day, that was letting us know how things were going to fall. And once you know the calendar, you'll know what the meaning is behind it. Okay, so that's explaining to you why do you see sundown twice. That's a double Sabbath coming up, and every Friday at sundown we have right before the Sabbath I put sundown. But then when it's a double Sabbath, the Saturday will also have sundown too, to let you know. Okay, so I'm not going to read the scriptures right now because I don't want it to get too confusing. I'm just going to put the dates in so that we'll have the dates and you'll see how everything lines up. Now, I told you guys when we have those change, the seasons change, the calendar usually lines up. See that 7 there where my pointer is? This is the Hebrew numbers. The 7th-day Sabbath will always be on the Saturday. That's the 7th day, according to Scripture. And everything will line up according to 7. So that's why we have 7. Then the next Sabbath is 14. Then the Sabbath after that is 21. And then 28. Every 4 months, you will see the calendar line up just like that. It's like these, after you see that 31, it lines the calendar back according to sevens. You'll see 7, 14, 21, 28 on the Sabbath day, letting you know that Saturday is the Sabbath according to scriptures. The calendar automatically lines itself back up like clockwork. That's how you know your calendar is correct. That's how you'll know. You cannot go off if you understand the rules, if you understand the secrets of the times. Once you know this, you won't go off. Praise AHAYAH. He made it so that this is how you know. And that's how, like I told you guys to watch Elder Ricard's Secret of the Times. But if you are on the wrong date, if you have the wrong date or do anything wrong, you won't see that lineup 7, 14, 21, 28. You won't see it. And you will know that your calendar is off. Because if you know that the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month, the calendar should line up like that. When you're doing your calendar, if you don't see that 7, 14, 21, 28 for the Hebrew days, you know something is wrong and you can go back and recheck your calendar. Okay? Okay, so now let's move on. So this is for Shabai, the month of Shabai, September, the 7th month. We went from 1, you see that yellow, that 1 is the Hebrew number, and all the way down to 28, because October only has 30 days. So we couldn't add any more numbers. We have to now go into the October. So we see the last day in Shabai was Saturday, 28, right? So now when we go to October, we know that the next number will be 29. So let's go. Let me see. Okay, let me go to there so you can see it. Okay, so here we are. So now we're going to go to October. October 1st is a Sunday, right? You see that 1. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger without it going up. Now, what I like to do, it's not doing it. Okay, I'm going to hover over the whole calendar. Like this, and I'm going to change it because I want the numbers to be centered, so I'm going to change it. Go to home, and then you go over and you change it. See that? And I'm also going to make it bold, all the numbers bold, so you can see that. Now, so that looks good. Now I'm going to go back to the September calendar and just copy the Hebrew, if I could. Let me see. like this. I can copy it. I'm gonna copy it and then put it in on October, so I don't have to write everything out. See if that'll work. My computer is a hot mess. Okay, give me a second. You just highlight all of that and then put paste, and it should do the same thing. Put the Akkad, Shanya, Shalash in the right correct spots, okay? Seems a bit small. Okay, I'm gonna just make it bigger so you guys can see it. Let me check it so that you guys can see it. Okay, great. Okay, so now we're gonna add in the Hebrew numbers. This is very tedious, guys, so, so you don't want to make any mistakes, because then you got to go back. If you don't catch it, that means you got to go back. Okay, so now, I showed you on the September calendar, it ends on the 28th. So, we have 29 here. Oh, gosh. I also forgot this. Hold on. I got to add this. Okay, I'll just put that there so I can put my numbers there. Okay, 29. And 30. Now, let's go back that this one has 30 days for the Hebrew calendar. I'm talking about the Hebrew calendar now. We know that the calendar has mainly 30 days every month except the 4 days. And I'll go to this just to show you. Only here, these 4 days. These 4 days have 31. This one, which is August, has 31 days. May has 31 days. I'm sorry. Let me see. This one was February. February has 31 days. Sorry. May has 31 days. Yeah. August has 31 days. And November have 31 days. The rest of the Hebrew months will only have 30 days. Okay? The rest of the Hebrew months have 30 days. So that means October, Shemawana, will only have 30 days. So that's how you know. You have to reflect back to this. And I'll just show you quickly here. March 30 days, April 30 days, May 31 days. It's in red. June 30 days, Kamash, the Hebrew name, 30 days. Shasha, 31 days. Shabai, 30 days. Shemawana, 30 days. Thashai, 31 days. And then Asherah, 30 days. Akkad Asherah, 30 days. And Akkad Shanya, 31 days. So these 4 months in red have 31 days. The rest have 30 days. So that's when you're making your calendar. It's important to remember that rule. Just like according to the Gregorian, they do 30 days, have September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31. The same thing with our calendar. According to the Hebrew, there's 4 months out of the year that has 31 days. The rest will have 30 days. Okay, so we know October will have 30 days, right? September, I'm sorry. September. We're in October. We're starting the beginning of October. So here, September, these last days reflect the September Shabbat month. So we got 29 and 30. And let me just go back so you can see why. I don't want nobody to be confused. Okay, here in the Shabbat month. We go to the end, and the calendar stop on the 28th because we're going into the next month. We're doing this according to the Gregorian calendar, so it ends. So now we're going into the next month, October, and our last number was 28. So the next number will be 29 for the Hebrew calendar. I hope that's clear. Okay, that's why you see that 29 and 30. Okay, so now this is when we start one. So we put 1, 2, and this is good because the Gregorian already has its numbers, so you only got to add the Hebrew numbers. This is what you're doing now. Just adding the Hebrew numbers, and you just got to make sure you don't, make any mistakes. You got to check it and check it again to make sure you do it right. Now, I don't want you to be confused because you see that 7, 14, 21, 28. That's for the Gregorian. That's not the Hebrew number, so don't get confused with that. Okay? Just make sure. That's why this can be very confusing because you're putting two sets of numbers. Okay? So you have to make sure you're paying attention. You can't be distracted, because you will mess up and it can throw you off, and you won't realize that you even messed up for a long while, and you won't catch it, until you get to the months that line up and they're not lining up. Now you got to go all the way back and change all of the numbers. Okay, so here we go. 12, we're going 9. You can always just stop and recount everything, and I'll do that after I finish this slide, just so you'll know. And I want to explain, this is why I was having such a hard time, because I'm not great with numbers, math was not my strong point. So I was just always, going back and forth, and I didn't understand the rules, to the calendar. I didn't get that right away. For years, I didn't figure that out. So it was just rough. Okay, so just to give you my pointer. So here, we're starting here, 1. So you just want to make sure that you put in the right numbers. 2, 3, here's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so you basically just want to go all the way down. You just want to do this till you get to the end, and I'm going to keep doing it. Oh. Gotta make sure your pointer is on the right thing. So if you're doing your calendar at the same time, you'll probably finish before me, because you see how slow this thing, I have to go. But basically, you just want to get in the habit of making sure you're doing the right numbers. Don't get confused by the first number, which you can easily do. And just go down the board, just counting the numbers down. Once you know the rules, it becomes quite easy. But just first, just getting used to doing this type of stuff, because, normally we're not making our own calendars, and having to make sure now you're doing two calendars at one time. But luckily, like this one, you can get the Gregorian calendar already done. See, I didn't even have this luxury when I started. I had to make the calendar from scratch. I didn't even think to, have an already done Gregorian. I had to just make them. So it was just extra hard for me. Okay, so 19, now we're at the 20. Check that out of there. Come on. At this rate, will I ever get to the fourth month? Oh my gosh. 24. We're almost there. 25. 26. And then after you finish, you're just going to double check it. And make sure it's correct. $27, $28, $28, $29. Okay, so this is for October. Now we know Shemawanah, October should have 30 days, but the Gregorian only goes up to their 31, so we have to drag that number over into the next, right? So let's look. Make sure we've got everything right. October 1st is on a Sunday, and that's 29 for the Hebrew. The second Monday, 30 for the Hebrew. Now we keep going. 3 and then 1. So now I'm just going to focus on the Hebrew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, hold on, 27, 28, and 29. Now, just so that you will know, that's how I do it. Now, let me just fix the calendar up. We know that I do the Sabbath is always Saturday on in red. So we're going to highlight this whole box and we're going to make that red. I'm going to change the colors. Oh, God. What did I do? Let's go back. Okay, so let me just highlight that. Make the Shabbats red. And black. Right? And I'm not gonna put in the Sabbaths and the sundowns and all that yet. Let's just go to the next month. Okay? Let's go to the next month, which is November. Hold on. Now you might have to do this a little differently. You're gonna go to insert again. Insert calendar. And it's gonna say next month. You're gonna say more calendars, right? And it's just gonna give you I'll take this out for me. Maybe that's why it's jumping. I don't know why it's jumping. So we're gonna go to November. Okay? And I think this is the calendar I had. Let's see. I think it's the same. Okay, so now we're in November. We're gonna make it bigger. Okay, if you have any questions, guys, leave it in the comment section and I'll check it when I come back, and I'm gonna check and make sure you guys are seeing what I see in 1 minute. And I hope you guys are able to follow along. Praise AHAYAH. I'm so happy to finally be able to get this done. I've been wanting to do it. Okay, so again, I'm going to change this. This November, make it smaller. I think I used 36. And that month is the 9th month, which is the Shai, according to the Hebrew, right? I'm going to follow that. Make it follow. Maybe a little bigger. Oh no, every time I make it bigger, it goes up. Okay, so now I'm going to copy and paste. I think if I should do it, I didn't paste anything else. Let's try it. Just put paste. It should be the same, right? Let's see. Yep. And I'm going to highlight so it's in the center. I think it's in the center. So we're going to go to home and hit center. Okay, and we're gonna bold, make it bigger. Is that bold? Okay, that's bold. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. Okay, guys, so that's where we're at. So now you have to go and make sure that it ends at the same way. So let's go back up. The last day is a Tuesday, Shalash, is 31:29. So now we're going to go to 31 and 30 on November. There we go. So it's 1 and 30. Let me bring my board back up. Okay, let me just check and make sure you guys seeing what I'm seeing. I didn't go too far. Oh, it's so big. This over. It's going to be 1 and 30. Con. Okay, so it's 1 and 30. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me just check and make sure. So we're in October because next month is very important. Okay, so I just want to make sure you guys can see what I'm seeing. Yes. So now we're in the shy, which is the 9th month. But it gets tricky here, and I'm going to show you why it gets tricky. So at the end, so let's keep going. We go back out to the calendar. I'll put 300, sorry. Okay, 1 and 30. So now it's 2, 1. See, and this is when, like next month or the following month, it'll start lining up. This is where I tell you during the whole year, the calendar starts lining up a lot, 1 and 1, 1 and like that. And which wasn't happening for many years. I hardly ever saw that. So I, look at it definitely as a sign. It really startled me when I started doing the calendar 7 years in advance. Okay, but let me keep going. So this is 2 and 1. Because we said 30 days, 31 days are only in May. Let me look. We only have 31 days in May, August, November, and February, according to the Hebrew. Don't get confused with the Gregorian. We're focusing on the Hebrew. Okay, so Shalash, Shasha, the Shai, which is the month we're working on, and Akkad Shinya all have 31 days. Okay? Okay, so let's go back to the calendar. So we know that when we get down, when we get down to the end, this calendar is going to have 31 days, not 30, but we're not there yet. Okay? So this is reflecting October up here. That 30 is reflecting October. That 1 is for November, the shy. Okay? Try not to confuse you guys, please. So 2, 3. We're just going to go down the line and add our numbers. 4, 5. This will be 5. And so forth. 6. 7. 8. 9. And this is where it gets tedious because it's one day off, and you could easily get confused. So you have to take your time and double check. Keep going back and making sure you're putting in the right numbers. Now, I have gotten a few emails, a few questions about finding the first day of the year. People are going back, which is good, and they're trying to, make sure. So that's excellent. But the problem is, guys, is that they were always playing with the Gregorian, the dates, because most of their conservatories or websites reflect for their Easter Sunday, how they line up for Easter Sunday. So it's hard to find websites that coincide with the conservatory with Elder Bakar brought out the Secrets of the Times. So that's why I'm suggesting that everyone, you go back and watch that video, because he gives the links to how, to get to those conservatory sites that gives the list of equal parts day, equal parts night. You have to find equal parts day, equal parts ninth, and that's how you find the first day of the year. So you have to, go into that. Now, once we started going into this information, they started messing with the websites, taking websites down, doing all kind of stuff where it was hard. So you have to, really do your research to find the correct sites. And he did it for Mount Sinai, even though I know he don't know where Mount Sinai is, because he's doing Saudi Arabia, but it's still the same region, So the latitudes is not too far off, because it's not in Saudi Arabia, you know. Mount Sinai is not in Saudi Arabia, but the latitude, the area is still, in the same area. It's not too far off. But because they like mess with the land mass, they putting borders and things, because in the days of the Bible, this was all considered Arabia. Jordan was considered parts of Arabia, you know. So, just keep that stuff in mind and understand that they are playing games. So, when Elder Bakar did it those years ago, I think it was 2012, I was making sure I was following and everything was correct. And that's how I was able to get this calendar. Because trust me, if the days are wrong, the calendar will not line up. It won't go in line with the scriptures. So you don't have to worry about that. Once you got it, you'll know it because it lines up directly, correctly, flawlessly with the scriptures. And that's the whole point. You want to, this is how you know. And this is how I understood about the infiltration, that they were still giving us wrong dates and wrong information because it wasn't lining up with the scriptures. And that's how you know, because, the Most High told us, Christ told us, trust no man. Be careful. This is what Christ was telling us. So it all came out in the wash. And this is how we got to this. So I'm so thankful and praising AHAYAH every day that this information is finally coming out and people are finally paying attention enough to understand and see. Now, we got to go back and double check these numbers, right? Because I'm talking, but I'm pretty much, I think I'm on it, guys. I'm on it. Hold on. But, so it's imperative that we get this right. This was not to be played with, and they understood. They knew how tricky this was. They knew how hard it was, and they didn't think we was going to be able to get this. But AHAYAH knew. Praise AHAYAH. Praise AHAYAH Bahashim Yashaya, y'all. We got it. And now we're not getting off it. So praise AHAYAH. They didn't think we was going to get this, but AHAYAH knew. And he wasn't playing with me, y'all, so I had to make sure I made those videos. I had to keep going. I had to keep talking. And I'm thankful that, people are paying attention and looking into this information. So that's why I'm taking my time and I'm going to do it just so you can get it and you can see it and it's clear. Okay? Okay, 28. We're almost there. So that I can show you because it gets tricky here too. 29. And I'm going to show you why. Oops. Nope. 29. Okay. Praise AHAYAH. Woohoo. Okay. Now, so let me just make sure. Let me count. So we're at 30. We're at 30. Why? Because we're going to go back up here. The last day was 29 here. The last day was 29. So, of course, this is going to be 130 on the new month. And that's exactly what it is. 130 on, what day is that? Okay. Let me just move this for now. Okay. We're in November. Okay. So this is Wednesday. So 130. Now 2 is the Gregorian and 1 for the Hebrew month. So it's the first month. 1, 2, just checking the numbers, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay. Now, according to scriptures, when you go into the Maccabees, right, it tells you when the Feast of Dedication falls. So I didn't pull out those scriptures. Hold on, so I'm gonna stop sharing for a minute just so we can make sure, because you need to make sure that this is correct. Okay? So I'm here. Now, when you go into the Maccabees, I think it's first Maccabees, it tells you when the feast of dedication starts. It's the 9th month on the 25th day. Okay, so according to scriptures, Shabbat Shalom, praise AHAYAH, Bahashim Yashaya, I see you. Akbar Bakaya, how are you? Shabbat Shalom. Okay, so let me I want to go to those scriptures so that you'll know, but I have it written on my calendar as well. So give me 1 second. Let me just go to that really quick so I can tell you which one it is. We're going over the calendar, guys, and let me find it for you so we can. Now we're going into the Feast of Dedication, and we have to have that. It's in the 9th month, and I'm going to show you the scriptures so I can have it. I think I have it in my hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me see the scripture. Just so I can read that to you so you can be clear. Okay, it's First Maccabees 4:59. It says, moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 5th and 20th day of the month Caselu, with mirth and gladness. Okay, so I just wanted to give you that scripture. So that's First Maccabees 4 and I think 53. Let me find it. Let me find that in hold on, in my eSword so I can show you that, and I'll share my screen with you. Okay, so you'll know. So these are the things you got to look for. You got to look to make sure that the calendar is lining up and it's correct. Praise AHAYAH. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Babakaya, for letting me know, because I want to make sure that people could see, and I'm taking my time. I want it to be slow. I'm sorry if it's too slow, but hold on. Let me see. I'm going to share my screen with you all in 1 second, so we can go to Maccabees. First Maccabees, it was it 4? It said 4 and 53 or something like that. Yeah, 4 and 53. I'm gonna share my screen 1 minute. First Maccabees 4 and 53. Oh, man. Okay, 456. Okay. It's the month of Caselu. Okay, so let me share my screen. I'm going to show you that so you can read it with me. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here we go. We're in First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 56. Right? It says, and so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days. It's an 8-day feast, not 7 days. But you're going to see how it lines up. It's amazing. Hold on. Okay, and so they kept the dedication altar 8 days and offered burnt offerings with gladness and sacrifice the sacrifice of deliverance and praise. Okay, let's go one up. What's it say? No, where is it say? On the 25th day. Oh, was that already on here? But I missed it. 8 days. Oh, here you go. Go down to 29. 59, First Maccabees 4:59. Moreover, Judas and his brethren, with the whole congregation of Israel, ordained that the days of dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of month Caselu, with mirth and gladness. Okay, so you know that we keep the feast for 8 days, and it's on the 25th day. And that's why I tell you, the Most High knew that these days are very important. When you know the days, then you can do the calendar correctly, right? Okay, so let's go back to the calendar. Let me see if I can just go in, if you guys can see it. No. Okay, so let me go out. Hold on. So it's on the 25th day on the month of Caselu. Now you have to figure out. Now, usually, okay. Usually our days. I'm looking at a bigger screen, guys, so that's why it's showing me looking off, because I have a bigger screen on this side. Let me go back to the calendar now. Okay, here we go. Make sure that you see it. Okay, so we're there. So I made sure all the numbers were right? Now let's go down. So when we look down, look where the 25th day is. It starts on a Sunday. Again, it will be a double Shabbat. And it's an 8-day feast. So it won't stop on the Sabbath, right? So this is not, hooked up yet, but we just made sure that all the numbers were right. So now we're going to just highlight and make sure that these days are in red, so that you know that it's the Sabbath. But here, 25th starts the Feast of Dedication. So I'm going to put that in blue all along here, because that's what I do for all the feast days, so that it's highlighted and you can see it. But I don't see it. Let's see, divine. Yeah, we're going to fill that with blue. Okay? Which would make this a double Shabbat. We got the regular Saturday Sabbath, and the next day would start the Feast of Dedication. So let me put that in. It lines up like clockwork, guys. feast. And let's put dedication. Just for now, because I'll put that in red. Maybe the numbers too I need to put in red. Just so you can see how it works. Because it's not until we go into the next month that you're going to see how it all lines up. Because now some days, it's not red. Some days the Feast of Dedication ended up in December, the first week of December. But because, the calendars are starting to line up, it's always in the 9th month, but it's still the 9th month will run into December. But now the numbers are starting to line up. So that brought it up to November. It's not always going to be, according to the Gregorian. You can't go by the Gregorian. You just got to go by, and I'm not going to make all of that red. I'm just going to make this red so you can know. Okay? So this starts the Feast of Dedication. It's an 8-day feast, right? So that whole week is the feast to Saturday, and then the next following Sunday will be the last day, and that will be a holy day as well. But look, I'm going to show you something. Now let's keep going down. We're going to make another calendar. Now we're going into December. Now we're going into the 10th month. The 10th month. Remember I said the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month. These are days of remembrance. Now look how this works out. Okay, so we're going to go into we're going to insert a new calendar. Go to insert, go to calendars, right? And now we got to go down because now we're going into December. So I don't know why this thing jumps like that. Here's December, right? So let's go into December. Okay. So here now we add in December. That. We're going to bring this up. Now, please excuse my computer. This thing is a hot mess. Hold on. Just everything. Me and technology just don't do well. Everything got to be a chore. Okay, let's move that over. Move this down. Now we have December, right? I'm going to show you how this thing works. And these are the patterns you're going to look throughout your whole calendar every year. It's not going to change because our Hebrew calendar is fixed. It's fixed. So it's a pattern. It's not going to change. So let me just first put that. This is the month of Asherah. Let me just bring that down. We're going to do Asherah. Yeah. This is the 10th month, according to the Hebrew. Okay. So, now we're going to get these days to start lining up. Let's see. So, you remember, according to the November, this was all in blue because it started the Feast of Dedication. Let's go back just to look at it again so everybody can see it. Okay, so here we are. This is the Feast of Dedication below. The last, last days of the month will start the Feast of Dedication, but these will be blue as well because these are the last 2 days. So let's go. We're going to make those blue. I didn't put the numbers in yet, but just so you'll understand. We'll put the numbers in and then it'll match up. Okay, but first, let me put the days in. right? And this may center all the days. And we're gonna make them bold. Okay, here we go. And these 2 days are in blue. But there's a catch with this, and I want you to see it. These are in blue. Oh no. Oh no. And I'm gonna go to design and fill that in blue, right? But just for argument's sake and just so that people won't be confused, I'm gonna make all of that blue. So you remember. Mhm. Yeah. This top row is all blue because that's signifying November, the end of November, and the Feast of Dedication, right? So all of that is going to be blue. But we know the one here. Let me look at that last number. That is, here goes 30. And we have 30 days, have September, April, June, and November. So this is November. That's the last day. We're going to go 1 and 30 here. So this 1 and 30. 30 is the Hebrew number, right? Check this out. 30 is the Hebrew number, so that's going to be 30 there. So let's put that there. We got 30. And 31. Now, don't that look familiar, that 30, 31? It will always line up like that because, remember I told you, November has 31 days according to the Hebrew. So this is the end of, this is November. This blue line is November. Even though we're starting, this is going to be December. This month is December, but we're at the end of November. You see that 30, 31. Let's go up and look at our chart, the equinox chart, and we will see November has 31 days, right? The shy, November, 31 days in red. So that's why the calendar will always end like that. You'll see that 30, 31 at the end. It's on the Sabbath, will always be on the Sabbath on these days, May, August, November, 31, and in January. We'll all have 31 days, and the calendar will start to line up the same way. Let's look at it on this thing. Like I told you, from the vernal equinox, the 31s. See, this one is February 31, May 31. Here we are, August 31, and November 31. So that's where we are. November has 31 days. So this next day, December, will be a change of the season, starting fall. It's a high holy day. It's a day of remember, according to the book of Jubilees. That's what we read. The first month, the fourth month, the seventh month, and the 10th month. So that's what we're looking at, guys. Right? Let's go back. Here we go. Okay? So now this is going to be a holy day here. This is a holy day because it's the changing of the season. After you see that 31 right here, it starts a new month, and it's always going to be a change of a season. So let's put that in yellow so we don't forget, right? Let's change that and put that in yellow. But I'm going to show you how it works. And we put the number 1 there because it's the first day of the month. It's the changing of the season. It's a holy day. So we're going to put in holy day. And guess what? Not only it's a holy day, changing of the seasons, it's also the last day of the feast of dedications. So that makes it also a holy day because when we go into Leviticus, now even though, check this out, even though the feast of dedication is not in Leviticus 23. So a lot of people like to be like, nah, that don't, you know, certain holy days like Purim, and if they don't want to keep those holy days. But look how this falls in line. The feast of dedication, the last day ends on a holy day. It ends on the changing a new season. So that's a holy day according to Jubilees, and it's also the last day of the feast of dedication. Wow, ain't that amazing? Feast of dedication. I'm gonna put that in there. Put end. Oh gosh. Yeah. I'm gonna just put that. Put in. Just for now, because it's I have to make these things smaller. But so it's still a holy day. It's still a holy day, whether you want to make it, not count dedications as a holy day, because a lot of people but most Israelites keep the feast of dedication. But now you have to know how it works according to the calendar. It goes in flawlessly, brothers and sisters. And I just wanted to show you that on the 25th day of Casalú, it always be at the end, either end of November or the beginning of December, but it will always, work out this way, where it's the beginning of the Feast of Dedication, the changing of the season, or it's at the end, but it will always line up, to be around the same time. So these are the secrets of the time. And once you know the calendar, you'll see how these things line up. Now let's keep going, because then you'll see the 7, 14, 21 in this month, because this is the 10th month, right? 2, 3. So when the changing of the seasons come, this is how the Most High lines his calendar back up in order. According to sevens, the first day of the year. I'm sorry. See how you get thrown off so quick? Easily I get thrown off, so I got to be very careful with the. Oh, understand. That's 5. That's 6. Here we go, and this is 7. And you'll see it line up 7, 14, 21. Every time, according to sevens, during the changing of the season. So the Most High, he's a mathematical genius. Don't tell me that the Most High ain't a mathematical genius. Hold on, let me cut on this light. How he set this up flawlessly. This pattern goes without a kink. And there's no if, and, what's, or buts about it. Every Israelite must know the secrets of the times, must know how to get the Most High's holy days, right? I'm messing up over here. Brothers and sisters, we must know his calendar. And this is for no matter what you thought it was, there's no way around it, really. Once you see it, once you work on it and understand it, there's no way around it. This is the secrets of the times. Elder Bakar gave a piece of it, but he didn't give all of it. And they didn't think that we was going to figure this out. They did not think that we was going to be able to come up with the answer to this. And it's AHAYAH. Praise AHAYAH by Hashem Yashaya. He is a mighty power. And, he gave it to somebody like me, brothers and sisters. It's a miracle, trust me. Because I'm not you know, no way, you know, with numbers, it gives me a headache just thinking about it, really. But he gave it to me. He made me get understanding. He gave it to me. I can't even say, nothing I done. It was him, all him. So we got to give honor and glory to AHAYAH. We got to warn our brothers and sisters, even the ones who are calling on different names. See, this will make every knee will bow, every tongue will confess. AHAYAH is the one who's calling the children of Israel out. He's the one that's giving us back this calendar. He's the one who gave us back the name. So it's AHAYAH, brothers and sisters. And it's undeniable, it's unrefutable. Nobody can say nothing, and they can try, but you can't, the numbers don't lie. And they're not gonna lie, and they're gonna match up and line up this way every time. And there's nothing nobody can say about it. There's nothing nobody can do about it. This is what it is. And he brought it forth through a woman. That's what's another amazing part of this, because our brothers are so hard on sisters right now. They got a war going on with these men against the daughters of Zion. But look what the Most High did. He used the daughter of Zion to bring this out, because he's not an author of confusion, and is no way, just because he's waking Israel up, and we know that our brothers are the head, and we know they are kings, and we know that they will rule. Praise AHAYAH. That don't mean for them to be trying to come down on the daughters of Zion like they're doing it. It don't make no sense. And the Most High is not having it. Okay? We just got to be clear. It's not how the Most High do things, and it's not how he think. And these brothers, they're going to cut it out. And they're going to get themselves together. And I believe that's why the Most High would do it like this. Let me make sure I got this stuff right. All right, talking so much. Praise AHAYAH Bahashim Yashaya. But I just have to put that in there because it don't make no sense. 18. I don't want to mess up. I don't want to be talking too much now. You say, all right now, I'll be talking too much smack. I ain't trying to be going up against my brothers or nothing like that. So it ain't that, but I'm just saying it is what it is. Most High is doing it. And it's clear. And that's why a lot of our brothers ain't gonna make it. They ain't gonna make it. Because there is too much wickedness. Too much wickedness, and it's too much of the wickedness is geared towards the daughters of Zion. AHAYAH, he loves the daughters of Zion. He ain't against he's waking up the men and the women. He ain't just waking up the men. He's waking up men and women. And I guess this is the point. He's proven with this. The fact that I, had to deal with this and go through what I went through all these years trying to prove this. And everything was in the highest time. He didn't want it to come out right away. He wanted to see the hearts of the men and who was going to, stand up, and who was going to say what, and who was going to go into the information. That's why he said Israel will be tried and tested. Look at that. We were being tested the whole time. The Most High was testing Israel to see who is really about his business, who really cares. Because he said they love me with their mouth, with much talking. Praise AHAYAH. But what? Praise AHAYAH Bahashim Yashaya. That's all I can say. I just pray for the men of the Most High that they get themselves together and they stop, coming up out of Babylon. Now, hold on now. Let me just bring this out. Y'all see that pattern there? It's the same. 29, okay? Let me just check and make sure, even though I know because it's 7/14/21, this is how I know it's right, but I'm going to check it anyway because sometimes, I will do double numbers so you got to check it, right? So we got 30, 31, right? Let me just make this red going down. Okay, we got 30, 31. Right, you see that? So we know that there's a new month, new season. This is the fall, winter. We're going into winter. It's a new month, and it's also a double Shabbat because we have the regular Shabbat, we have a double Shabbat, and it's the end of the Feast of Dedication. It's a double meaning, a double Sabbath with a double meaning. He said it's an 8-day feast. So when you count it, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, and 8 day will fall on a Sunday, makes it a double Shabbat. It's no way around it, brothers and sisters. It's no way around it. Okay? Then you got the whole 10th month lining up 7, 7, 14. Let me move this out the way. 21, 28 as calendar. This is the secrets of the times. We have double Shabbats, double Sabbaths with double meanings. Now I'm going to put the sundown in there just so you can see it like I did before. This is the 7th month, the same thing. You see that 30, 31, 7, 14, 21. Every 4 months, it will line up. The calendar corrects itself automatically every month. So I'm going to put this, I should put the sun down throughout all the days, but I'm just going to jump right down to the 10th month. So, that's where all the holy days, that's where the feast is, so that you can see it. But I hope it's clear, brothers and sisters, and we'll just keep going. And I'm going to continue because I got to do it for 7 years. So I'll do a lot of it online. I don't have a problem. I mean, I know it's long, but it's the most important thing you can do right now, brothers and sisters, is get this calendar right. Get it down pat. Make sure it's correct. Line up so that you can see it. So that nobody can deceive you. That's what Christ said. Let no man deceive you. It goes exactly, here's sundown. We got to put the sundown here. This is Friday, the regular Saturday Sabbath, we put sundown. When there's a double Sabbath, you got to put the sundown again because it's going into a next day is another holy day. So that's why there's 2 sundowns right here, because you got the regular Friday sundown, and then it goes directly into the Sabbath, and then that Sabbath, that sundown, the holy day comes. It was it's the feast, the changing of the season, right? It's a changing of the season. Also, isn't it also Noah saw one, either the water receding or something like that? So it's the triple day meanings, because these are the days of remembrance. These are also the days when Noah was coming off the ark. These are also the change of the seasons, and it's the last day of the Feast of Dedication. Look at that. Here we got the regular Sabbath. Here we just do regular sundown. See it? That's the regular Saturday. I just put a sundown there so you'll know. Anybody new to the truth, they really, you don't remember certain days. You put it in the calendar so you'll know when to, preparation day, you start to cook, you prepare your household for the Shabbat. Praise AHAYAH Yashaya Qadash Rawach. I'm going to end it here because, I want it to go up so that you can see how the calendar works, and it lines up perfectly. According to the Jubilees, according to the Book of Enoch, these days are days of remembrance. Our season change that the Most High gave us are for signs and for seasons and for months and for years. That's Genesis. He told us that there are our Sabbaths are a sign between us and the Most High. You must know this calendar. Every Hebrew Israelite, and this is going to make them put down the names that they're calling, because it's AHAYAH who's giving us this calendar back. Any Hebrew Israelite, they keeping it on a Tuesday, they keeping the Sabbath on the wrong day. They have no reason. The scriptures break this down how to give us the correct holy days. Now I'm gonna have to put the sundowns on here as well, but I'll do that. I'll just show you, that I'm doing it, and you can do yours because all my calendars, I put sundown on the Friday night. So, just as a reminder. And so also it helps when you have a double Shabbat or like with the Feast of Purim, you need to know. So this coming week, brothers and sisters, after the Shabbat, this Tuesday is the feast. I mean, it's not a feast, it's the Day of Atonement. We are to fast. We are to conflict our souls on this Tuesday coming. And I'll show you that in the, what's the name of this? Let me add these sundowns in. You must understand and know the calendar so that you know when to keep the holy days, not to make an abominable day. Let me say this. A feast day and a feast day and an abominable day. You got to know his calendar. You need to know this, brothers and sisters. Now, if you want, I went into the scriptures and I showed you the 25th day of Casalul. It ends up being this is a 25th day of the 9th month. And there's scriptures that say in the 9th month, and I'll look for those too. So when I come back, I have them, but I don't know exactly. I know it's in Maccabees, and I even have them on my calendars. So, and let me just show you that. Let me stop sharing for a minute so that you can see it. Let me see if I did everything first. Hold on. I got one more. Let me just finish that while I'm in here and save it. Yeah, this is the 8th month. Let me just put in the sundowns for the Shabbats. And you should be doing it for your calendar as well. Khan, I hope I made it clear. It should be easy. I believe you saw everything that I saw. So it shouldn't be no confusion. And we'll keep doing this and just keep doing it and you'll get it. It takes a little time to get used to. But once you got it and you understand it and you read the scriptures, it's perfectly, right? It's perfectly lined up with the scriptures. The Most High is not an author of confusion, okay? And this is why I always told you, once you understand his calendar, you'll understand that there has been infiltration the whole time. People have been lying to you. Now you got to deal with that whole thing. Of why would people lie to you? These brothers that you've learned to love and respect because of infiltration, brothers and sisters. They have been bought and sold by our enemy. They took our people down. It is what it is. You have to accept it. Go ask your elder. Go ask him why. Why did he tell you this? Why he ain't putting this in his Hebrew Bible Academy? Because his handlers told him not to. That's why. Okay, so here we are in the 7th month. We're in this month. This Tuesday, here we go. This Tuesday will be the Day of Atonement. The Day of Atonement is on the 10th day of the 7th month. When you go into the scriptures, and I'll go in there with you, it says that the 9th day at sundown, so that's why I put sundown here, you go into a fast and you afflict your souls. Okay? Praise AHAYAH Bahashem Yashaya. So we're going to go into the scriptures and read that. Okay, so let's look at it really quickly. This is the 7th month that we're in right now. You see that 30, 31, that was on the Sabbath. The next day was the Feast of Trumpets, and it's in yellow. It's a holy day. It was a double Shabbat, a double Sabbath, back to back, Saturday and Sunday. It was the first day of the 7th month. He said the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month are days of remembrance. So that's why it's in yellow. It's a day, it's a changing of the seasons, starting in the fall. Most High want us to regard his seasons. They are days of remembrance. Okay. After the first day, 10 days later is the Day of Atonement. That's a Tuesday. As you see, Shalash is on the third day of the week. It's the Tuesday. It's a day to conflict our souls. On the ninth day, you eat, you have a fast. I mean, not a fast, you have a feast to the Most High. And by sundown, you finish eating and you go into your fast. Praise AHAYAH. We all have to do this fast on the correct day. He said, whoever don't conflict their souls will be cut off. So, brothers and sisters, this is why a lot of Israelites and a lot of us won't make it, because you open the door when you don't keep the right holy days and the commandments according to the Most High. You open the door to be able to be taken out. And this is why there's always been confusion with this calendar. They know that the Most High is a stickler for his law. So when we don't have these days correctly, we open the door for death to be taken out. Tuesday is the day to fast. Monday night to Tuesday night. Conflict your souls. And we're going to go into the scriptures. Then the following week, going down that week, double Sabbath back to back, we go into the Feast of Tabernacles. It's a double Shabbat. We have the regular Friday to Saturday, and then that Saturday at sundown starts the Feast of Tabernacle. We are to dwell in tents for 8 days, not 7 days. It's an 8-day feast. We're going to go into the scriptures, and I'm going to read it before I leave so that y'all can be clear. It's an 8-day feast, 2 Sundays back to back makes it double Shabbats. On the 15th day, he said, starts the Feast of the Tabernacle for 7 days, right? And then the 8th day is a holy day. It's the last day. It's a holy convocation. That's why the Most High did it. He put a monkey wrench in it. It's not everything lands on the Sabbath, like Elder Ricard be trying to say, like he be lying and telling people everything is according to sevens. The Most High did not do it that way. He could have, but he didn't. He said the 8th day. So it's been a lie, and nobody been keeping the holy days correctly unless you've been watching and paying attention to the calendar like I was. You had to pay attention and you had to go into it to see and understand what the Most High was saying. It's an 8-day feast, not a 7th-day feast. There's double Sabbaths, double Shabbats with double meanings. Okay, so you have to know the calendar. Okay, let's go into the scriptures real quickly, and then I'll, say shalom and enjoy the rest of your Sabbath. Hold on. Okay, praise AHAYAH Bahashim Yashaya. Khan, I see all your Khan, Baba Kaya. Thank you, Baba Kaya. Bless you, brother, for, speaking out, because it's important. We finally got our calendar back. Israel, we can make it. Now all y'all got to do is come out of Babylon, get within these borders, and start to prepare. Start to prepare to go into that wilderness. Okay, let me go into the scriptures really quickly so you can just read what we just saw. And praise AHAYAH. He's amazing. He did it. He's a mathematical genius, and it lines up perfectly. Hold on. Coming. I'm going to just read it down really quickly. It's awesome. Praise AHAYAH. You got to give him glory. You got to give him praise. Praise AHAYAH. They thought they was going to get away with this. They really thought they was going to get away with it. And that's why this woman, when I got here, and I told y'all, she said they not coming. They thought the children of Israel was not going to make it. They thought that we were not going to make it, brothers and sisters. But praise AHAYAH. Praise AHAYAH. Hold on. Okay, so here we are. We're in Leviticus 23, and let's start at 23. Now I'm just going to read it down. Now you saw the calendar. It says, and AHAYAH spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, Shabbat, in the 1st day of the month, that was in yellow, ye shall have a Sabbath, a memorial of the blowing of the trumpets, a holy convocation. So we know that day, but also in the book of Jubilees, it tells us the 1st month, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th month, those first days are days of remembrance. So it's a double meaning, and also it's a double Shabbat. Okay? It says, ye shall do no servile work, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire. Praise AHAYAH. 26. And AHAYAH spoken to Moses, saying, also on the 10th day, so 10 days later of the 7th month, I showed you that's this coming Tuesday, we are to afflict our souls. It starts at Monday at sundown and goes into Tuesday at sundown. That's the 10th day. It says, also the 10th day of the 7th month, ye shall have a day of atonement. Ye shall be a holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH. So eat right before sundown, and then you go into your fast. You shall do no work on the same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make atonement for you before AHAYAH your power. For whosoever soul to be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. Brothers and sisters, this is a decree by AHAYAH. So I know we're just coming back. I know we're just coming back, and not everybody, but the powers that be, understand this decree. They understand if they keep us off on these laws, knowing his calendar, that the door is open, that we can be taken out, we can be cut off. Most High is a stickler for his law, so that's why so many Israelites can be taken out. And this is why they mess with our holy days all this time, knowing that we would lose the hedge of protection over us if we are not under the law. AHAYAH is bound by his law. It's very, very important. Cry out to Israel. Let our people know what is going on, how this infiltration has affected us, why it's so important that we get under this correct calendar. Israel can be cut off. We are coming back under the law. And although we're just coming back, we should be seeking, we should be searching and trying to find the Most High. But a lot of people are not. Most of them, either they think they all got it all together and they don't have to look, either they're calling on the wrong power, so they're not even looking for the correct calendar to correct holy days. Brothers and sisters, it's up to you. Those who run across this video, you should now understand how important that calendar is and why they thought to change it and take our brothers down and not give the correct days. They knew exactly what they were doing, brothers and sisters. It was meant so that they can take us down and take us out. So you got to warn our people. You got to speak about this, what's going on. You got to talk about the infiltration. This is why Elder Ricard talking about don't, speak against the brethren. And he's talking like that so nobody will say anything. You have to speak up. You got to cry out, brothers and sisters. Our people are waking up and they don't know what to believe. Our people are being deceived. It's a big deception. This is why Christ said in Matthew 24, do not be deceived. There's a great deception against our people. They knew that they messed with this calendar. They messed with us as a people because we couldn't come back to the Most High. So now you got to open your mouths, brothers and sisters. You got to direct our people to the correct holy days, how to keep the calendar. If you see what I'm pointing out to you, it just goes like this every year, all year round. It's a fixed calendar. Every 4 months, that calendar will line up the same way. Like clockwork, brothers and sisters. Warn our people. Tell them. Give them the video. Show them. Take your time to show them. It's hard at first, but you will get it. It means everything to us. We got to get this right. And they knew it. But we got it, brothers and sisters. We got it. Israel has a chance. Come out of Babylon, get prepared, and speak and tell our people, show them the way. Because our people are hard-headed and stiff-necked. They think they got it together. I've talked to people, these brothers are hard to deal with. So other brothers, y'all got to speak to these men. You got to tell them. You got to show them where we're erring so they won't be cut off. Because Esau is about to bring it down, y'all. The Most High gave it to us just in time. They're about to bring it down. This winter is going to be rough. You need to get out of Babylon. Get out. They're coming for you. Okay? I just have to reiterate it. I'm sorry for the rant, but y'all need to know how important this is. This is why they messing with the calendar. This is what the infiltration was all about. We could be cut off as a people. This opens the door. Okay? So let me keep going. Let me just read that, right? He said, for whoever so it be that shall not be afflicted in that day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whoever so it be that doeth any work on this same day, the soul will be destroyed from among his people. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute. Listen, forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Like I said last week, people try to act like, oh, wait till we get back into the land. Oh, it's not now. It's not here. Brothers and sisters, it's all throughout your generation. It's a statute forever in all your dwellings. So this is why Esau knew to play with the calendar and know that this is these little fine prints in the scriptures, you can be cut off. This opens the door. Okay, it shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest. You shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at even. He's specific. From even to even, ye shall celebrate your Sabbath. Okay, brothers and sisters, don't play. Please warn our people. Feast of Booths, I'll make it quick. And AHAYAH spoken to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel, saying, the 15th day of the 7th month, that's the 15th, it's always on a Sunday, because you see how the calendar lines up, 7, 14, 21, 28. So the 15th day will always be on a Sunday. It's a double Shabbat. Okay? Perfectly, flawlessly, it lines up. 7 days you shall offer made by fire. So if he had just stopped there, then it would end on the Sabbath, because we know 7, 14, 21, right? But it's an 8th day. He said, by that, unto the Lord, unto AHAYAH. But the 8th day shall be a holy convocation unto you. You shall offer an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH. It's a solemn assembly. You shall do no so. Another Sabbath. It's a Sunday, and it's on a Sunday. It's a double Shabbat. Both Sundays are double Shabbats. 2 double Shabbats back to back. 2 Sunday holy convocations on a Sunday makes it double Shabbat 2 weeks in a row. Okay? You must know this. This 37. These are the feasts of AHAYAH, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire unto AHAYAH, a burnt offering, a meat offering, a sacrifice, a drink offering, everything upon his day. Besides the Sabbaths of AHAYAH, besides your gifts, we give gifts, guys. Besides your vows, your offering, besides your free will offerings, that's what you give freely to people, which ye give unto AHAYAH, also the 15th day of the 7th month. So here it is. It's a double Shabbat. Double meaning, double Shabbat, double days. As the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye give a gathering of the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto AHAYAH, 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day, listen, guys, it's clear. Everything is not on the Sabbath day. He said the 8th day, which will always be on a Sunday, the first day of the week. Know your calendar. And ye shall take you the first day bowls of goodly trees, branches, palms, and the boughs of thick trees, willows, and brooks, and ye shall rejoice before AHAYAH, your power, 7 days. And ye shall keep the feast unto AHAYAH 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. Now he said 7 days you should keep it, but on the 8th day is a holy convocation. He made that day a Sabbath. He threw a monkey wrench in it so that these Khazars would not be in line with him. Praise AHAYAH. They don't keep the days the way the Most High keep it. They don't worship him. They don't serve him. The God they're calling on, that Yahweh, that's not AHAYAH. That's not, it's a different God, and you are not worshiping him. So this will make every Israelite and their mama have to put down all the wickedness that we've been taught, all of us, calling on the J name, all of us did it. We got to put that stuff down and come back to AHAYAH, Ashur AHAYAH, and keep his holy feast days according to the scriptures. There's no way around it. This is going to humble every Hebrew Israelite. We all got to do it. He said, 43, that your generations may know that I made the children of Israel dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am AHAYAH, your power. And Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feast of AHAYAH. Praise AHAYAH Bahashem Yashaya. I'm so thankful that I got through it, and I pray that it was clear. Praise AHAYAH. Please share this video, y'all. Warn our people. Tell them how important these holy days are. Because if we're not in line with the Most High, we get cut off. That's the bottom line. Praise AHAYAH. So I give all glory and praise. Have a blessed Shabbat. Mine's is closing out, but I'm glad to bring this to you on the Shabbat. Thank you for taking the time, for joining me, for watching me. I praise AHAYAH for the information. Please go into it, and I will continue. Next week, I will do it again. I will continue, for a while. I got a whole 7 years to do, but I'll do as much as I can, that you will get the hang of it and just keep doing it. It doesn't change after this, It's not going to change. It's going to keep, this cycle is going to keep going. You just got to make sure your numbers are right. Make sure your days line up. Make sure you look for those every 4 months, 7, 14, 21. The calendar perfectly lines up itself automatically. Praise AHAYAH, the secrets of the times. So, Tawana. Have a blessed day. Thank you. Akbabakaya. Love you. Appreciate you. And Shalom. Okay? And I'll play a little music on the way out. Be blessed. Hold on. Here we go. We're going to do a little praise AHAYAH. We got to praise him. We got to glorify him. He did a wonderful thing, brothers and sisters, giving us back our holy days. Amazing. And they thought we wasn't going to get it. They thought we wasn't going to be able to figure it out. It was rough, but I'm glad it's over. Praise AHAYAH. I'm so glad it's over. Whew. It's been an unbelievable journey, y'all. Unbelievable. Okay, I can't find the song now. Where is it? Let's see. I'm coming. Woo. I am so thankful. Hold on.
Daughters of Zion like diamonds and pearls.
Shalom, Israel. Praise AHAYAH. Bahashem Yashaya. Qadash, Rawach. Bless you all. Happy Tabernacles. Praise AHAYAH for the Feast of Tabernacles, the first day today, which is a holy day. And I figure what better day to come to you guys about the calendar than on his holy day. And so we can go into these scriptures and just, meditate on this information. I pray you all have had a blessed week, a blessed Sabbath yesterday. And I just go ahead and pray. So it's good to see you all. I wanted to say shalom to the elder who's joining us. I pray he's still in here. I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't even have my glasses on. This is going to be rough. I couldn't really find them. So I want to say, hold on. Elder Set Shaba. Shalom, Elder. Thank you for joining us. Praise the Yashaya. And everyone else who's here, I pray that you all have a blessed week, and let's just get right into it. Okay, so last time we went into the calendar, and everybody noticed how I was trying to show you how things line up. Every first month, fourth month, seventh month, and 10th month, these are the days of remembrance according to the book of Jubilees. And when you study the book of Enoch and Jubilees together, this is how we come up with the correct calendar that the Most High gave to our forefather Enoch. And once you go into it, you start to see these patterns. Without a shadow of a doubt, that it's undeniably that this is correct because it lines up perfectly because the Most High is a genius. And we know that we have 364 days, which goes into 52 weeks, and it's just flawless. But not only that it goes according to scripture flawlessly. Like on the 10th day of the 7th month, we know we have the Day of Atonement. It shows you how it lines up. According to 7, 14, 21, 28, which will fall on the Sabbaths. And if you notice, guys, most of our feast days fall within those 4 months. The first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month. Okay, most of our feast days will fall in those 4 months as well. So it just makes all sense. There's no flaws in it. And so we have to, go along with what the scriptures say. Okay, so let me go share my screen with you. I will go into Publisher and I will kind of be reviewing. What did I do? Hold on. I don't know what I did just now, but I pulled up another. Okay. And now, guys, I'm going to be squinting. I couldn't find my glasses, neither one of them. And I have a bigger screen over here, so you'll see me looking this way, like this. It's because there's a big screen, and it helps me see better. Okay, so just so you know. So let's go into Publisher. Now, I just found that Publisher was easy for me, and I think that you guys may have found it to be pretty easy as well. So if there's another program that you know of that you find is easy, hey, share it with us, But I will keep using Publisher. Where is it? Wait a minute. I don't see it. Oh, wow. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Okay. So if you have Windows, you can easily go into Publisher. You could just go into your search. I don't see it here. I got eSword, everything but Publisher. Okay, let me go out and try this again. Okay, and you can just go into your search and pull up Publisher. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna check this one out. Okay. In 1 second, I'll try it again. Cheers. here it is. Okay. So, and I have to just keep coming back to make sure you guys see what I see. So this is the publisher program. I done added January 2024 because that's where we're going next. We left off in December 2023. And this is what it looked like. And let me just check back. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is where we left off last time. We were in Asherah, which is the 10th month according to the Hebrew calendar, which will line up to be December. Now, guys, because we're getting closer to the end, the calendars are shifting, and this is what I've been talking about lately this year. When I noticed that once I did the calendar in a 7-year span, I started to notice the patterns, more. I had to notice the patterns. But also what I noticed is that the calendar is started to line up with the Gregorian calendar. Okay. At first it was off, like our holy days was always coming within the middle of the Gregorian calendar months. So it was never lining up for years. It was like that. Let me just say, in their March, when the Passover comes, our Passover was coming at the end of March or the middle of March. And it did that for years. And then it started to catch up to where it became in the beginning of March. That's where we are now. So in that regard, all the other months are starting to line up. So now I'm starting to see the pattern when the Gregorian calendar is the first of their month, and so is the Hebrew calendar. So it lines up almost perfectly. But because we know that the Gregorian calendar go off so much, I mean, they have 29 days and 30 days, and they have the leap year, it doesn't line up perfectly from month to month. But it startled me when I started to see this lining up like this. And I likened it to the scriptures when he said, Esau will be ruling, and then Jacob's kingdom will follow. So there won't be a break in the kingdoms. We'll just, after Esau rules and they fall, Jacob's kingdom will start immediately. So when we start seeing these kind of signs in the, in the calendar, we should take notice. Now, just like in Genesis, the scripture said that the years, the days, and the seasons are for signs. So that's how we have to look at our calendar. Is the Most High is giving us signs. As we get closer, as the birth pains become more prevalent, we should be able to see things start to line up. And that's what I saw. So let me go back. So now that y'all see what I see, let's finish. So here we are in December. Now, and that blue up top, for anybody who was not here, that's the end of November, and that is the Feast of Dedication is in blue. All those days, all those boxes at the top are the Feast of Dedication. And the last day of the Feast of Dedication ends on the change of the season. It's a double Sabbath. Actually, it's a triple Sabbath. So it's all highlighted. That's why I have it highlighted. That it's a holy day, because in the scriptures, it tells us that the last day of our feast are holy convocations, and the first day is a convocation. When you go into Leviticus, this is what the Most High says as far as the Passover. He gave that same information for the Feast of Tabernacles and the ingathering, which runs concurrently together. So this is a pattern that the Most High gives us about our holy days. Usually, if it's a long holy day, the first day is a holy convocation, meaning it's a Sabbath, and the last day is a holy convocation, meaning it's a Sabbath to us. The days in between, we celebrate, we feast, but they're not holy convocations, meaning no servile work. You can't light a fire. You can't, cook. You can't do that on the holy convocations, but you can in the middle of the week. You can still like cook and, buy and sell and things like that. But on the holy convocational days is when he says it's like a Sabbath unto you. So that means during the whole week after the first and the last day, in between, you can do business as usual, but you still keep it as a memorial. You're celebrating, you're rejoicing. Like with me, guys, I decorated my apartment. I always try to decorate on the holy days, and we ought to give gifts, and because this is where they got the Christmas and Thanksgiving and the Easters. This is where they get this from. They got it from our scriptures, and they hijacked it, and they do this for their gods. So now it's our time to do it for our God and our power, AHAYAH, and we should be showing up and showing out now that we know the truth. Okay, so that first day in yellow is a holy day. It's the last day of the Feast of Dedication. It's also the change of the season, which goes into winter. So that's makes it holy. And also in Jubilees, it's the 10th month that we are to make it as a day of remembrance. So all three are holy, makes it a holy day. So these are high holy days. Okay. Now, if you notice along that blue strip, you see that 30 and 31. And I told you there's a rule that there's 4 months out of the year that have 31 days. The majority of our days have 30 days, but there's 4 months out of the 12 that has 31 days. Those days are called like the eclerary days, right? They're 31 days. Those days signify that a change of season is coming. So every time you see a 31 here, and it's always on the Shabbat, it will always be on the Shabbat. The next day is the change of a season, which will be a holy day. And these kind of rules you got to put in your mind so that once you're doing your calendars, you'll see that 31 on the Shabbat. Then the next day is going to be a Sabbath, right? And then you'll also see the sign of the Sabbaths lining up according to 7. If you see where my pointer is, you'll see 7. The next one down is 14, 21, and 28. This is a sign that shows that the calendar is lining itself back up automatically. There's nothing we have to do. There's no leap years. There's no, skipping days. The calendar lines itself back up automatically on those 4 months. Okay, the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month. Those months, the calendar automatically corrects itself, and you will see it because it goes from 1 to 7, and the Sabbath is the 7th day, right? And we know that the Sabbath is the 7th day, and this is how you know your calendar is correct when you see those patterns on those particular months. You know you got it right. Okay, so now we're in Asherah, which is the 10th month. We finished this one. So it ends on a Sunday, which is the Gregorian is 31, and the 29 is the Hebrew number, the 29th, right? So now we're going to go to January, which the numbers change. Is actually 2024. It's for the Gregorian, not for us. Okay, and let me just change that size. So let's see. Okay, and I'm gonna put for January. It's Akkad Asherah. Right? Oh, that's too big too. Akkad Asherah. Okay. And then I'm going to go back to December. We're going to paste the days, Akkad, Shanya, Shalash, Rabbi, and put that there. So I hope you guys are doing the same thing. I've been busy all week, so I haven't had time to do any of this, but okay. So we have the days, and then I'm going to go across it, and I'm going to put the numbers in the middle, and I'm going to make it bold so you can really see those numbers. Okay. Let me see why this one. Let me see. Good. Let me just check and see that you guys are seeing. What's the problem? You guys can't see. Why, I wonder. Luckily, I checked back. You see how this thing goes? Let me go out and come back in. Stop screaming. See, I wouldn't have known had I come back. Let me go back in. See if you get this again. I don't know why it's like blacking out like that. There it is. I don't know how long it's been like that, but I pray. So you guys got to send me a message once you see that it's okay. Maybe you did. Hold on, let me check. Give me a second. Okay, you said, Kai, I went forward from the 10th month that you left off from, and I came up with the interesting results. Praise AHAYAH. Yes, I'm sure when you, that's Elder Shaba, you came up with some interesting results. Was that in the month of February? Akkad Shanya? Let me know, because that's when you'll start to see at the end of this year, the calendar really starts to line up. Going into 2024, it's like almost every other month or every 2 months, it's lining up with the Gregorian almost every month. So that should be a sign to us as we start doing the calendar, and especially for me, guys, because I was doing the calendar like 12, 13 years now, and I never really saw that happen because our days were so separate. Like there, the beginning of the month for the Gregorian, the beginning of the Hebrew was almost at the end of their month. So we never really was lining up. And now it's coming to the point where it's lining up. Khan? So let's go forward. So let me know if the screen blacks out like that. I won't really know. It's hard to even tell me because I'm not on this screen. So let me go back to the publisher screen. Okay, so here we are in January. Okay, so that number right here was 3129, right? On that Sunday. Let's go back, just to double check it. Right here is 31, as you can see, I'm highlighting it. That's on a Sunday, Akkad. So in January, that's where it starts. And I'll just put that there just for now so that you guys can, just see it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, 31, 29. Okay. This is just so you can see it. And of course, so that's one for the Gregorian. So we're going to keep going. 130. So we know that that's this month doesn't have 31 days. Why? Because the last month had 31 days. November had 31 days. So December does not have 31 days. You see that 31 up here? So last month had 31. Now you also can keep your chart and you'll see exactly which days have 31. If you go here, May, which is Shalash, has 31 days. August, which is Shasha, has 31 days. November, which I just showed you, Thashai has 31 days, and Akkad Shenya, which is the next month, February, has 31 days. So we know January do not have 31 days. So we'll keep it 30, and then we'll start at 1. Okay. Here we go. Please don't mind me that I'm slow with it because, I like to be careful, and plus my computer be acting up. So forgive me if it's really slow, but it gives us time to really assess. And I'm glad that you guys are working on yours. And this what makes it much harder because you got 2, 1, 3, 2, 4. You can easily get thrown off. You can easily get distracted. And that's how I was doing it for years. And it was always a little frustrating, But over time, you do get a hang of it. But it's just still, it's a lot. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I see your message. Hold on. Elder. Let me check what you said. Hold on. He says, Khan, alignment in the 12th month. Yeah, February 2024. This is kind of exciting and interesting. Yes. And that's why when I first saw it, I was very alarmed. I was like, wow, it's starting to line up. And it likened it to when, our kingdom is coming. Plus, you see all the other signs. You see all the birth pains, what's going on in Babylon, that you got to come out now. You see that, it's not much longer before you really got to just, get up out of there, and we need to be preparing for what is coming. So, yes, so we'll go into that. Give me 1 second. I'll be there in a minute. Because this is praise AHAYAH. We have to rejoice. Our kingdom is coming, even though it may not be what we need it to be, because he said we shouldn't be too happy about that time. So here we go. Okay, so these numbers are really starting to come together. Even this, 6, 7, 8, 7, and it's going to be like this, for a while. Very close. And the scriptures tell us that the calendar is actually a sign for us. It should be a sign to us. Now, it doesn't say it like that, but when you read it, you kind of understand when it tells you that the years and seasons and days are for a sign. That's the calendar, right? And I just thought it was so amazing when I see on those certain months, the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month, you see, let me see, there's something wrong. See, I messed up there. I put 1-1 instead of 1-2. Hold on. Okay. And 13. Yeah, when you see on those months 7, 14, 21, I think that's amazing. How it lines up like that, and it's consistent every time. It's not, it doesn't change, which is amazing in itself. So I say the Most High is a mathematical genius. Of course, he's a mathematical genius. Praise AHAYAH. And everything he does is so precise, Hold on. So we're going to, and I have to really make sure these numbers are right. This is so much easier for me, brothers and sisters, from when I first started. Oh my goodness. Because I was doing the Gregorian from scratch and the Hebrew from scratch. And oof, I couldn't find a easy way until I ran across this publisher had its own calendars for the Gregorian. That made it just so much easier. Okay, hold on. 22. Three. 24. 25. Here we go. 26. 27. So if you have any other questions about anything else, let me know and I'll try to answer. 28. 29. Now we know 30 days have September, April. Well, the rest have 31. Okay. So this is where you see now it's going to line up because it's going to end. The Gregorian has 31 days, but the Hebrew has 30 days. Okay. So this is how. Now let me just double check it and make sure. So I got 29. I got 30. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yes. So that's how I have to do it. So I make sure the numbers are right. I have to just go through it like that. So this is Akkad Shanya, January, and we don't have any holy days in those months. And that's what I was saying to you guys. The first month, the fourth month, the seventh month, and the 10th month, according to Jubilees, are days of remembrance. But it's also those months are the months where most of our holy days fall. Okay, within those months. So January, we don't have any holy days besides our Sabbaths. So we're going to make that red, and then we'll put the sun down, right? So I might as well do it now. So I'll have to come back to it. Okay, put the Sabbaths in there, and then we're going to put the sundowns in there. And then we can go on to Akkad Shanya. Here we go. Hold on. I'll look at your comments in a minute. I see some of you posted. Give me 1 second and I'll do this. And then I'll come check out your comments. And then we go to Akkad Shanya, which is February. So that alone should be a sign for us. Let me save it. Okay, let me go out and just see what you guys are saying. You're saying, alignment. Yeah, let me say. Yeah. Okay, it's a blessing that you take the time and walk it through with us. Praise AHAYAH. I'm glad to For years I've been just warning y'all and warning and saying, take a look at it. But finally, the most I put on my spirit, well, maybe you should just do it with them and show them and praise AHAYAH, and I'm happy to. So if you have any questions, Shabbat Shalom, happy Feast of Tabernacle. Shabbat Shalom, Jordan. Praise AHAYAH. Or Jordan, praise AHAYAH. Shabbat Shalom, happy Feast of Tabernacle. Yoo-hoo! And what better way to spend it than going into our calendar? Yes. Okay, so here we go. Let's go into AHAYAH, which is February, and we will start to see how these numbers line up. Okay, so I'm going to go to a new one. I'm going to make a new one. You go to Insert, and you go to Calendar. Okay, and you go to More, down to More. And this will come up. Oh, God. What the heck is going on? September, we're going to go to 24, and we're going to go up to February. I don't know why it's shaking like that, but okay, here we go. So February 2024. And give me a second. I had to really listen, guys, and in what the elder was saying. I had to really make sure that brothers and sisters understand, because it's very important. Once you understand this calendar and you see that we're being lied to, then there's no other choice but you to really accept the fact about the infiltration and why people are lying to you and how deep this deception goes. And that's a big part of this. People have been lying to you, thinking that we wasn't going to figure this thing out, thinking that we wasn't going to see this. And praise AHAYAH, it's only through AHAYAH, Bahasham Yashaya, that he's able to, give us this information and make sure that we have it so we know how to worship him. Because it's all about the Most High, and it's all about us worshiping him. You understand? So let me just put the day in here, which is Akkad. Shanya, which is February. Okay, let me make that bold. Praise AHAYAH. And we're going to put in, I think that should be already there. Oh, no, it's not. Let me go back and put in the months. Paste. Okay. This is the most, once we find out we Israel and that Christ came back, for the house of Israel and Judah, now we have to get into the laws, the statutes, the commandments, and everything. Everything is based around this calendar, y'all. Hold on. So that's why it's the most important thing. And this is why they would think to change times and laws to keep us off track so that we could not come back. So this is like one of the most important things we could ever get into once you find out that you're Israel and you're a Hebrew and that Christ is our king and he's coming and why he died. Then we got to get back into the commandments, because this is what the Most High requires of us, that we keep them. They're a sign between us and him. They are Sabbaths. So praise AHAYAH. I'm so thankful. Okay, now, so here we are in Akkad Shanya. Let's go back to Akkad Asherah just to see the last day. The last day is Wednesday, and it's 31:30. So that we're going to look at Thursday. it should be 1-1. Praise AHAYAH. It's starting to line up. Hold on. Here we go. So did I make those bold? Is that bold? Hold on, let me see. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So this makes it a little easy. Hold on, but my 1-1. 1-2. Praise AHAYAH, y'all. And I'm so happy that y'all see and y'all understand that it's significant that these days are lining up like this. Hold on. 5. 6. 7. 7. 8. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. Now this is going to be amazing, brothers and sisters, because that means if everybody can get this, even the ones who are doing something different, if they understand the significance, we will be in that wilderness on one accord. It's going to be amazing. And once you understand this like this and you get it, it's hard for somebody to come and tell you something else, because this adds up perfectly on so many ways. So it's hard for people to come and give you something else. This is why they was trying so hard for us not to get this. We wasn't supposed to get this back, brothers and sisters. They was going to keep us dumb and keep us worshiping on the wrong days as long as they could until the end. Can you imagine that? So now you got to look at these people who are calling themselves, elders and deacons and all this stuff. What's going on? And when are they going to come out and like, when are they going to come out and repent and admit that they wrong? And see, this is the thing. These people will keep going along and act like nothing is going on. Do. Oh yeah, everything's normal. And not say a word to you, not apologize for the wickedness, not even repent. They're prideful and they won't even repent, y'all. And they thought that they was going to get away with this. But AHAYAH said no. Wait, hold on, guys. I'm messing up here. Talking too much. Hold on. 25. But it just. Okay. I'm on the right numbers, right? Hold on. What's going on here? Okay, 26. 27. I don't even got my glasses on. This is just a mess right now, guys. I can't even see. Woof. Hold on. Why is this not working? 27. 28. Oh gosh. So now is this a leap year? So February we know normally has 28 days. So they have their little leap year this year. Okay? That's just what this is signifying. They have a leap year. Okay, but our calendar keeps going. So that's the only reason why it's not lining up in even in March, the first month, because they have a leap year and it only has 28 days normally anyway. So this is what throws it off. Or else it probably would have continued. It probably would have continued lined up. Okay, so this is Akkad Shinya, which is February. The calendar is lined up completely, and we have 2 holy feast days in this month. When you go into the book of Esther, we have the feast of Purim. And a lot of times our people, because what the Most High put in Leviticus, people they want to disregard anything else. But clearly when you read the book of Esther, the Most High gave us those feast days. And the same thing is when we look into the Maccabees and we read about the Feast of Dedication. These are our feasts that the Most High gave us as well, and we should keep them. So let me just go into those scriptures if I may. But it's on the 14th and 15th day. So it's going to be here, right? And then I put those days in blue. Let me just do that for now. We put those days in blue because those are holy days. And okay. And it's a holy day. And that's the Purim. I'll just keep it short. Both days are holy days. And it always falls on a Wednesday and a Thursday in the middle of the week, according to the calendar, because it's on the 15th and the 14th day. And that's what the scriptures say. Okay. So usually, and I'll put those in red. Usually, you have you have like a Wednesday and Thursday, and then the Friday again is preparation day, and then you prepare for the Shabbat. Okay, and let me go, and I'm going to put the Sabbaths in as well. I mean, the sundown. Okay. So we have it. Yeah. Okay. Paste. And they put the sundown just to know that you're going into your Sabbaths. Okay, and we'll put it here also for the Feast of Purim. Okay, so that's what Akkad Shinya, which is the month of February, that's what the calendar should look like. Okay, let me check. I'm going to save this. Let me check, and we're going to go into Akkad, the first month. But let me check for your comments to see if there's anything. Hold on. Okay, you can see that. Praise AHAYAH. And you says, praise AHAYAH for using the sister. Praise AHAYAH, yes. I'm happy to. And they had us keeping Purim on Tuesday and Wednesday, yes. And they did that on purpose. They were one day off because Elder Ricard put that one on the, his explanation was the evening and the morning is the first day. So he's going to put the one on on the Sabbath instead of putting it on a Sunday. And he knew what he was doing, brothers and sisters, because y'all got to understand that they were taunting me the whole time. Every time I put out a video or whatever, they just made sure that they knew that they were getting on my nerve because they knew I was trying to prove that it was incorrect. Now, I first reached out to them. I first started doing the behind the scenes, but it got so ugly. We were fighting behind the scenes because of it. Then it spilled over into the public. I would start making videos behind it. They were kind of, mocking me and, doing things. So it's been a whole big thing, brothers and sisters. And that's why, then they come out and try, Elder Ricard will come out and try to use scriptures, go to your brother. And then they know I've been coming to them the whole time. So there's no way that anybody could try to act like, oh, it was a mistake. They didn't know. They didn't study it enough. They knew. They knew exactly what they were doing. They understood it. It's a big infiltration thing. And of course it would be if Esau is trying to stop Jacob from coming back to AHAYAH. Of course they've been, this is planned. Of course. And Christ warned us in Matthew 24 by saying, let no man deceive you. He knew that there would be a great deception. Christ warned us in Matthew 24. He knew that he said that they will put us to death. A lot of Israelites are going to fall because of this information. Because if we don't know how to come back and worship our Father, Esau, by default, he wins. So this has been the whole plan, brothers and sisters. I urge you to take this very seriously, and I'm thankful that you're here watching, trying to seek out this information, but understand what's really going on, what's behind it, why the Most High had me pushing for this so long. And I'm so grateful, praise AHAYAH Yashaya, that finally it's come to this, that I can actually show you. And without a shadow of a doubt, you will see how they have been doing this on purpose. Okay, hold on. Let me read. You said, how wicked to destroy. Yes. They changed the times, moved around the days. They knew it was a powerful physical and spiritual connection. Yes, that they couldn't relate, understand, or control. So they created theirs to deceive. Yes. And then they took down, I'm going to put that up there, brothers and sisters, put your comments up, because then they took down our brothers, people that we would love and, be so happy. Listen, Elder Ricard came with the name of the Most High. We were so happy. Nobody wanted to go against Elder Ricard. Nobody, because that brother, he was bringing forth all the information, and he's still bringing forth good information. But look, they cannot deny this calendar. You can't deny it. This is it. And this is how it works. And they thought we wasn't going to get it. So they was mocking me, playing games with me the whole time, brothers and sisters. It's been an ugly, ugly fight. It's been an ugly thing to have to deal with. And especially the whole while talking about don't speak against your brother. The sisters must submit. See, y'all have to understand all that was for a reason. Because they did not want you to have to be able to hear a sister coming to you with this information. You wasn't supposed to even be able to listen to me. They would trying to stop you from listening from even getting it. It was all orchestrated. And now it's coming to, please share this information, brothers and sisters. Please talk about this. They don't speak against the elders. Don't do this. They trying to use the law against you so that you will feel ashamed for talking about this stuff. Brothers and sisters, this means everything. Y'all got to know how hard the Most High had me fighting for this. And I'm so thankful that I have your ear to hear it and you can see it. It's plain. But they tried, and they tried everything. We have been at war the whole time, and we're still at war, because if y'all don't come out of Babylon and get within the borders and start to prepare for what is coming, Jacob's trouble is upon us. We still lose. So you can't like drag your feet at this. This is pertinent information. It proves that it's infiltration. It proves that people were lying to you on purpose and trying to distract you and keep you out of, it's serious. It's diabolical, y'all. Let me see. I hope it was intercepted. Yes, this is the interception that you know now, that you can do the counter, that you understand what they did and why they were doing it. They were playing against us the whole time. And that's what Christ said. He said that it would be a deception. Possibly the elect would be deceived. Y'all, what y'all think Christ was talking about? He said we would get deceived by this. It was such a diabolical plan. You understand? Let's see. Definitely making an abomination day a feast day, and a feast day an abomination day. Many of our people are gone by the moon also. Yes. And that's a really demonic spirit, because they can't seem to put that thing down. That lunar calendar. And it comes from lunatic, like it's like a big spell. They are spellbound with that lunar calendar. A lot of them won't put it down. They won't put down that name. It all connected together. So our people are under a great spell. But once you start showing them the calendar and how it works and how mathematical the Most High was in his thinking, you can't deny this. And so then they have to put down that name. They will have to come under these holy days, because it all adds up to the scriptures. It makes perfect sense. And most of the people who go by the lunar calendar and any other calendar, there's no real rules to it. You just following along just because you think, that when the moon says, they don't have no real system. The Most High gave us a system with this calendar. There's a whole system to it. So you can't go wrong. Once you got it, you can't go off. Praise AHAYAH Bahashim Yashaya. Let me see. Yes, sis. Yes, I got your email. Praise AHAYAH. Bless you. I've seen it, and I replied back. I hope you got my reply. But definitely, I'm with you. So, and we can probably even talk. But it's deep, y'all. It's deep. So now you have to, like, on your way out, try to warn as many people as you can. Just send them the information. It's undeniable. And that's why I'm saying, like, every knee shall bow, every tongue, every Hebrew Israelite has to confess, have to humble themselves and come to AHAYAH. He is the power that's calling us out of Babylon. He's the one that gave us back his name. He's the power that's given us this calendar. And it's undeniable. We must submit. We must humble ourselves at this point. And a lot of our brothers, because I'm a woman, they were so quick to deny and not take ear to what I was saying. But now you can't. You cannot. That's how AHAYAH is. It's like, even with the information about Qadash, where the holy mountain is, Masada, all this stuff that he gives, it's like, it's once you go into the scriptures and read, it's undeniable. It's all AHAYAH. AHAYAH. He's the power that's calling us out. He's the power that's going to protect us within his borders, brothers and sisters. Get your families and get out. There is a place. And if there's nothing else you can go by this calendar, because this is undeniable, brothers and sisters. It was hard for me to, like, convince people. I was crying out. But once he showed me how to speak about this calendar and show you, I had to come before you and show you. Okay? So let me see what else he's saying. I'm going to move on. He said, family, need your prayers. I am homeless. Shalom, brother. Yes, you sent me several messages, and I've tried to help you, and I don't know if it's right for you to come on someone else's platform to solicit for money, brother. So, I understand that you need help, But this is a lot of women on this channel and who have children, you know. So at this point, you've been coming on here for at least a month or so, brother. You at some point you have to get yourself together. So when is that going to happen? Because the sisters are taking care of children. They got to come out of Babylon. This is not the place to come and solicit for money when our sisters are trying to make their way out. I mean, you know, there's a lot of these brothers, these Hebrew Israelites that's teaching on YouTube that you should be going to these men to help you and help you find a job as a way to sustain yourself, brother. You didn't get the reply, sister? Okay, I'll resend it. But at least I'm glad you came on. I'm glad you received it. Yes, I received it. And I replied, and I'll again. Shalom, sister Sakana, Lisa, Linda, praise AHAYAH, Janice Johnson, Jordan, praise AHAYAH, all of you. Okay, I'm going to move on to one more month. We're going to go into Akkad, but you see where this lines up. Now, I wanted to go into this to make sure that y'all seen February, which is Akkad Shenya, and you see where the calendar lines up. This is a sign for us, brothers and sisters. And I believe the Most High, you know, wanted us to start paying attention once we got it. I know it rattled me when I first saw it. And this is what I started talking about and telling the children of Israel, that our calendar lines up. And it's starting to line up with the Gregorian. And when the Most High said, and I should find those scriptures. Hold on. Where it says Esau's kingdom, you know, Jacob's kingdom follow after Esau's. So we're starting to get these signs. Now, it happens for a couple of months. All through 2024, we should see it, right? And Elder Bakar does this teaching now where he is saying in 2023 is the time of consummation, right? He's saying 2023. And I said, oh, how convenient, you know, the 33 is that was, you know, Christ's years on earth as well. But, you know, it's also, how you say, their numbers. They like to do things with numbers. But we know that Christ said that he was going to cut it short. So nobody knows the time or the hour. It's just giving us a sign for us to look at, because we are not asleep, just like in the Second Thessalonians. We should be awake and we should be paying attention. So guys, we are at the time, and Christ must cut the time short, like he said in the scriptures, because they will get rid of everybody. He said they would get rid of everybody. So we are in this time. This is in the next 7 years. It's 7 years. And maybe the last 7 years. So y'all need to be getting within the borders, get within the safe place, because we are at this time. And I believe that's the reason why the Most High brought this to my attention, to even warn y'all further. Get out, get out, get out. Jacob's trouble is upon us. The calendar is starting to line up. We are going to be going directly into Jacob's trouble. It's coming, brothers and sisters. And I told you I did the calendar every 7 years, and I'm going into the next 7 years. And that is, you know, kind of lines up with Elder Carr's 2033. But we know that the time will be cut short. And we know we're supposed to be in the wilderness for 7 years. You know, and the last 3.5 is supposed to really be where things get very, very crazy. So, guys, pay attention. Don't be deceived. Don't let nobody sit you still and make you feel like it's okay or we got more time before you get up out of there. You are out of time, and you've been out of time, because not only do you have to come to another whole different land, a whole nother country, get settled and start to prepare for what's going to happen and have enough so that you can survive until the Most High decide to kick in. just like in the days of our forefathers. They came out with substance, and after they started running out, then the Most High kicked them. They started murmuring and complaining, and we don't want to be in that predicament where we have to start murmuring and complaining against AHAYAH. So that's why you will come out and start to get prepared, so that you are in time with the timelines of what's going on. Let me see. It says, okay, Aqua, will you show us in part 6 for us to find the new year? Okay, now what I've done is, guys, y'all have to go to Elder Vakar's Secret of the Times, because it's a long process, and he explains it. I'll put the video in the link, because he gives you that whole thing, and it's a long video, and it is a long process. You have to go to the certain sites, the conservatory sites that gives you the equal parts day, equal parts night. And so he breaks it down eloquently. I couldn't do a better job. So I refer you to that link of how you find the first day of the year. But once you get the first day of the year, then that's when, you can join me on making the calendar. So I'm going to put that link in there now, just so the next time you got time to study it. And you should be studying, make sure you understand how we got, Elder Vakar came with the equal parts day, equal parts night. Now, I must tell you that he brought that information out, and I was following him from day one. So my calendar has been consistent from that time that Elder Vakar gave, and that's how it was correct what he gave, because that's how I started to see the calendar line up. After the Most High put it on my spirit to do 7 years in advance. I didn't get it just doing it, month to month like that. It wasn't lining up for me. But once I started doing it in a long span, I started to see how the 31 days and then the seasons comes, I started to see the pattern. So I'm saying the same thing to you. So I'll put the link of the Secrets of the Times. Watch the video. He has a few videos where he's breaking down, the Sabbaths and things like that. So I don't feel I need to do that, because it's already been taught, and he did it very well. He was very well, and I don't want to confuse you guys, with that. So I'll put that in the description box, that video. I'll find it right now, so that you can start to watch the video, take notes. Like with me, guys, I have to show you if I have a book here. No, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna show you what I do so that you guys can do the same thing, to help you with, keeping and having understanding. Hold on, let me, maybe I could find that video while I'm going. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, guys, here is the link, and let's see if I can get that calendar. Okay, hold on. He said, I will in part 6. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to post this video right now. This is what you take, and you should download this video. And this is what I told everybody in the beginning of this series, that you should download GOCC Secrets of the Time. So once I post this, take this and download it so you'll have it on your computer. So that way you can always go back to it. And I'm going to play a little bit of it because I'm going to take a short break, and I'm going to get something so that you can see. So that's the link. Click on that link I just put into the description box and download that video, because that's the video you need to find the first day of the year. And it's a process. He went into a lot of information that you should know and understand. So that way, when you start making your calendar, it's 100% clear. Okay, hold on and let me add that. I'm going to play a little bit of it as well, because I need to get something. Hold on.
A brother reached out to me that's working under Brother and Elder Fernell in Florida. And he had some detailed information to relay concerning the times.
Here we go.
Now, it was information we went over before, but he's seen a conflict. All right. Now, we're not one, if we see a conflict, we're not going to ignore it and say, well, we know everything. We're going to examine the conflict, because the Bible says we see through a glass dimly. And the Most High has given us time under grace to get things correct. Now, while he didn't have all the information, what he did, he went into the calendar to see that it wasn't meshing with the calendar that the Most High gave us from the beginning. And the key things he went into, I had to study. So we went and studied it, and it led us down a path for the last couple of weeks. And it also, it's humbling in a way through the Spirit of the Most High, because the understanding that the Most High bestowed on us through this teaching is opening a window for us to be on the same clock as the Most High and the angels. It's also, we went into the research to show you how and who went through great lengths to separate us from our original calendar and from our holy days. It was a mission by the Roman Empire, upheld by the Western worlds today, the Western World Empire. This is of great significance, scripturally and religiously. Now, some people might ask, well, and say, well, it doesn't matter what time we're in. It doesn't matter what day we're in. It doesn't matter what day we worship. Well, Christians may say that. I follow God every day of the week, so I'll worship on Sunday. But let's see what the Bible says. Let's go to Hosea, the 6th chapter. So the scriptures we're going into today is to get the right time, or the understanding of time, or who distorted time according to the Most High. Let's get Hosea 6:1.
Hosea chapter 6, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Come, and let us return unto the Most High.
Come and let us return unto the Most High. Read.
For he hath torn.
For he hath torn.
And he will heal us.
And he will heal us. So the Most High torn us. That's why we're in the condition we are today as a people. That's why the other nations have been ruling over us. He took his hedge from over his people for a time. But he will what?
And he will heal us.
And he will heal us. Go ahead.
He hath smitten.
The Most High have smitten the children of Israel. Go ahead.
And he will bind us up.
But yet he will bind us up. Read.
Verse 2. After 2 days will he revive us.
After what?
After 2 days will he revive us.
After 2 days from the time Christ's crucifixion, or excuse me, from Christ's time on the earth, he was given a time period in which the Most High would begin to bind us up or to awaken us. And that begins with Christ's birth. Read.
After 2 days will he revive us.
After 2 days from the time of Christ, the children of Israel will begin to awaken from their sleep. All right. What is that 2 days? Hold that and get 2 Peter 3 and 8.
It's the book of 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 8.
Go ahead.
But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing.
Be not ignorant of this one thing.
That one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years. And 1,000 years is one day.
The Bible says 1 day with the Lord is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is one day. So when it tells us in Hosea, the 6th chapter from Christ's time, in 2 days will he revive us, it was speaking of 2,000 years. All right. So Satan understands how much time he have to rule within this earth. So we've used technology and linked in with the Roman Empire and the Gentiles to keep us asleep while he planned our demise, which the Bible calls Jacob's trouble. On top of that, they're looking to get into the heavens through the NASA program and the space program and use their technology that was built on earth to actually fight against the Most High. But we know that the Most High and Christ have a trick for him. Let's go to Matthew 24.
The book of St. Matthew, chapter 24, 24 and 22.
Go ahead.
And except those days should be shortened.
See that? So originally, he had 2,000 years. So since Satan and the elite and the Gentiles knew how much time they had, they set a bar in place in which they would exterminate a number of people from this earth within the time they believed they had, which was 2,000 years from Christ. Read.
And except those days should be shortened.
But except the Most High shortened those days that was given to these governments to rule,
there should no flesh be saved.
None of us would live through this. With the GMO crops, the vaccine program, the ramping up of armies, the total degradation of society, the cross-splicing of species. The rise of what they call homosexuality, but the Bible call it sodomites and sodomy, the rise of immorality with their sonar weapons that they're killing the animals in the sea with, sonar weapons they're using with the heart system. So this is meticulous based on the fact that their time is running out. But the Bible says, unless the Most High shortened his days,
there should no flesh be saved.
Not one of us would make it through this. Unless the Most High had grace on his creation and shortened the time, none of us would be left. Read.
But for the elect's sake.
But for our sake, not for these people's sake that's out there. Not for Christians' sake. Not for Muslims' sake. For his elect's sake. Read.
But for the elect's sake, those days should be shortened.
He's going to shorten the time Satan have before they utterly destroy us. The Most High have given us grace to give us an opportunity to find out what's going on, to be that the few in cluster that make it through Jacob's trouble. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So some may ask out there, well, who's the elect? Let's go to Isaiah, the 45th chapter.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 4.
Go ahead.
For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel mine elect.
And Israel mine what?
Mine elect.
And Israel mine elect. So for Israel's sake, those days that Satan or the New World Order, whatever you want to call them people, the Roman Empire, Babylon, the Babylonian, spiritual Babylonians, the Romans, the Roman Catholics, we know their agenda. Their agenda is to eradicate the children of Israel. But our God said that he would shorten their time for our sake. Now, how did they distort the time? How is it we don't know what year we're in, what day we're in, what day we should be celebrating? How is it the whole earth, which was at one point of time, all separated and fragmented into different calendars and different understandings? How is that so? Well, we know that that's the spirit of the Gentiles. And also we know that Satan is over this world, because the Most High is not the author of confusion. The Most High always operated on one clock. There's only one clock. See, but if you can link into that time and be on the Most High's clock, then you can see clearly the deception. See, so what did they do? They set an alternative reality within these cities to program us and to disconnect God's people from the Most High's clock. So to speak, so that you can understand me in layman's term, to cut us off of the Most High's frequency. So that you can understand on a level that I'm speaking. Just like if you're turning a channel on the TV until you get to the right channel, now you're in sync with that particular channel. So they realize that if they can throw off our clock, they could destroy our culture. Why? Our people, the children of Israel, was different than the Gentiles. Everything we did was surrounded around commands to stay on the Most High's frequency. It was embedded within our culture. The time we eat, the time we harvest, the time we deal with holy days, the time, everything, the time that we rest, the time we work, the time we went to worship, everything was in league or in sync with the heavenly realm. When we were operating, the angels were operating. When we were resting, the angels were resting. When we were sacrificing, yes, there is a temple in heaven. The temple in the earth is only a facsimile or a similitude of the heavenly tabernacle. So everything we did in earth, the angels and the Most High was operating in heaven. When the Gentiles came along, they broke us from that cycle. And when did it happen? Captivity. It happened a little before we were utterly destroyed, and we're going to show you how it happened. First of all, so that we don't put the cart before the horse, what cycle should we be following? Well, the Most High showed Moses, and he showed a great teacher and a great leader before the flood, Enoch. So let's go back to the beginning, before our destruction. As a matter of fact, let's start with Enoch. what we have here, now some may ask, well, who's Enoch? I don't know who Enoch is. Good question. Let's go to the book of Jude. Now, believe it or not, brothers and sisters, we can have a complete dissertation for about 3 hours on Enoch alone. Go to the book of Jude and read the 14th verse.
The book of Jude, verse 14.
Go ahead.
And Enoch also, the seventh from Adam, prophesied of these, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints, to execute judgment upon all, and to convince all that are ungodly among them of all their ungodly deeds which they have ungodly committed, and of all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against them.
You can read this same verse in the book of Enoch, chapter 1, verse 9 on down. To prove to you, the disciples of Christ was reading the book of Enoch. So you must ask yourself a question. If Jude, a disciple of Christ, knew of Enoch, of course, Christ knew of Enoch. These were records of the Hebrews. We have a book of Enoch here. Why? Because it's the records of our forefathers. Now, the Roman Catholic Church will tell you don't read Enoch. And there is records of Enoch that's not legit. And they did that on purpose to keep you away from the original translation that was found in the Qumran caves. So I would suggest you stay with the original record, which is Enoch 1, translated out of R.H. Charles if you're going to read the record. All the others have been tainted. All right, that's number one. It's a record of the Hebrews. Now, why is it the Roman Catholic Church don't want you to know about Enoch? Well, in a nutshell, go to Hebrews 11 first. Hebrews 11 and 5.
It's the book of Hebrews, chapter 11, verse 5.
Go ahead.
By faith, Enoch was translated.
By faith, Enoch was translated. This was before the flood. Go ahead.
That he should not see death.
That he should not see death.
And was not found, because the Most High had translated him.
He was not found because the Most High did what?
Had translated him.
The Most High translated him. So some may ask you, well, what happened to Enoch? What do it mean he was translated? This was before the flood. Now, I'm going to tell you why the Roman Catholic Church and your Christian church don't want to talk about Enoch. If you go into Enoch, you will identify the gods the Catholic Church burned candles to and sacrificed to. They follow the fallen angels. And the knowledge they have to get their technology came from fallen angels and their children. Okay, I can't go into the full lesson on Enoch, but I'll tell you this. They're definitely worshiping the fallen angels that's spoken of in Enoch. On your Paramount pictures, when you see the stars coming out of heaven, going around the mount, Enoch speaks of that. It's the angels coming to the earth to land on Mount Hermon, Mount Hermon. And they would make you think these are mythological characters. That before the flood, there was all these different animals and different Tyrannosaurus Rexes and all these things. These were animals, crossbred animals. These were crossbred animals, species created from the Most High's creation. That was destroyed in the flood. The same toys you may get your children, dinosaurs and all that, these are demonic animals that were killed before the floods, not 1 billion years ago, which is a bold-faced lie. Okay? Also, the gods they worship are the fallen angels. They burn candles to them, the Roman Catholic Church. One of the main angels that was bound during this time is the angel Azazel. Yes. Now, you may know him as another name. The Egyptians called him Osiris. And at the bottom of the Great Pyramid of Giza, it's in stone that Osiris is bound there. Enoch speaks of this, that the angel Uriel, the angels came down and bound him in the desert Dudael. The pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Giza, was built before the flood. And it's a time stamp. It's not only a sundial, it's a time stamp of how long before these so-called angels will be judged. But of course, the Most High told us in Matthew 24 that their days will be short. Now listen, now you understand why your Council on Foreign Relations, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, all your elite goes to the pyramid to worship the fallen angel. See, that's why they won't let you read this information in church. It would break you free from your bondage, your spiritual bondage. Now there's more. The Most High gave Enoch a cycle from the beginning that we were not to deviate at any time. Because if we fall off of that cycle, the Gentiles would eventually overpower God's people. Let's go through the cycle according to Enoch. All right? Now, of course, the powers that be could care less if you know now. Okay? The reason they don't care anymore is because they have assumed their one world order and set up their grid, their military grid all over the earth, and have put their space weapons out in space. That was the total mission. Now that they have got a grid on the earth and got their technology in place to destroy people without hand, they could care less if you know. Okay? They could care less. But at the times when they were just getting this off the ground, they needed the majority of the population sleep. And why? Because they needed our participation. They needed us to help them build this construct. But now that their construct has been assumed, it doesn't matter anymore to them. Now, let's go into some of the cycles so we can understand what time we're in according to Enoch. And what I'll do is I'll compare it to the times we're used to following. Like, for instance, today, you notice our calendar, our so-called calendar, have what? 300 and what? They say 64, 65 days. 365 days, which is utterly ridiculous. Then they got a leap year coming in. Then they can have daylight saving time and jump up an hour, back an hour. Right? Doing all these different things. But let's see what time it is according to the Bible. Now, of course, we had to refer back to Enoch because it says by faith, Enoch was translated in Hebrews 11:5. That he should not see death, and was not found because the Most High had translated him. And before this translation, before the Most High took him into the heavens to tell him the judgment of the fallen angels, he had this testimony that he pleased the Most High. And for those who think that the Most High is not setting up man to judge these same angels, Paul said the same thing. Know ye not that ye will judge angels? What angels? The fallen angels, and they're still fallen. Okay? Of course, the news programs are lying to you. So when something is coming into our atmosphere, they'll tell you it was a meteorite. Okay, these are fallen angels. Now, let's go into it. Let's go into the cycles from the beginning.
This is the book of Enoch, chapter 72, verse 1.
Go ahead.
The book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven.
This is a book of the courses of the luminaries of heaven.
The relations of each according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin.
According to their names and places of origin. The Most High have set up angels to deal with the courses outside of our earth. It's ironic, no coincidence, that these same portals that the Most High put outside the earth, they have you worship them under the horoscope. We're going to show you that. On top of that, this world called them planets, but they're actually luminaries working simultaneously with the earth to keep things in balance and in order according to the original courses of the Most High. All right? So don't believe you're a scientist when they tell you that everything you see in the universe came from some big bang and all of a sudden all this order came out of chaos. Okay? The stars in heaven, everything you see is in proper order from the master orderer. Okay? So let's speak about how this happens so that we'll understand that, so that we can actually get on the right course. And see, they knew we would eventually figure it out. They just needed to keep us asleep long enough to help them build their construct. Read.
The book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven.
Go ahead.
The relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin.
Go ahead.
And according to their months.
And according to their months. And one thing that's good about this is that after today, we'll be able to put the holy days that we were deceived and following in the past away. We'll also be able to put the lunar calendar theory and all that stuff totally away. Because even those that's following the lunar calendar and all that will flawlessly be able to relate to this information flawlessly. Because they were on course with their thinking, but they were off course by dealing with the moon. We're going to bring it to you. Read.
And according to their months, which Uriel, the angel who was with me, who is their God, showed me.
So it's Uriel that's guiding the luminaries. He's the angel the Most High appointed. See, the angels are in perfect order and rank under the Most High. We know Lucifer was high in rank before he fell, and 1/3 of those who was under his rank fell to the earth with him. In the beginning, after man was created. Why? Because he didn't understand why he should minister to the Most High's creation. Why should he minister to something that he helped create? So he wanted to be upheld as a God since he was early in creation. Eventually, he took Adam's dominion through the fall. Read.
And he showed me all their laws exactly as they were, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and unto eternity.
See that? He showed Enoch all the years of the world to eternity, till the end. So, of course, they don't want you reading this information. They just tell you just go to church and clap your hands and pay tithes. And that's all you need to know, and just call on Jesus. You don't need to know this information. Read.
Till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries.
And this is the first law of the luminaries.
The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven.
Go ahead.
And its setting in the western portals of the heaven.
Go ahead.
And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets.
6 in which it riseth, and 6 which it sets. You notice that's 12 portals. These 12 portals have now been turned into your horoscope. Knowing that everyone is born under one of these cycles. Now, is there an attribute that comes with being born under one of these cycles? Absolutely, yes. but we were not supposed to know about it. You understand? We were not supposed to know. You were supposed to engage someone to find out their personality, not figure out things about them. Because why? If you know things prior, you can use that same information to manipulate. Okay? We were not supposed to know. The fallen angels taught mankind this. And therefore, they could use psychology to urge people to do the thing, do the will of Satan. Yes, the horoscopes is evil on a high level. Is it true with the attributes? Absolutely correct, but we're not supposed to deal with it. It's necromancy. Go ahead.
And the moon rises and sets in these portals, and the leaders of the portals and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west.
There's 6 in the east and 6 in the west. And Paul said, be careful. Let someone beguile you in the involuntary worshiping of angels. Let's get that real quick. And that's why Paul said that. You're worshiping angels when you deal with the horoscopes.
Colossians chapter 2, verse 18. Let no man beguile you.
Let no man beguile you
of your reward.
Of your reward.
In a voluntary humility.
In an involuntary humility, which means you're voluntary and humbling yourself into this.
And worshiping of angels.
In worshiping of angels. But let no man trick you into involuntarily humbling yourself to deal with these spirits, or to humble yourself, and you're going to find yourself following a fallen angel or a luminary in heaven. Now, Satan have transitioned all your worships to give glory to luminaries because, like I said before, he figured they came first in creation and man should be last. So you notice all your pagans worship the sun, worship the moon, worship creation, and we're low on the totem pole. That's involuntary worshiping of angels. Let's go back to these portals.
This is Enoch chapter 7, 72, verse 4.
Go ahead.
It says, in the following, and all following each other in exactly corresponding order.
Go ahead.
Also many windows to the right and left of these portals.
Go ahead.
And first there goes forth the great luminary named the sun.
Named the sun.
And his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven. And he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire.
Now you notice it's calling the sun a he. Read.
The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives.
Go ahead.
And the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east. And is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal and is the fourth, and shines in the face of the heaven.
Go ahead.
In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal.
He rises the first month in the great portal, saying the first month of the year. Go ahead.
Which is the fourth, those 6 portals in the east.
Go ahead.
And in the fourth portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings.
Go ahead.
From which proceed a flame. And when they are opened in their season, when the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through the fourth portal 30 mornings in succession.
So the first month is 30 mornings. Read.
And sets accurately in the fourth portal in the in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer, and the nightly shorter to the 30th morning.
Go ahead.
On that day, the day is longer and the night by a 9th part. And the day amounts exactly to 10 parts and the night to 8 parts.
So this is how they messed up the divide. Okay. Later on, the Egyptians came up with a 24-hour calendar. Now, we were dealing with a 24-hour calendar too, but they broke it up. You understand? Instead of 1 hour being 60 minutes under the Egyptians, who made it simple, we broke it down into 18 parts opposed to 12 parts. So there was 18 parts in our cycle, and it was 12 parts in theirs. And it was, you understand? So they consolidated it smaller, you understand, to make it a 24-hour calendar and broke it down into 12 parts. You understand? And we did the research on it. And when you see our new website, you'll have all the charts to show you from time exactly what they did from time to time. You understand? Read on.
It says, when the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30 mornings in succession.
Go ahead.
And sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the days become daily longer, and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning. On that day, the day is longer, and the ninth by a ninth part. And the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts.
Go ahead.
And the sun rises from the fourth portal and sets in the fourth, and returns to the fifth portal of the east 30 mornings.
Go ahead.
And rises from it and sets in the fifth portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts.
Go ahead.
And the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal and rises and sets in the sixth portal 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign.
Now it's doing 31. So we know the first month is 30, the second month 30, and the third month is 31. There's going to be an extra day for a change of season throughout the year. And what you're going to have, if you do this 4 times, 364 complete days. Now listen to this clearly.
Okay, hold on.
How do you understand this? So this is what's going on here. You got 364 days out of a year that flawlessly go into a Most High's Jubilee of 7.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to share this video with you for those of you who need to know how to find the first day of the year. He's breaking it down flawlessly from the book of Enoch, reading it word for word so you can understand how to find the first day of the year. And I'm going to play a little bit more. So, I'm going to play this a little more so that you guys can, get it. And we must study to show ourselves approved, brothers and sisters. And I just wanted to show you like this book. I don't know if you can see that. This is my precept book, where when I watch videos, which I study under Elder Bakar, so I have nothing against this brother, but I do know that there is infiltration. That you take out your books and you write each scripture down, you highlight it, you study it and do the research for yourself in the scriptures and know the scriptures. This is the only way we're going to get this information in our inward parts. The Most High said he's going to put it in our inward parts, but he didn't say how, because you must study in order to understand this information, And so I pray that you do that. And I also wanted to say quickly that a lot of our sisters are coming out of Babylon. And our sisters, when we come out of Babylon, I just want to say that this is not the time for us to be running here and there and, being busy and doing all these other things. This is the time for you to get in here, get yourself settled in, start to fast and pray and get into these scriptures. make you a preset book, write down all the scriptures in your book that you can go back to, refer to, and things like that. It's not a time for us to be, we will enjoy one another when we go to the holy days and the feast days and our holy convocation. But it's mainly for you to come out and to get yourselves together. And I say that because a lot of our people on the whole, we're coming out of Babylon. We're coming off of curses. You have to start to purge and get yourselves together. And it's not just, what I find is people, it's a come as you are. Well, this is just how I am. So, take me as I am type of thing. No, you must come out of Babylon, get into these scriptures, fasting and praying, and get rid of your vices. Don't come with a bag of bad attitude, feeling like you're entitled or somebody is obligated to show you, teach you, or, give you anything. This is a point of purging with us, and you come into your makeup. You come in on your best behavior. You're not coming like, oh, well, this is me. This is how I do things, and da. No, you come in here, you're going to be humble. You're going to deal with your vices, meaning if you're a liar, you're going to stop lying. If if you stole or if you're promiscuous, you're going to cut all that crap out. You're not going to come here with the same energy that you've been operating in Babylon. And I see a lot of that, and I just wanted to address it so that people will understand what this is about. This is a spiritual movement. The Most High is dealing with his people, and either you're going to get purged or you're going to get destroyed. That's it. And he said it's best if you purge yourself, that the Most High don't have to deal with you, because our power is the power of law, and he's not playing with Israel. So I really wanted to say that, sisters, when you're coming out, and brothers, but sisters, because we're dealing with the sisters, that please be ready to get into these scriptures, study to show yourself approved, understand what this is about, learn the power that you supposedly serve. Everybody want to talk about, praise AHAYAH and praise the Most High, but don't know the first thing to do when it comes to dealing with the Most High and his commandments. We must study. We must know the power that you claim to serve. Okay, I just want to reiterate that. So, Rawach I'm going to just play some more of it so you can see. He's eloquently bringing out these scriptures of how to find the first day of the year. So you should download this video. And there's another one, and it's called, just so you'll have it, and I'll find the link in a little while. It's the times, and dividing of times. No, something like that. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna find the video and put it in the link. I have it on a playlist on one of my channels. I gotta find it, but he's really reiterating the same information, and he goes into a little more. But sisters, I urge you, please come out and be on your best behavior. Don't like say Sister Khan and me. I don't want to see I don't want to know all of you. Don't be giving me all of you all fast, like just dumping yourself. Give it to me in spurts. Be on your best behavior. Let's get to know each other, learn each other, so that we can learn to love each other and take care of each other. But a lot of our people just come out and this is just how I am, and and just giving you all of them, and a lot of it is not comely. We have to be kind and be loving, and this is a movement, a spiritual movement. We have to learn how to give. A lot of us don't know how to be giving. A lot of us will take advantage of people who are giving, just take, and don't know how to give. That's all that is going to change. And I just really want to, let people know that, so that when they come out, they're on their best behavior. But I'll continue the video. Please write down the scriptures so you know where these things are, the books, the chapters, and the verses, whichever Enoch or Jubilees, because he's going to go in all the way. I won't play the whole video, but I'll play enough. Okay, so just be patient. For those of you who have watched this, it's okay to hear it again and get the information in your inward parts. Okay, hold on.
7 goes into 364 how many times? 52 times. 5 and 2, 7. That's a complete cycle. 364 days. And they have deceived the people through the Babylonians, the Egyptians, and up to the Romans to have you look at a circumference of 360. Now I'm going to show you something here. What you're seeing here is an actual timestamp according to the original year. Now, we can't go into our time unless we first realize what a year was. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 extra days, which make your 4 days, and you got the rest 360. Also showing a change of seasons, perfect time, no leap years, no daylight saving time, no nothing. Now, finish reading because there's a few other things we have here that I need to break down so we can go into the culprits who lied to us and gave us a false clock. Go ahead.
It says, and then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts.
Go ahead.
And the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal and rises and sets in the 6th portal 1 30 mornings on account of its sign.
That's 31 days. Go ahead.
On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night. And the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it and sets 30 mornings.
Go ahead.
When the 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth, and from that 6th portal in the west, it goes to the east and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings.
Go ahead.
And sets in the west again in the 5th western portal.
Now we're going into the fall time. Go ahead.
And that day, the day decreases by 2 parts and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that portal and sets in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal 1 30 mornings on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day, the day is equalized with the night and becomes of equal length.
Go ahead.
And the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from the portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and sets in the west in the 3rd portal.
Go ahead.
And on that day, the night becomes longer than the day. The night becomes longer than night, and the day shorter than day.
And you notice when it's began to get cold, you get less sun. Perfect cycle. When it starts getting hot, you get more sun. Summer, what they call summer, what you got spring, summer, and what they call fall or autumn. Finish reading.
And on that day, the night becomes longer than the day. The night becomes longer than night, and the day shorter than day till the 30th morning.
Go ahead.
And the night amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 3rd portal and sets in the 3rd portal in the west and returns to the east.
Go ahead.
And for 30 mornings rises in the 2nd portal in the east. And in like manner sets in the 2nd portal in the west of the heaven.
Go ahead.
And on that day, the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from the 2nd portal and sets in the west in the 2nd portal, and returns to the east in the 1st portal for 1 30 mornings.
1 30 mornings. Go ahead.
And sets in the 1st portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day, the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day. And the night amounts exactly to 12 parts. and the day to 6.
Go ahead.
And the sun has therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on the divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and sets also in the west opposite to it.
Go ahead.
And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings.
Go ahead.
Rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the nights amount to 10 parts, and the day to 8.
Now we're dealing in the winter time. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days, 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night arise. Through the course of the sun, these distinctions are made; they are separated. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun, and his return as often as he returns 60 times and rises. The great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according to the Most High, as the Most High commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night. And his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal.
Now, the key point that you can get into this, and I'm going to go into it because these are all the phases of the sun. But the key point to give us the time of the beginning of the year is to go the day before the first day. Why? Because that's the only twice in a year where you have equal sun and equal day and equal night. 12 hours day, 12 hours night, and that's the day before the new year. Okay? It also does that a day after autumn. So you can easily find the new year. So what we did, did the research, and we went into the astrological calendar of time to look at the sunrise and sunset, and we have it here. And we were able to figure out the first day of the year, of every year, based on equal part sun, day, and equal part night. Once that happens, we know that's the last day of the year, and then the next morning will begin the new year. The Naval Observatory website. Now, the reason why we go to this website is because when it comes to when time comes in, it's more accurate than any other calculation you can get. Of course, sometimes it may be a minute or two off in certain instances, but it's still closer than any other calculation you could have. All right. So what we do is we go to the data services and we hit rise. We hit rise and set twilight table. That's the table we're at here. You go data services, rise and twilight table for an entire year. And you click on that, and that takes us to the page we're at. We're here, all right? You go down to Form B right here. Why? Because we're not calculating from the United States. We're calculating worldwide, okay? Worldwide. wide. See?
According to the Most High, as the Most High commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night. And his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal.
Now, the key point that you can get into this, and I'm going to go into it because these are all the phases of the sun. But the key point to give us the time of the beginning of the year is to go the day before the first day. Why? Because that's the only twice in a year where you have equal sun and equal day and equal night. 12 hours day, 12 hours night, and that's the day before the new year. Okay? It also does that a day after autumn. So you can easily find the new year. So what we did the research, and we went into the astrological calendar of time to look at the sunrise and sunset, and we have it here. And we were able to figure out the first day of the year, of every year, based on equal part sun, day, and equal part night. Once that happens, we know that's the last day of the year, and then the next morning will begin the new year. The Naval Observatory website. Now, the reason why we go to this website is because when it comes to when time comes in, it's more accurate than any other calculation you can get. Of course, sometimes it may be a minute or two off in certain instances, but it's still closer than any other calculation you could have. All right. So what we do is we go to the data services and we hit rise. We hit rise and set twilight table. That's the table we're at here. You go data services, rise and twilight table for an entire year. And you click on that, and that takes us to the page we're at. We're here, all right? You go down to form B right here. Why? Because we're not calculating from the United States. We're calculating worldwide. Okay? Worldwide. See? Locations worldwide. All right? Now, where will we be calculating from? Mount Sinai. See? So in order for us to calculate and get some specifics for Mount Sinai, being that there's no calculation from Mount Sinai itself, we must put in the degrees. So we're going east. Now check out the degrees we must put in longitude. You got it. 33 degrees. See? All right. Then we go to the next, latitude north, right? The latitude north is 28 degrees. Why? Because we're coming 2 hours east of Greenwich. See? There's a calculation from Greenwich that's near or 2 hours in proximity of time that close to Sinai. So we put that latitude north, 28 degrees, 2 hours east of Greenwich, right? Now, we did this last year and did a calculation for 2013. So let me give you that first, right? Now, before I go here, let me show you the area from whence the Most High was speaking to the children of Israel, our forefathers. He was speaking to us. He was speaking to us from Mount Sinai, as you can see here. So we're going to use this in proximity to give you the reckon of times from when the sun comes up in this particular area, to give you the first day of the year, starting back when we first calculated it, right? Follow us closely here. So we're going back to the calculation. 33 east, longitude, 28 degrees north, latitude, 2 hours east of Greenwich, which is Mount Sinai. Then after that, you hit compute table. All right. Now, this is what we got last year for 2013 for Mount Sinai. Now, what's great about this is if you do have a computer, have a printer hooked up to it, you can just print it out and look at the calculations there. What we're going to do is we're going to look at March, seeing when the sun rise and the sun set. See that? So I'm going to go to about right here. And I want y'all to see something here. Look at this here. Look at here on the 17th of last year. The sun rose at 5:57. See that? 5:57 in the morning, and it set 5:57 in the evening. That's an equal 12 hours, right? Some people might say, well, the first day of the year was the 17th. Well, no. When you go back one day, we got the 16th here, right? Yes, the 16th. Exactly. So it's not the 17th, it's the 16th. Let me correct that. As you can see, the 16th, let me highlight it here because these lines are small. Excuse me. Let me get it so they can see it. 16th of last year. 5:57, 17:57, right? And when was the Passover last year? I mean, when was the first day of the year last year? March 16th, right? 12 hours, right? But look at the 12 hours right here the day before. 5:57, which gives us the 12 hours part night and the 12 hours part day coming into sundown. You see that? And that's why last year it was the 16th. See? The night before then, 5:57 is when the sun set. So from 5:57 here, the sun set for the last day of the year. And it rose 5:57 going into what? The first day of the year. Equal parts night, equal parts day. Now, they fooled the world. They made everyone believe that it was the regular vernal equinox. The Romans lied and told people that the sun rise for the new year of spring
Okay, guys. So that's the information on how you find the first day of the year. He starts going into the equinox vernal and how they lied But I just wanted you to hear and get the information on how to find the first day of the year. He gives the links, the sites. He told you what coordinates to put in so that you can get it. Now, I don't know if they've changed the website and all that stuff. You have to go and see. But once you have it and you start making your calendar, you won't go off. You don't need to keep going back there to figure this out, because the cycle stays in line according to sevens. Like I told you, 4 times of the year, the calendar corrects itself. You always see that 7, 14, 21, 28 on the Sabbath days. It's flawless. So, and if you have the wrong days, you won't see that, series of numbers like that. It won't add up and it won't line up, according to the 364, 52 weeks. Okay.